already registered. All right. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Dude, honestly, I don't actually even feel... I mean, it'll probably hit me later on in the day, of course. I actually don't feel that tired right now. I ended up actually getting that much sleep. I think I went to bed around midnight. So yeah, it's not that much sleep. But 3 hours, 3.5 hours, whatever. All right. Let's see here. We'll see. We'll see. All right, there we go. Stream's up. They're yapping. $11 p.m. here. I'm dying. 11 p.m. What the heck? You usually go to bed super early? You're doing there single-handed. All right, well, they just finished the intro. Looks like everyone, it's like round 3 just completed. Yeah, round 3 completed. We should be getting a match here going into round 4. I was up at 6 this morning because of my puppy. Okay. I see. Yeah, let's take a look at, that is what I actually want to take a look at here, if there's any familiar faces from out of region. What do I usually click? This one? My sources. There we go. All right. Where are my sources? So we got some players from Japan. Kato, Takashi Oneda. Don't think I recognize the other 2 names here. Got some players from the States. Let's see. Rahul Piper, Wendalgard, Calvin Connor. I think I recognize Carter's name as well, actually. Smart is there. Ginsburg. Predicted Henry Brand, right? I did predict Henry Brand, yeah. Which New brand currently 2-0. Oh, they're still finishing up round 3. I thought the round 3 was completely done. It's not completely done yet. Henry is 2-0 though. Potential for a 3-0. Oh, Fernandez is over there. Fernandez brothers are over there. Gabriel, Vinny, and Joao as well. Let's see. Any other country? Canadians. Any recognizable Canadians? Kieran. I wonder how many players are actually doing like the double. Hazel, in your Blood Moon stream, you called Marnie toxic, but said Iono was good. What makes Marnie toxic? Oh wait, hold on. They have the thing up. So Guardy's number 1. I assume it says Guardy Monkey Dory, but I assume it means. Oh, you guys can't even see it. Hide chat. Show chat. That doesn't actually hide what I want to hide. There we go. So Guardy 12%, Charizard 8, Golden Go, Lunatone Soul Rock, Sarah Ledge Lunatone Soul Rock, Dragapult 7, Marty's Grimmsnarl 6. I'm actually surprised to not see the Absol Mega Kangaskhan deck here, but it's got to be like right there, right? Yeah, 6%. I guess it's literally right there. 10 less than. Oh, Guardy Jellicent actually isn't combined with Guard4. So Guardy is 16% of the metagame. I wonder how much Golden Go ESP there is, to be honest. Dude, why is Crustle 3%, bro? What the heck? Crustle being 3%. Classic, unclassified, 4%. Europe, no decimals. Still unclassified. Joltik Toolbox 4%. Raging Bolt 4%. Sure. I mean, I guess like what else would go here anyways? Maybe Crustle being 3% isn't that, I mean 3% of like no, I think 3% of Crustle is kind of crazy. The way I think about it is like 3 out of every 100 players are playing Crustle, like maybe more. I'm not sure how they round up or round down, so it might be like 3.5 or something like that. I feel like that's a lot of Crustle. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how they display the percentages. Like, is it anything between 3 and 3.9 is 3%? What if something is 2.9? Is that 3% or is that less? We don't know because they don't use decimals over in Europe. They haven't invented them over there yet, so we can't actually tell for sure. I guess we'll figure out on Limitless afterwards. But this is what I was talking about, like in terms of, they should combine like Guardy Jellicent. Well, they're showing best. See, this is like this was the problem kind of with Milwaukee, is Milwaukee had like Guardy Jellicent and Guardy split up, which isn't terrible if you like show this. If you show this, splitting up Guardy Jellicent and Guardy isn't terrible, but I think it's better to get like some bigger picture stuff and some stuff. Like if Guardy Jellicent was like 2% of the metagame, it'd be off the chart, but it's like part of Guardy's percentage overall. So what they should do is they should combine the Guardy percentages and make it 16% Guard4. And then in this bar, look how much space there is. Look, we can do so much with this space in this bar. We can somehow display what number of them are Guardy Jellicent versus not Jellicent, and its actual meta percentage. So there can be like a 12 in here, 12% Monkey Dory. So it'll be 16% total, 12% Monkey Dory, 4% or 12% like Bravery Charm, 4% Jellicent or something like that. Somehow display it here. But I don't know. Because it would also be good to know like Golden Go Lunatone Soul Rock and then Golden Go Togekiss, like the decks are still pretty close, I feel like, overall to like the same deck. So like putting that total percentage here would be good. Although I think Joltik should be separated, but that could be argued, of course. So could even be separated by different gradients of gray. Yeah, different gradients with like a little image, like a little sprite or something. Just make it apparent as to like being a separation there, but dude, Shay's really out here. What are these? Mega Lucario on the Gravity Mountain. Dude, Mike's is like the impotent. Dude, that's so funny. He is like all in on Grimmsnarl. He's like, all right, like number one, Grimmsnarl. Okay, reasonable. You know, Mike is a big fan of Grimmsnarl. Makes sense. And it's like, oh yeah, and impotent. Let me just. I'm all in. At first I was like, okay, you know, we know he's a fan of Grim. He believes in the Grim. Makes sense. But he's actually just all in on Grim. He's like... And for my second prediction, a Dimp. So I need to make a better graph now. I've never seen yours, Doom. What is it? I want to like pull up what you do and take a look at it. I am curious what you do for your graph. If when do you show it in your streams? If I just go back on your VODs, will I be able to find it? Let's use Limitless for now. Making an actual graph would be a good idea, to be honest. Oh, okay. Mega Lucario into an 18% guard for metagame is brave, no doubt. Definitely brave. We'll see if one can squeak through. I don't hate the Gravity Mountain prediction. I guess I just don't know what deck would actually play it to get to the numbers. There's a lot of very high HP stage 2 Pokemon though. There's a lot of high HP stage 2 Pokemon, so I don't hate it, but I don't know where it's getting the dub, you know? Is this the event people realize no dark decks beat Gardevoir, or do we wait for LIC to understand this? I mean, Charizard beats Gardevoir, for sure. I'd be confident into a Gardevoir with my Charizard, for sure. That's free. Well, I'm not that confident. Hold on, chill out. But I would be confident. Juniors division, number 1, Poltnor. Jackson sacked the shit out of me. Matchup is 50-50. There's no way it's 50-50. It's definitely Zard favored, but I don't know by how much. Can Grim beat the Absol deck at all? Especially with Dusknoir. I feel like Dusknoir is definitely favored. Non-Dusknoir I think is still favored, but... The 55 for Zard at best? At worst? What the heck? Can Grim beat the Absol deck at all? I actually don't know. Number 1 represented deck in juniors is Poltnor. And then seniors, number 1 is actually Charizard Pidgeot's number 1. Like the farms Guardian Zoro, and even Zoro can't guarantee a win versus Bravely Charm heavy lists. I think that farms Guardian Zoro, and even Zoro can't guarantee a win versus Bravely Charm heavy lists. Charmless, yeah, I don't know, to be honest. You definitely beat Jelly, but Jelly's not that popular enough to like. You definitely need to feel confident in the other matchup, right? Please move chat. No, I literally just told you what it was, what the percentage was. It's just seniors. 11% Charizard. Did they show Masters? Yeah, they already showed Masters. It was a little earlier. It was just before they showed Seniors and Juniors. Oh yeah, we're talking about, can Grim beat the Absol deck at all? I mean, I don't see why not. You just punch them twice, right? What the heck? I mean, like, yeah, what are they gonna do that's like that oppressive? I guess they could. It's not. They can like. They have no onboard draw support, right? So it's like one less thing Absol has to deal with to like hand lock you. Oh, I appreciate the raid there, Doom. I didn't even see you raided me earlier. Also appreciate the 40 months there, Shiny Maple. Evital. I guess they could Evital you. Do you need to set up? Do you even set up Frostlass in the matchup? You don't have to set up Frostlass in the matchup, right? You can just do Grims and Monkeys. Although Frostlass might be correct, I could see it. Then it becomes who can set up more Monkeys faster, right? But you should have the advantage of that as Grim, right? You should have more Monkeys than them, right? Then they just lock up the Monkeys. Is that the strat? I don't know, I'd have to play the matchup to be honest. It doesn't sound like it should be terrible, but... You set up the Frostlass and the Grim vs. Absol? I don't know. Yo, she's 19 months there, Ivan. Yeah, I don't know. Never played the matchup before. It doesn't seem like terrible, though. I don't know. I think you gotta go quad Monkey double Grim. I mean, yeah, that doesn't seem unreasonable. But I guess then depending on how much energy they set up and play, like the Absol player can just sit there and turbo energize twice. I feel like, to be honest, like depending on the situation, they can just be like, all right, cool, turbo energize twice. Absol set up, plenty of energy for my Monkey Dories. Everything's online, and now when you punch me, you know, terminal period, just knock out back instantly. Gives up another Grim, 180. I guess you can get out of 2-hit KO range with double Monkey if you have the Bravery Charm. Get Lively Stadium player, definitely out of range. I don't know, it could be tough. Also, you don't have any onboard draw support, so a Claw of Darkness could just literally handlock you pretty easily. Or it's easier to handlock you with that than it is with... It's easier for them to handlock you, for sure. Do you get any FOMO watch partying majors? Sometimes, not very often though. It's like only for tournaments where I feel like I had a good read, or like had a deck I wanted to play, or I had a good read on the metagame, or I had like a deck I wanted to play. And it's like, man, feels like a missed opportunity. And that one, that is kind of this tournament, but I already kind of got over it because I already like thought about it so much, but then didn't end up going. But appreciate the prime sub there, Weehawks. Like if I went to Lille, I 100% win with Charizard, no problem, easy. The Guardy players can't stop me. European Guardy is free. Up against the legendary Aban or Henry Chow, I could see it maybe being close to 50-50, but I'm not scared of European Guardy. I'm actually curious about something. You think control will do good? Not specifically, no. I'm so happy I won Monterey. I've been saying Mexico is free for a whole year now. I mean, the tournaments are definitely easier for sure. There's smaller tournaments. Any Grim predictions for this tourney? No, not particularly. Grim's mid. I guess that's my prediction. Grim is mid. I'd be surprised if it won the tournament, but it making top cut wouldn't be like a shock, I guess. What are the worst matchups for Absol? Sarah Ledge is tough. And then like a Golden Go deck that has like a consistent aggressive out to Cornerstone is also tough. Yeah, any Golden Go deck that has a aggressive consistent out to Cornerstone is tough for Absol as well. Besides that, Guardy beats it. I think Guardy is like, what was the question again? Was it just worst? Yeah, worst matchup. I don't think Guardy's like a terrible matchup though. I think Guardy is like favored against it, but only like slightly. Yeah, I think Guardy's favored, but. A Mew copy terminal period. I mean, that's why you play Mist Energy. That's like the reason you're playing Mist Energy, I think. I don't know if you'd play without that as a factor. I guess it's good mirror. The matchup is still like Guardy, like not heavily Guardy favored, even though they can do that. Like the play exists, but it doesn't make it heavily favored. How's Zard supposed to beat Cornerstone? It feels so rough. It's tough. Is Guardy favored without the Turo? Into Absol? I don't know. Is Yveltal that big of a deal? I don't think Yveltal's that big of a deal, is it? Yeah, I don't think Turo makes that big of a difference. I don't know how... No, I don't think so. I don't think it makes a big... What are they going to bring up? Fez? Trap Fez for a turn? Depends how much value they get out of that. I don't even know if that leads to that much value. I guess that'd be the thing, though. I guess it like the Fez trap play, like the Fez trap play only matters like as Absol though. You need more Monkey Dories. I guess if you put Fez in play as Guardy, you're only gonna have 2 Monkey Dory. But then as the Yveltal player, you need without Turo, you are super unfavored versus Absol. Not being allowed to pre-bench Fez is cooked. Oh, so you don't just get hand locked. Oh, so the Turo is that big of a deal? Okay, I guess that makes sense. You still lose a turn, right? You still lose at least 1 turn. Because you have to, like, not have... No, I guess that's not true. You don't just lose a turn. I could see it. But if it's just 2 Monkey Dory versus 2 Monkey Dory... Well, I guess the question is, like, what are they... What are you getting out of... I guess you're going from initial... Are you going from initial Absol attack... And then they knock out the first Absol, and then they go into Yveltal panic mode, bring up your Yveltal panic mode, bring up your thing, trap it, right? And then sit there and manually attach while they build up behind that. I wonder if you could just like preemptively attach to your Fez to prep for that play. It depends on what the prize exchange looks like at that point, though, right? They get a penny counter catcher at some point, so they can they win on even monkeys. Well, no, because you can attack with Fez, right? Like, we just start attaching to our Fezandipity, right? It's also something you could preempt in the matchup. Is like, you could try and preempt an attachment to your Fez, like a turn early. And then you're only 2 turns away after they bring it up for the first turn. If you start attaching to Fez, they can often they can trap Guardy and stretch your energy some other way. I guess it depends on the build, right? But if you're playing like 6, if you're playing 8 Psychic, I feel like that should be tough for them to do. You can't pre-attach the Fez because you have to attach to the 2 monkeys in those 2 rounds you got. I feel like attaching a Monkey Dory is way less important in that matchup, though, right? You just need to like brute force your way through the first Absol with like whatever you got, and then you're good from there. Like setting up Monkey Doors in that in the Absol matchup is like way less relevant than so many other matchups. Because like your spread damage doesn't lead to additional knockouts ever. So it's just like cleaning up your side of the field a little bit. But everything gets 1-hit KO, so like cleaning up your side of the field is like almost irrelevant anyways. I could honestly you just preemptively getting 1 energy down on your Fez and then still being fine. Like just having a more aggressive arrow. But I am curious. I don't know how people are playing Guardy right now though either. Like if we're talking about just in general, well, in game 2 versus Halo, I show how you can manage to almost get fully trapped even with Turo 11 energy. Yeah, but you could have done something different there, right? Though, Abon, like that shouldn't have happened. Like a mistake was made for sure, right? I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure you just needed to like not. You need to retreat something or just attack with something else. Yeah, I don't even know, like, if we're talking about, like, I assume we're talking about it in terms of, like, the average Guardy list. I don't know what that looks like right now. I don't think, are many people playing the Turbo Energized build? I feel like the answer is no, right? I don't think many people are playing the Turbo Energized thing. I don't even know how good it is past that event either, though, so. I think many people are going back to Drifloon right now. That'd be my guess. I would assume more lists are looking like what Gustavo was playing, which the Gustavo's list is actually kind of cool against Absol because of the stadiums. So it's like one more effective draw support on board. Because the Absol deck is not good at finding their stadiums. Well, I thought with Turo nothing bad could happen, but it turns out nothing bad did happen. True. Gaming Tower could rip this event. Probably. I mean, it's probably like fine. Yeah, it's probably like decent to play. Like if I was playing Charizard at this event, I think I would have played some kind of tool removal. It's actually crazy. Charizard, like, well, if you play Dusknoir and Charizard, you actually don't have that much room in Charizard. But if you play Charizard without Dusknoir right now, you have like infinite room for anything. How's the Diancie coming out? I see Bravery Charm being a bigger include over something like Turbo Energize. Sure, but we're talking about right here, right now. For this tournament, for the matchup right now. Who knows about the future? We are deadass, obviously. Dude, are we deadass, obviously, if you are adding a tool removal, you agree the stock list is 50-50 into Guardy? No, I think you're still slightly favored for sure. You're at least slightly favored. You're definitely favored. But Guardy is such a high percentage. Why would you not, like, once a deck becomes of a high enough percentage and the quality of player is high enough with the deck, you want, even if you're favored, you want more percentage in a matchup. I think the Scrapper makes a big deal for the what's it called matchup too, though, the Absol matchup. You can't 1-hit KO an Absol with a thing on it. Bravery Charm in the end game. Assuming you have an answer for Cornerstone to begin with. Then they're forced to play it as like an Absol deck. So they're just gonna Absol twice or Turbo Energize twice and then go Absol or something like that. If you remove the Dusknoir line from Charizard, do you have enough room for love in your heart? That's a good question. That's deep. What about Secret Box jamming Charizard? I think it just kind of comes down to the Secret Box is like okay, but that comes down to how popular Grimmsnarl is. Because without Max Belt, your Grimmsnarl matchup is so hard. Like it's so hard to beat Grimmsnarl without Maximum Belt. So it just kind of depends on if you want to be better prepped against Grim. But I mean, we already see like last event to this event, that Grim percentage is down like what 2 or 3%. So be interesting. Without Dusk, Dango matchup is messy. I could see it. The Soul Rock makes things interesting, but it doesn't seem like it should be terrible. I guess it depends how aggressively they get going. Like if they choose second and turn 1 attack, and turn 1 get a KO, you're in trouble. Secret Box Zard was only lit with Thornton and Forcioso. I think it was suboptimal in the Oivin Worlds list. I could see it being correct for Worlds from Oivin because of how popular Golden Go was. So you just wanted to be playing a more aggressive Zard list. And then like in Mirror, well, I guess Mirror Match wasn't really a thing for him. Like you're hoping to dodge Pult, so it doesn't really matter what A-Spec you play. If you're just praying to dodge Pult, we're giving up on that. So then it's like, okay, what A-Spec is best against Golden Go and Gardevoir? And honestly, it's probably Secret Box, right? You did give up your Grim matchup was worse though, not having Max Belt, but wasn't Max Belt better in most of those matchups anyways? Not against Golden Go or what's it called? I think you could argue that Secret Box is better against Golden Go because like Chi Yu is like the thing that matters the most. But what do you think about Flareon EX? Wait, where's it say Flareon? Oh, there it is. Flareon EX, pretty mid. Grim unfavored into Terra Toolbox, huh? Well, yeah, isn't it favored against? Isn't Grimmsnarl favored against Terra Toolbox? Like, if you play Shaman, can't they just not win? How do they win? Maybe if they play the Leafeon, if they're doing like the Shemansky build, the Shemansky Frink build, then I could see it. Then I could see it for sure. But without Leafeon, I feel like it's definitely favored for Grim. So would you have played Grim if you played in Milwaukee? I would have played Charizard. What deck do you predict to win Lille? Charizard. But like not by a lot. I give Charizard like a slight edge. Actually, no. If I had to put money on a deck to win Lille, it would probably be Gardevoir. If I had to predict a deck to win Lille, it would probably be Gardevoir. If I was there with Charizard, I'd predict Charizard. But I'm not there with Charizard, so I'd predict Gardevoir probably. Most popular deck is probably going to be the deck that's going to be played by the most good players. Probably, actually, honestly, Gardevoir. And my secondary would probably be... Actually, yeah, Gardevoir. And then my secondary is probably Mega Absol. For sure. Charizard, bad matchups. Terra Toolbox. See, this is... But Radiant Bolt's a good matchup for Charizard. That's what I'm trolling. Am I missing something? Good matchups. Golden Go, Gardevoir, and Zoroark. Okay, they got those ones right. Imagine if we could bet on majors. I'd be rich. Yeah, that's what every gambler says. Steel Mask? It doesn't matter. You're favored. Your favorable matchup. Steel Mask existence doesn't mean a matchup is unfavored. Zard plays Shaman right now. Okay, that's also a good point. You're also favored against Terra Toolbox. Zard is actually... The only thing Zard's unfavored against is Dragapult Dusknoir. And even then, I'm not even 100% convinced. If you have Duck Mist, it might be fine. I actually don't know. Zard beating Zoro feels fake. Psyduck on bench, tower down. What does Zard do? Zard just punches your Zoroark. Or, yeah, Zard punches your Zoroark and then they beat you. Zard does not care if you want to KO them back. They beat you anyways. The one play you could have is a Watchtower Cheese play. The Watchtower Cheese play is the only play. I don't know if Zoroarks are playing Watchtower right now. I guess they are, aren't they? They are playing Watchtower. But I think Zard's still favored. You just set up Zards and then you start punching. The matchup also got way better based on Zard builds, because now you have Tatsugiri as onboard draw support under Watchtower, and then you have Lilies, which is better than just having a bunch of Arvins. That has the matchup more. I never struggle in it. Might be sample size. I mean, it could be. It also could be just like quality of player. Like, that's why I just like playing like this, like just simply playing a game of Pokemon. Like, there's a lot of matchups I'll play against on ladder that are unfavored that I don't really struggle in, or I feel like should be closer, but like it all comes down to we're not talking about our individual experiences. We're talking about what we think the matchup actually is. So that's why I never talk about, when I say a matchup is favored, I'm like, oh, I'm 100-0 against it on the ladder. It's a favorable matchup. I tell you the matchup is favored because I think the matchup is favored, irrelevant of my ladder experience. I could go play a matchup that I think is 80-20 and lose to it 10 times in a row on ladder. And I could tell you after those 10 games, I still think it's 80-20. Our individual experience doesn't change how good a matchup is. How good a matchup is how good a matchup is. It doesn't really change depending on how often you lose or win the matchup. Now, that can give you information to work with to maybe change your opinion on how good you think the matchup is. But your record against a deck, my record against a deck, someone else in chat's record against a deck doesn't actually change what the actual matchup percentage is based on like averages and lists, right? That's always like a thing you have to consider as well. Like your list specifically could be favored in a matchup, whereas the average list isn't. But we're always talking about like averages for the most part, unless we clarify otherwise. On average, Charizard is favored against Zoroark, so on and so forth. Or like when sometimes I will talk about lists in terms of my experience, and I'll be like, I feel like this matchup should be favored, but I keep beating it, and it feels like it's actually good. It's better than I thought. But like I'll like preface that. It's like I'm letting my anecdotal experience start to drive my opinion more than I initially thought based on a matchup, because every time I keep hitting this matchup, I just keep bodying it. But my understanding previously of this matchup was that it was unfavored. But now that I'm playing against the matchup more and more on ladder, which sure, once again, we want to keep into mind quality of opponent, but even with that in mind, I'm starting to believe that maybe this matchup is actually closer than I thought, or even favorable for the deck that I thought was initially unfavored due to experience. But experience, there is value in experience, but we don't just be like, oh, I played 10 games of this matchup and I went 8-2, therefore it's an 80-20 matchup, right? You have to add more nuance to that if you actually want to know. If you want to be more informed, you have to add more nuance than that. And sometimes it is an 80-20 matchup, though. Have people figured out that Psyduck is a blank card yet? No, because it's not. Psyduck is definitely not a blank card. If you want to have a better Charizard matchup, if you want to have a better Poltnor matchup, playing Psyduck definitely helps. The question is the better it is for your deck worth including the card? It definitely improves those matchups, though. Also, I thought Raging Ball was a bad matchup against Zard. It is, yeah. I mean, there is definitely some... What's it called? It's on this... On their thing. What? They have Pulsar on here, bro? What the fuck? I see their Guardian matchups. Artabon, what do you think? They get it right? Honestly, I don't even know if Golden Go... Dude, why does Golden Go feel so much worse into guard for with the rocks? Is that just me? But the matchup feels so much worse with the rock build as opposed to the ESP build. Not even specifically up against the jelly build, but just in general. It feels just worse. I guess maybe because there's no Tool Scrapper? I don't know. You have no Tool Scrapper, no Monkey Dory. No Tool Scrapper, no Monkey Dory, and no Picnic Basket. So much less good stuff, right? Does the Guardian gets more free prizes? Oh, true. Now you're bored. You don't have like triple Golden Go boards anymore. That's right. You have a bunch of 1-prizers on your bench now. So your opponent can be like, okay, cool. I'll KO 2 1-prizers and then KO 2 2-prizers. I didn't even think about that. Why is everyone playing Rocks and Dango? It's got to be worse than the other builds. Because it's better. That's why people are playing it. Like, yeah, I think that build of Golden Go is better, but Jelly is favored versus Dango. Dango is favored versus my Milwaukee list, but every Dango refuses to play around the Enamorous. Oh, they just need to evolve their Gimme Ghouls or not bench Fez, and then the Enamorous doesn't work. True. Okay, but like, what if they were playing a Bravery Charm build? Like, they don't play the Enamorous, so they don't have the big hit from Enamorous, but if they have Drifloon, Bravery Charm, Screamtail, Bravery Charm, like if they're like a Gustavo build, do you think the Gustavo build or just like some kind of Bravery Charm build, how do you think that one matches up? Because yeah, Jelly is definitely favored against current builds of Golden Go for sure. But the majority of Guardies are non-jelly. What ace spec do you think is best in no Dusk Zard in this meta? Probably just maximum belt. I would be inclined to go with the Hero's Cape. Or maybe Secret Box. I don't know. I'm not like that big of a fan. I feel like Secret Box is pretty low value in Charizard, to be honest. Like, you're just not getting that much value out of the card. Charmer's favorite versus the Roxless, no Scrapper. Okay, see, that's what I thought. That's like, yeah. I think the Solrock Lunatone build of Golden Go is better than the ESP build. Like, neutrally. So, obviously, that's the build people are going to gravitate towards. But because of the Guardy matchup, I mean, there's an argument to maybe just include Tool Scrapper, though. Maybe you just play Tool Scrapper and you're fine. I don't know. Like, if you just add the Tool Scrapper, maybe you're doing okay. And maybe that's what Golden Go players should be doing, is adding Tool Scrapper. But Golden Go just feel, dude, the deck just doesn't... Even if you fix the Guardy matchup somewhat, I feel like the deck just does not feel that good. You appreciate the Prime sub there, Crash. Real talk, Trolley versus Prime and Dango Rocks. I feel like you want to play Trolley. You gain so much space by playing Trolley. Playing the Prime Catcher feels so bad. You lose so much space in the deck, but like can you even, if you play Prime Catcher, can you even fit stuff like Tool Scrapper? I don't know if you can. If you play Basket, you can go play around Drift and Boss Guardy though. The 8th Psychic makes a pretty big difference for that though, I feel like, in terms of them just still having enough energy to still return one hit you though, right? Pretty sure Grim is unfavored versus Guardy with less than 3 boss. I can see it. I can see it also being 50-50. Hyper Dango is the way to go right now. I think I agree, to be honest, Spectral. I think, yeah, like, if you're serious about winning the tournament, I think you need to be playing ESP. I don't know about the Togekiss, but probably Togekiss, right? Joltik Dango low-key feels better than Dango Rocks right now, and that's saying a lot because Joltik Dango sucks. Joltik Dango does suck. I was gonna say, I don't know. I like to think of Joltik Dango as a Joltik deck. I was trying to see what ace spec. I see a Hilda and a Water Energy, I think, in Piper's deck. Cyrano. Oh, is it Zoroark? Reversal. Oh, is it Darmanitan Zoroark? Wait, Piper played Zoroark at Milwaukee. Was Piper playing Darmanitan at Milwaukee as well? I wonder how thick of a Darmanitan line it is. It could just be like a 1-1. Water Energy? Was there a Water Energy in there? Dude, I thought I saw Water Energy too. I must be trolling though. I must be trolling. Unless there's like Water Pawn in there. There could be a Water Pawn in there, I guess. That's a lot of things. You told me yesterday Darmanitan sucks. Let's see today. We'll see. I do think that our Darmanitan does not seem great, but I'm always down to be proven wrong. Darmanitan is for Ceruledge. Oh, is it? Is that literally why? But yeah, does Zoroark have a win condition against Ceruledge if you don't have a tech for it? You don't really have a win condition, right? You kind of just lose. The increase of Zard and Absol, would a good pick for Brisbane Regionals be a grass deck? No. There's no good grass deck. The decks aren't that popular. Also, Absol can function as a non-grass weak deck pretty easily. Zard cooks grass decks. Also, fair point. Zard beats most grass decks. You probably wouldn't beat Mega Venusaur, though. Also, I'm not sure how everyone missed this, but the game plan for Turbo Energized Guardy versus Poltnor is just Turbo Energized to Fez turn 1 and Cruel Arrow them. What is that? Do you think you're favored, though, in that situation, though, Abon? I feel like you're probably still unfavored, right? Or you think I'm incorrect? I guess it depends if they play Candies, probably, right? All right, Piper's going first here. Attach pass. Alexis opened. Oh, is playing the Turbo Energized Absol deck, but I think the hand here for Alexis is just dead. Dude, that's so unfortunate. The hand is just dead. Bench, Absol, pass, over to Piper again. Second Dark Energy to Zorua, and then into the Iono. So this will save Alexis here. I'm actually not sure how this matchup plays out. The hand locking potential for Alexis is really low, obviously, because Piper plays Zoroark, which has trade. Double Zorua. Ooh, that draw actually from Piper is not that good. Piper found all the basic Pokemon, but you don't need this many basic Pokemon. It is the Darmanitan build. Oh, it does play the Cleffa though, so the hand will be freed up here soon. Looks like a 2-1 build or 2-1 line of Darumaka. Plays the Psyduck as well. Not gonna be relevant in this matchup. Curious to see if Piper puts the Artisan in play to draw an extra card. It seems like it'd be fine too. You did just give Alexis a whole new hand to work with. I guess you don't know if Alexis is playing. You don't know if Alexis is playing. What is it? Trolley or not Trolley? I'm just trying to think about like what are you giving? You're just giving over like Monkey Dory though. If Piper puts Artisan in play here, it just gives Alexis access to Monkey Dory, which is something that Alexis would want to set up for the potential of Terminal Period. All right, goes for the draw with Cleffa. Doesn't give over the Artisan. 4 fresh cards. Top deck there for Alexis is an energy. Immediately goes into the Nest Ball. I assume that means it's not a trolley build. And oh, I forgot about Cornerstone. What is Piper's answer to Cornerstone? Wait, what is generally the answer for Cornerstone in Zoroark? We have Okidogi in hand. Oh, Okidogi. Yeah, okay, sure. Oh, it is a trolley build. Interesting. Had Arven for trolley, but I guess we're not going wide here, right? Well, we want to go like somewhat wide, right? Maybe not though. Maybe Alexis is just gonna like chill. Wait, did they show the prize cards or am I trolling? I feel like I didn't see prize cards get shown. Oh no, they did. Hold on, let's take a look. I think there's a Cornerstone prized. Oh. There is a Cornerstone prize. That's a pretty big deal. Can't have back-to-back Cornerstones. So can't like aggressively get through. So Alexis like could theoretically just like turbo energize 2 turns in a row here, set up 2 Cornerstones, and then go like punch Okidogi, punch Okidogi. Although at that point, though, Piper maybe would have found. Yeah, Piper might have been able to actually find like just boss KO Cornerstone off the bench. Wait, now we're going for the trolley. All right. So the play was just trolling. I was like, I feel like we're just going to Arven for trolley here. The Nest Ball is curious from Alexis there. Yeah, definitely a misstep because Nest Balls are so high value in the deck, right? And Alexis is going super wide here, so this gives Piper the ability to not have to use Okidogi that aggressively. Like, there's literally 6 prize cards on the board here that Piper can go after. And is playing Zoroark, so that means Piper is probably playing, like, 2 Boss, 2 Counter Catcher, and a Pal Pad. So Piper could maybe just literally ignore Cornerstone here. So I don't like this. Oh, we're not Turbo Energizing here? Oh, no, we are. We're going to retreat into the Absol, right? And Turbo Energize? Okay, sure. I was a little bit confused at first, but, you know, we're still Turbo Energizing here. I don't love, like, especially, like, pushing the Absol here as well. Like, Piper can literally ignore the Cornerstone and win the game now. I mean, it's possible Alexis would draw a penny at some point to, like, stop that, but it's also possible he doesn't. All right, over to Piper. Zoroark #1 coming in. Here comes the trade. I feel like Alexis could have attached to Yveltal and just not grabbed Pecharunt there, right? And then the Cornerstone has to be gone through as Piper here. Aggressively discards Counter Catcher there, second Zoroark, and then into the Hilda, third Zoroark. And then someone in chat said the Okidogi was in the hand, so I assume we'll see Piper set up Okidogi here and have the immediate potential response to the Cornerstone set up. And Alexis's hand, I don't think is great. Lack of options, lack of draw power. Just as a boss, actually. But the Okidogi is going to be in the active, so... Is Absol not poisoned? No, the Yveltal retreated, I believe, into the... All right, trade #3 going down. Give it up to Yveltal. And then Dogi's into play. Now that Alexis has seen the Okidogi, should Alexis have assumed the Okidogi existed, though, and assumed that this play was happening anyways? And because of the possibility of this play... Well, I guess Alexis could actually just go... Well, Alexis's hand is dead. Oh, I was going to say, dude, this E-Switch top deck? I was going to say Alexis could actually just attack with Absol this turn and punch the Okie Dokie, which that actually seems pretty good for the situation. But Alexis's hand was dead until the top deck. So now I think we just punch the active. The discard is not going to be super effective, probably. I mean, there's a secret box in the hand there for Piper, so we're probably getting rid of the secret box. And this does make things, I feel like, a little bit awkward for Piper. Dude, what an insane top deck. But Piper actually has Turo in hand. Do you just Turo the Okie Dokie and punch with the Zorak? I feel like that's probably the play, right? Just reset the Okie Dokie. We can go get more energy for it later. So yeah, Piper's not in a bad spot, but out of plays that Alexis could do on the last turn, I'm pretty sure that was the best one. Mochi KO Absol. Oh, is that enough damage? How much damage does the Okie Dokie do again? It's 260 when poisoned, right? Or 260 when poisoned, right? Okay, that is enough. Yeah, okay. The KO, actually, that seems good. Gets the Clef out of play, cleans up the bench. Goes for the KO. Actually, wouldn't a Monkey Dory have also gotten the KO there? 1, 2, 3. Wait, shouldn't the Okie Dokie be dead? Am I trolling? 1, 2, 3, right? Yeah, the Okie Dokie should be KO'd, right? How much HP does this thing have? 250? Oh, it's got 2. I do. What the heck? Never mind. Jeremy's 290. Mochi's 300. Oh, true. I thought it was 230, bro. I didn't know he was tanky like that. Alexis can KO with Clutch, but Clutch is pretty weak here. You fat as hell. How many E-Switches Absol playing? 1 to 2. My guess would be 2. I also see an Enhanced Hammer there from Alexis. I mean, it looks like going for the Clutch KO, but then you're one turn away from, you're a turn further away from setting up your Cornerstone. But if you don't KO the Okie Dokie this turn, the Okie Dokie is not staying in the active. I don't think Piper minds this knockout happening. Piper's in like a commanding lead here at this point. 2 prize Pokemon on the bench, has already drawn 3 prize cards, is going to KO the Yveltal this turn with Reshiram. Things are looking pretty good here. Just needs, has the Dark Energy, I believe has Artisan in hand, has the Reshiram in hand. There's a KO. And then next turn, you just look for, I mean, you just deal with the active, but Alexis isn't taking a knockout next turn. Like, you'll eventually be able to gust 2 Monkey Dories or Ursaluna KO, something else off the bench. Looking to be a pretty, potentially a pretty easy dub from here for Piper. The Psyduck is definitely interesting. All right, there we go. Zorak knockout. Ends PP up to the bench, Zorak. Oh, yeah, this game's looking pretty cooked. Actually, I don't know if I saw an Ursaluna there from Piper. I assume plays it, but maybe doesn't. Second Ogre pawn has hit the field here from Alexis. There's the Iono. But it all just feels like too little, too late. There's so many options here for Piper to win the game. Like I said, boss double Monkey Dory. Of course, pennies are still an out here for Alexis. But there's so many things to pick up off the board. Another thing for Alexis as well is if you ever punch a Zoroark, triple Arven found there off the Iono. And there's the pass. Come the trades. He's playing a Darmanitan line. I don't know how thick of a Darmanitan line it is. It's at least a 1-1. I think it might be a 2-1 with 1 reversal or something like that. Here comes a Super Rod. Getting back the Okie Dokie into Dark Energy. So we could just see that from Piper this turn as well. Just retreat and then set up the Okie Dokie. It actually plays it. Most of the Watchtower lists just use Petch E-Switch for spots you need Blood Moon. Oh, yeah, probably doesn't play it, right? Yeah, I forgot about that combo. Good point. So no attack there from Piper, but once again, still in a commanding spot. Looking pretty good. Should still be a dub eventually here. Yeah, I forgot about Petch E-Switch. Turbo Energized search out here off the Arven from Alexis. And then might even want more energy than that, to be honest, as long as there's enough in the deck. Still needs to grab 9. Like, if you like, you're gonna get 2 energy here. Actually, where's this energy going? To the bench cornerstone. Put some energy on the active. We want to be able to attack with the active cornerstone. Goes for a vessel. How does Alexis win this? There's no good way. You have to like penny Fez and Petch out of play. Yeah, as Alexis here, you basically have to penny Petch and Fez out of play before you draw too many prize cards. Before you punch a Zoroark. Oh, we're loading up Petch Monkey Dory? Oh, Petch is getting loaded up here. But Petch doesn't even KO a Zoroark here. This is what, 240? Yeah, I don't know about this. Because nothing is forcing Piper to actually take a KO Monkey Dory this turn. Piper could probably literally pass and be fine. Couldn't he counter gain Vessel and attack this turn? Yeah, but if he does that, Piper literally just wins with a boss. You can't let Piper just win with a boss. Our Piper just goes boss on Alexis's Petch and is just going to punch it. There we go, 170. Now over to Alexis. Think about a Night Stretcher. I mean, if you have a penny this turn from Alexis, pennying it up out of play would be fine. I don't know if we have a penny here, though. Goes for the Night Stretcher. Just recovers the Dark Energy. Puts energy on the Monkey Dory. Can start to move damage over off the Petch, but the Petch has to be retreated here, right? You're not KOing the Zoroark. Or you have to... No, you have to retreat this thing. I don't know what the retreat cost is. All right, apparently it's just 1. You do have a Monkey Dory here. I don't think Piper has a boss in hand right now, but does have a Pal Pad and definitely plays 2 boss, so... Alright, 30 damage moved over and pass. Pal Pad's coming in. Recovering the boss that was used last turn. Also gets the Turo. So yeah, we just need boss for game here, and it's over. And even if Piper doesn't find boss for game this turn, Piper's still in like a fine spot. Like, Piper has so much time here. Moving damage over here is so bad. That's true. I guess this gives Piper access to move the damage over with Monkey Dory. But wherever Piper moves it, you just move it back over, right? Last trade coming in. Was thinking about giving up the Watchtower. Gives up ends PP up instead. I guess was trying to keep the Watchtower to stop Ursaluna later on in the game, I guess. But she should hold if she doesn't win this turn. True, that's fair. I guess, yeah, there's nothing... There's Turo. Turo, reversal energy, and pass. Does just leave the damage. Oh, I mean, doesn't attach to Monkey Dory. I guess, yeah, that's right. She can just leave the damage on the Okidogi here. Doesn't need to actually interact with it. Over to Alexis once again. I mean, I guess, yeah, I guess Alexis could have just waited to draw a penny to pick up the Petch, right? We don't have to move damage over. Alexis still needs to, like, penny Fez and the Petron out of play at some point, though. Alexis has to do, like, or Alexis just needs to start getting aggressive, but... I mean, the Okidogi's on the bench right here, so there's just like, yeah, there's literally... Alexis, honestly, the correct answer is Alexis should have actually just conceded. Yeah, Alexis actually should have conceded a little while ago. Maybe even last turn, right? The question is actually just... Alexis at this point definitely should have conceded. The question is, how long ago should Alexis have conceded? And the answer is maybe like a little while ago, to be honest. Everything stems from him not grabbing Kang turn 1, so he can't progress through his deck to do any of his long-term plays. Well, he couldn't. Turn 1, he literally had a dead hand. The turn after that, though, when he could have trolleyed into more options. That is fair. Why not Alexis retreat lock, retreat him, and wait for deck out? Well, now with 2 Turo gone from Piper, maybe there is a possibility for that, to be honest. But there's... Actually, that is like a possibility now, I guess. Enhanced Hammer was searched out here, though. The thing is, I think Piper's like almost guaranteed boss next turn, so this doesn't actually like do anything. And Alexis knows Piper has a boss remaining, because Piper shuffled one back into the deck last turn. He's using Monkey Dory again here to move 30 over. Piper put Turo back with Pile Pad. She just traded it last turn. She did that last turn, but she also traded it last turn. Okay, yeah, Piper should almost be guaranteed game here, especially if there's two boss in the deck. If both boss are in the deck, it might be impossible to whiff. Oh wait, this works too. E-switch, attach, nest ball for Petch, and knockout. Oh, it looks like there was another Turo in the deck as well, actually. Looks like Piper does play both two Turo, so I saw a second Turo in the deck. So yeah, the Yveltal play was never going to work either. Well, actually, no, I guess the Yveltal could have worked, like back-to-back Yveltals maybe could have worked. Well, but you eventually, if Piper just has like an Iono or two, then you eventually KO the, what's it called? Oh yeah, there's also Petch. Petch prevents Yveltal. Yeah, it's not even a real play either. There's just no real play. Only fake plays. Pretty easy dub there for Piper in game one. There was like no... I mean, yeah, after this Absol went down, like that felt like the best play there for Alexis. I don't know, was it? I guess, yeah, that is the best play from Alexis, right? Because if Piper doesn't have Mochi there, then Alexis has like a real potential to like stabilize and get ahead and maybe like snowball that, right? Like Piper needed Mochi there. If Piper does not have Mochi, or I guess like double Monkey Dory E-switch or something, I guess that could also work, but... Very doable, very possible. Will she not lose against every Teal Mask deck? I don't know. Is Zorak favored against any Teal Mask deck? I think Zorak might be unfavored against every Teal Mask deck. I mean, it doesn't really matter, though. I think she maybe is unfavored against every Teal Mask deck. Will she lose against them? I mean, we'll have to wait and see if she plays against any. But I'm pretty sure Zorak's just unfavored against every Teal Mask deck, right? Unfavored against Mega Venusaur. Unfavored against Raging Bolt. Unfavored against Terrabox? Yes. Okidogi isn't Grass Week, isn't it? Doesn't make like a difference for the matchups, though, I don't think. Farms Terrabox? Are the Watchtowers enough? I guess it depends on how many Watchtower Piper's playing, right? Prize cards here. 2 Nitrochers prized. On the other side, nothing crazy on either side, to be honest, it feels like. Yveltal start here, doubles Arua from Piper and pass. Alexis here does have the full turn 1. But now I'm curious to see how Alexis plays this. Are we just going to go in to setting up Cornerstones and get aggressive with Cornerstones? Or... Also, does Alexis even play 2 Fighting Energy? I feel like double fighting is such a big deal. It looks like no. And Okidogi one-hit KOs through the Braver Charm as well, right? It doesn't one-hit KO through Braver Charm plus Lively, but Piper definitely has the stadium advantage with a... Oh, second Cornerstone's prize as well, dude. I don't even... Sheesh. All right, second Cornerstone's prize, so we can't even Turbo Energize to a bench Cornerstone, but maybe we won't even see Alexis go that route. The question for Alexis is, what do you do then? Do you just go into Absol? There's the trolley. So this will give us some information on what Alexis plans to do here. Did not set up Kangaskhan last game, and we definitely saw a lack of draw power from Alexis in that last game. Nothing is stopping Alexis from setting up Kangaskhan this game, though. We could even see like Latias, Kangaskhan get grabbed here. Yeah, I feel like you gotta kind of grab Kangaskhan. Well, I guess, I don't know, it's weird. It depends what you're going to be attacking into. Or how you're going to be attacking. It looks like Alexis is debating grabbing the Yveltal. Okay, there's a Kangaskhan grab. If we're grabbing Kangaskhan, we kind of need Latias, right? I guess you could promote the Yveltal and then retreat into it. Sure. So you don't need Latias, actually. I take it back. Well, you could go like Latias, Absol or something. Maybe you just set up Kangaskhan and hope to get lucky. Like you just hope to hit heads and one-hit KO stuff. We don't need Latias. We get Petch Yveltal as our mobility if we get Kang. But we just won't be able to promote Kanga. We won't be able to, like, get into Kangaskhan over and over and over again, right? Well, we could have gotten to Kangaskhan here. But it looks like Alexis is going to set up Kangaskhan here. Okay, so the Kangaskhan is going to be the setup here then. Okay, sure. But, like, I don't think Piper's too scared of this, right? Piper just punches the Kangaskhan. Well, you have to deal with the Cornerstone as well, though. Like, the Cornerstone is still in the active here. And Piper was about to attach a Dark Energy for turn, but, like, I think maybe was thinking about, wait, I could wait to try and get Okidogi plus Dark Energy. Attaches the Zork. There's the Iono. Probably not going to be... Well, definitely not going to be attacking into the Cornerstone this turn, that's for sure. Found a Zork and a Zorua off the Iono already. So that's already, like, a pretty good Iono. Double trade already established is pretty nice. And also isn't under that much pressure here from Alexis. Alexis is going to what? Like, retreat to Kangaskhan and attack next turn? That's not that big of a deal. Energy's already in hand here for Alexis. Has Lily, has Arvins, has Boss. I mean, if I'm Alexis here, I'm maybe bossing up the Zork with no energy and punching it, to be honest. If we whiff, we don't get 1 KO'd back. Kangaskhan to the active. We don't... I mean, there's a chance we get 1 KO'd back. It's way less likely, though. It's almost impossible. It's not impossible. It's tough. It's hard. Draw 2. Yeah, I would just boss the Zork that has no energy. Or if we're really feeling frisky, we could boss up the Zork with the energy. I mean, sure, why not? The matchup seems pretty tough. Uh-oh. Are we asking for a reroll on a roll? Uh-oh. Oh, it was a non-translucent die. Interesting. Okay. All right, this game's over. This is why I kind of would have liked to have seen the Zorark that was on the bench. All right. Piper does still need an energy and a Reshiram, though. Hold up. It's not over yet. Gave up the Hilda. So I assume that means there's an energy in the hand at the very least. There is. Has Iono as well, but Iono doesn't guarantee anything. Looks like it was considering Turo. You could just... Oh no, Cyrano. Does go for the Cyrano. You could always just hide this Zorark on the bench for a turn. You don't actually have to attack with it this turn. If you just, like... I think that's what we're going to see Piper do here as well, I think. It's going to be Petch to push up Yveltal pass, or attach to, like, the other Zorark or something. And then you just have a Zorark on the bench with a ton of damage on it. Now, if Alexis has Boss here, though, we can KO it. But I think that's going to be what Piper's going to be betting against, probably. We'll go into a powerful rage eventually is the plan. There we go. Yveltal gets pushed. And then attach return to a different Zorark. And then pass. All right, over Alexis. Alexis does have the Boss, though. Alexis can boss KO this damaged Zorark now. So this is gone. It didn't start as good as it could have gone for Alexis. We need to start with some errand running here. Dude, you're not playing Arvin here. Put that back. You can attach Mist to Ogerpon, though. That's fine. All right. I was getting nervous. Dude, stop. Stop putting Arvin in the front of the hand. Thank goodness. Put the boss back. There's no question. This is not a question. Although, actually, is it ever a question? I guess you could just KO the active here and then Ogerpon KOs the damaged Zorark. No, it's not a question. Our Kangaskhan could live. It's not a question. I take it back. Boss that thing. No! No, KO the Zorark! No, this is not a question. That's never the player. Wait, hold on. Maybe I don't hate this. Hold up. Maybe I don't hate this. We did forget to big errand running. Or errand run. We didn't errand run. Obviously, we should have errand ran. Hold up. But... now if Piper goes Zorark, KO, Kangaskhan. Wait, no, never mind. No, okay, hold up. There maybe is a play here. Piper goes Zorark, KO, Kangaskhan. Alexis goes Cornerstone, KO, Zorark. Piper goes set up Okidogi. And then Alexis goes Ursaluna, KO, Okidogi. Right? So the plays are there. But if we just KO the Zorark here with Kangaskhan, we get another turn with our Kangaskhan, which... I feel like it gives us more win conditions, right? Doesn't Alexis just have more win conditions if he just KO's the only thing that can KO your Kangaskhan, right? We can Petch kill Okidogi at the end of the sequence. Yeah, that also works actually as well. Yeah, that also works. So Ursaluna or Petch can do it here for Alexis. But also, if we potentially keep Kangaskhan around for +1 turn, that's also pretty good, right? I feel like still, even with that in mind, though, I feel like the better play here from Alexis is literally just remove the threat that can KO our Kangaskhan. Because at that point, if our Kangaskhan just gets punched by a Zoroark and we get 2 heads, we like can't lose, right? I don't know. He's overcooking. Oki always dies to Ursa anyways late game because of poison. Just KO Zoro. Well, the thing here for Piper would be, can Piper... You KO the Zoroark... I guess the Petch is still on the bench, right? Like, Piper would have to Turo the Petch next turn to, like, remove that. All right. Well, the Outrage play is coming to KO the Kangaskhan and an Iono to go with it with no draw power on board for Alexis. So Alexis could just whiff the return KO on the Zoroark on this next turn, possibly. Yeah, there is like a line there from Alexis, but I feel like the better play is probably for Alexis to just... the better play for Alexis is probably just to KO the Zoroark, right? I did not see an Arven in the hand here for Alexis. I don't see a Fighting Energy either. So Alexis is hoping to draw into the Fighting Energy here off of a Lily. Has some other things that could be benched there. It looks like a Latias and an Absol. Decides to keep both in the hand. Just into Lily. Shuffle draw. 6. We're hoping for the Fighting Energy. That'll get us this return knockout on the Zoroark. Then Piper has to start to develop the Okidogi as an answer to the Ogerpon here. Oh, I guess actually, that's not even true. Piper has 3 prize cards left and already has a Zoroark on the bench with Emoji. Piper can just go KO Petch, Boss KO Petch into Boss KO Yveltal or Monkey Dory and win. Piper doesn't even need to set up Okidogi to win this game at this point. And we'll have like infinite time here if Alexis can't find a Fighting Energy. And there's no Fighting Energy found. This is about as bad as it gets here for sure. Ursaluna misses KO on Okidogi unless there's damage from Monkey. Well, no, it'll be poison because the Okidogi's attack requires it to be poisoned. So that'll make up the damage there. So now Piper doesn't even need the Mochi'd Zoroark. With this Zoroark surviving, all Piper needs here is back-to-back boss to win the game now. Doesn't need to like get Petch Mochi combo going. Just boss wins the game here. Boss Outrage KO Petch into boss KO. One of the other ones does get the Okidogi here though. That does, like, even developing the Okidogi this turn still makes sense, though. We'll see if Piper has a boss. If Piper doesn't have a boss, just Air Balloon Retreat to Yveltal could also just be fine, right? Just to wait. Looks like no boss. Okidogi's getting ready to go. And does end up actually Turoing the Zoroark out of play. Okay. So just going to hide. Still basically same thing. Or actually he's going to go to the Okidogi here. But this also works. And then whatever the attack name is. Poison is Muscularity. The Okidogi is set up, ready to go. Piper's on 3 prize cards. Alexis could Ursaluna KO the Okidogi with an attach and an E-switch though. There's the Arven. Does Alexis have it? Attach E-switch here is pretty good. Yeah, that seems okay. I'm trying to like think of how that could be terrible. The Mochi's been put into play. Well, it doesn't matter anyways, I guess, because you can't poison your own Petch. Piper didn't need to put the Okidogi in the active. This might be a mistake from Piper. Piper could have just left Yveltal in the active and passed, right? Counter gain, E-switch. Oh, counter gain, E-switch works. Yeah, true. I didn't think about the counter gain. Counter gain is also active here. Looks like E-switch and... Wait, if Kangaskhan... No, never mind. I did the math so wrong in my head. Don't worry about me. Why the reversal energy? Piper plays a Darmanitan line. I don't know if it's 2-1 or 1-1. Vessel E-switch works. I mean, there's a couple different ways there for Alexis to get there. I think you just attack, right? As Alexis here. But ended up grabbing the Turbo Energize. Wait, so Alexis had the play, but is not going for the play. feel like Alexis needs to draw a prize card here, right? Appreciate 11 months there, Dos Madres. Also appreciate 33 months there, Ollie. Appreciate the 6 months there, Green Peppers. Into the Yveltal. And then it's just going with the Turbo Energize play. And I guess it's just hoping that Piper does not have a Gust. I feel like Ursaluna KO Okidogi is so good there. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like Ursaluna KO Okidogi. Like, Piper just cycled the whole deck last turn. Didn't find a boss. Otherwise, we probably would have seen just boss knockout. But Piper has such a high chance of having boss this turn. Like, this play does not seem like the move here from Alexis. I don't like this play at all. I think there's such a high chance that Piper has boss here now. Third Zoroark coming down. I don't think has found boss yet, actually. It could whiff. Wait, maybe not? Maybe he's thinking about Iono instead? Oh, wait, but Piper has 3 prize cards. KO and Yveltal is just fine. Dude, what the heck? Piper KO and the Yveltal is actually just fine here. Piper has 3 prize cards. Taking a 1 prize knockout is fine. Oh, also has the boss. Okay, sure. Yeah, whatever. All right. At first I was like, okay, the 1 prize knockout from Alexis is like that gives Alexis a turn, but it doesn't even give Alexis a turn. Because if Piper just KOs, actually, honestly, it could have theoretically actually maybe been a better play for Piper to KO the Yveltal there to save the boss, so you have a guaranteed Gust, more Gust options on the next turn. But this like also seems pretty good. I think Piper had a 3rd trade there, and I think chose not to use trade just in case Piper gets Iono'd. I think Piper knows there's a boss left in the deck. So now Piper's guaranteed boss no matter what. Either Alexis doesn't Iono and Piper can find boss, or... But even... I guess you do need boss to get around the Ursaluna, right? Or Alexis does Iono, and then Piper has access to the 3rd boss. Because I'm pretty sure Piper didn't use the 3rd trade there. All right, Alexis is giving it some thought in terms of the supporter. Is going for Lily. And yeah, this one should be over at this point then, I think. It's going to retreat to the Ursaluna, take the knockout, but I'm pretty sure Piper's guaranteed a boss on the next turn. And with a Zoroark setup, can just go boss KO the Monkey Dory off the bench to close it out. And even if the Monkey Dory wasn't there, has the Mochi on the Zoroark, so could have recovered the Petra on EX and then poisoned it and then been all good. Can't even Ursaluna KO. Oh, true. We need to get Watchtower first. My bad. Okay. Alexis also needs to find an out to Watchtower, to be honest. My bad. Find an out to Watchtower. But yeah, you are right. Did find an E-Switch, but you can't afford... I mean, you could KO with Petron, I guess. Alexis can KO with Petron here, I guess. That does work. Did find E-Switch. That works. The Petch does die to Piper finding Petron, though. So you prefer to attack with Ursaluna, but you don't have that choice here. There's the energy switch, and it can come off of the Ursaluna here. Piper's at 1 prize card, so the Ursaluna can attack for free. Yeah, Petch for the KO. Night Switcher, Petch EX. Petch EX up the Zoroark, and with the poison, with it now being poisoned, Mochi does enough damage to get the KO. Quick 2-0 there. Pretty quick. I mean, it's only a quick 2-0, honestly, because Piper is playing so fast. It felt like a quick 2-0 because Piper is playing so quickly. But also Piper was like in a commanding situation both games, it felt like, for sure. Yeah, the Okidogi makes that matchup a lot harder. You want to be able to just win through your cornerstones with the Okidogi. Pretty good answer to the cornerstones for sure. The fire guys are interesting. Darmanitan. I wonder what matchups like that's like for. Also, I'm curious about the line. It's definitely a 1-1, obviously, but I wonder if there's more than a 1-1. Predictions? Yeah, we can do predictions. Saradoge Golden Go? Is that all it's for? Saradoge and Golden Go? Saradango? Is that even... Are you even beating Terralech with that though? Is that even enough? Like they still have legacy energy as well. Like it doesn't even seem like it's enough. KO would have stopped the KO and Kanga though, to be fair. I mean, yeah, I think definitely a mistake. You can look back on that turn from Alexis and be like, that was a mistake, right? For sure. Yeah, definitely a mistake. There was like a line behind it, but the line was just like unnecessary from Alexis. Alexis just like potentially buys it or does just buy a turn to have more time with the Kangaskhan for sure. They KO Zoro, you go return KO, then they only take one prize if they can't find boss, then you punch with next Zoro. I don't know, seems okay-ish. Yeah, I'd have to like watch it play out to be honest, to like believe in it, but yeah, I'd have to believe in it. You can backdraft with Darm so the prize map becomes awkward. Well, yeah, I mean, I know what the card does. I know what, chat, I know what Darmanitan does. I just have to see it play out against Terralech and Golden Go. Well, I already don't. I'm not a believer of it being an answer for Golden Go, to be honest. I already don't think it's that good of an answer for Golden Go. But it's better to have it than not have it for sure. Are you sure you know? No, I'm actually. Can someone explain backdraft to me one more time in chat real fast? Yeah, I'm already not a believer of Terralech or Darmanitan helping the Golden Go matchup that much. But it's better to have Darmanitan than to not have it. But if it makes the Terralech matchup better, then I could see it being worth the inclusion for sure. It's like fine into Dango, but yeah, if it flips the Terralech matchup that heavily, then it seems chill for sure. And we'll go to the interview.
Piper Lepine all the way from Canada and fresh off a top 8 finish at Worlds as well. My first question, Piper, tell the people how you're feeling right now.
I'm really tired. I didn't sleep much last night. You know, just
Piper's
got
not Canadian.
Europe a couple days ago.
Thursday,
I think so. Very tired, but happy to be here. Happy to be doing well. Feel great about the deck. So yeah.
Okay, absolutely love to hear it. Now, I just said to you just off camera, watching that game, poetry in motion. I love Enzoro. I love it when you're drawing a lot of cards and everything's going well. And you played this deck before at Milwaukee. What's made you gravitate to this deck?
I really like having onboard draw. Just the consistency that you get from all the cards. Like, you just get whatever options you want each turn, it feels. And no other deck really, like, has the same consistency. Dragapult Dusknoir has that onboard draw, but a lot of times I found myself dead drawing in the early game or whiffing, and like the consistency of Cyrano really helps you set up your board. And it's just, there's a lot of small little interactions that are really fun to find, a lot of weird plays. It's really skill intensive, and you just kind of get to do what you want, and it's pretty fun. Yeah.
Yeah, whenever I played Enzoro, as you say, one thing I like about it versus Dragapult is that you're free to just evolve everything, and then you don't have to worry, and you can just keep drawing cards. Now, I know you played really well in Milwaukee, a top 128, I believe, but your deck has changed a little bit since then. Why don't you talk to us about some of the changes and why?
Yeah, so part of it was Charizard did really well at Milwaukee. It was pretty highly played, and then also won with Jackson, playing the Dusknoir, the Chi-Yu, the Max Bell. All of that made like the Cornerstone build that I played at Milwaukee a lot weaker into the Charizard matchup. So we needed to find a better route into it, and that's where cards like Psyduck and the Team Rocket's Watchtower come in. And along with that, they collateral a lot of other matchups, and the Cyrano build just feels a lot better than the Arven build. So not having to play the Cornerstone means that we get to play the Cyrano build instead of the Arvens, since you really need to Arven to get the Turbo Energized to power up that Cornerstone efficiently. So not only does the deck feel better, but the matchups are also a lot better, I'd say, with this build. But a big thing is just the meta. Since it's not the first event of the new meta anymore, it's a lot more like predictable. So I don't need to have a plan against like everything. I just need to have a plan against the top decks and hit those.
Yeah, that sounds good. Poetry in motion. I love hearing the intricacies. How many games would you say it takes to sort of to come to those conclusions and test it?
I'd say I only played about 50 games since Milwaukee, but I've been playing Zoric since after NAIC. I've been playing a ton. I played a bit in the Journey Together meta as well, but yeah, I've really been grinding it lately. It's just super fun, and I haven't really found any other deck that I enjoy. So yeah, I don't know, just playing a deck that you enjoy a lot will usually help you come to the right conclusions.
I think that's a great bit of nugget of advice for you viewers at home. Play a deck you like and good things will happen. Now, towards the end of that game too, you did a sneakily good Boss's Orders plus Team Rocket's Watchtower turn to sort of turn off the Saluna. I know you mentioned it a little bit before, but what else is that Team Rocket's Watchtower for?
Yeah, so it kind of collaterals into Poltnor sometimes because it's really good at shutting off that Blood Moon or Saluna, preventing them from getting those last KOs. It's great into Charizard, shutting down their Pidgeot engine. All those Noctowl decks, you shut them down. Anyone playing Dunsparce, so like Alakazam or Conkeldurr, all that kind of random stuff. It's surprisingly good into a lot of the meta, and it has been for a while. Like we saw Liam play 2 Watchtowers to the Pittsburgh Regional Championship. I'd love to be playing 2, but can't really find the deck space. There's a lot of little techs in there, some of which we didn't get to see, like the Darmanitan. Doesn't really shine in that matchup, but the Ogie Dogie, that's a pretty fun card, and it's really good in that matchup.
Yeah, well, it's almost like you can see my card there. I want to talk, let's talk about Okie Dogie first.
Yeah.
Because when that card came down, I was chatting to Joe Bernard backstage, and I was like, this card's really good against Cornerstone, right?
Yeah.
And you said it up straight away, and I was like, wow, this is a statement. Talk to us a little bit about Okie Dogie, what it's there for, and how much you've used it.
I've used it quite a bit because I hit a Crustle earlier, so it's been pretty useful against those cornerstones. It powers itself up and gets the poison down, so it's really efficient. It's hard for them to respond with pretty quickly. But additionally, against those Mega Box decks, you can use the Binding Mochi, and then you're hitting 300, which is knocking out the Absols and the Kangaskhan's if they don't have a Bravery Charm. And you have plenty of stadiums if they have the Lively Stadium to get around that. So not only does it get through the cornerstone, it can just take out like anything. It's a good way to deal with the Goldengo in the early to mid game when you don't have like access to all your Darmanitan pieces. So it's just a generally useful card.
Yeah, no, when I saw it, I was like, wow, that is putting a pressure on. So yeah, talk to us about the Enstar Darmanitan, because that's a card, you know, when Jones Giver first came out, everyone was trying to make it work, and it sort of faltered, maybe hitting the consistency. But I saw it was in your deck. What is that for and why?
So with the new Guardy builds being super like turbo builds, like triple candy, they're attacking really quickly. So when they're playing Drifloons, they can prize race you pretty competitively. So you need to make sure that they don't go 2-2-2. So by having the Darmanitan, you have a 1 prizer that can take 2 prizes. Since they're only playing the 1 Curly, a lot of times they'll have a Ralts on the bench, so you can take out their attacker and the Ralts, or it just lets you take out 2 prizes on a turn where you want to deal with their attacker. Like if they're down a lot of Bravery Charms, now you can knock out their Drifloon and another Pokemon versus having to like go after the Guardy to get your 2 prizes where they get to keep their attacker. And then it just is good enough into Dengo and Ceruledge that it's fine to not be playing the Toedscruel. And it just gets a lot of small uses. Like I've used it a lot. I use it against the Crustle, like it makes that matchup not an auto loss. And yeah, it's just a generally solid card. Like Flare on Darmanitan's a really good attack. Like benching Darumaka puts a lot of pressure on your opponent against like Grimmsnarls and Poltnor because the threat of Darmanitan and Flare's attack lets you like knock out all their little Pokemon. Like the Monkey Dories against Grimmsnarl with their Frostlass Ping, Duskulls, Budoos, Ralts, Curlias, all those things. And yeah.
Wow, I feel like we've been speaking to Piper for like a minute or two, have an absolute masterclass here on the Enzo deck. I've got one more question for you though before I let you go. Yep. I know, Piper, you're a big inspiration to a lot of women and other people here in this game. Do you have any sort of tips and tricks for any women that might want to start getting involved more in the competitive scene?
I think just find a good group of people that you trust and hang out with them. And yeah, I don't know, I've been with the same group of people for like 8 years now, and we add more people all the time. Like it's just fun to have people to hang out at events and test with, all that. Yeah.
That sounds great. So we've got some tips for you guys at home. Play a deck you like, find a good group of friends, and good things will happen. Thank you so much for your time, Piper. I'll let you go. But for now, back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Shay. I mean, I've learned so much.
Dude, I was like, I literally looking at I was like, how did Piper find the space for the Darmanitan in the list? I was like, what the heck? I was like, I feel like there's no space in the deck. What the? But I was like, oh, yeah. But then she mentioned she doesn't play Toedscruel. I was like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, sure. I think Absol is a bad pickup for this tournament. I think Absol was fine. I think, yeah, the Absol deck is fine. I don't know. It might have been actually a bad play, to be honest. Like everyone's, I think it was a mistake to play Cornerstone in the deck. Actually, I think it's like when I was playing with like Gabriel's list, dude. I hit one too many Lucarios in a row, and I was like, bro, this card just sucks. Like, why are we playing this card in here? I think like you needed to find something else, to find some other way to get an advantage with the list that wasn't Cornerstone for those matchups. I don't know what that is for sure. But the thing is, like, yeah, maybe the deck was not a good play for this tournament because everyone is coming out with their Cornerstone answers, right? Everyone is teching for Cornerstone. Zard decks are going to go the extra mile. Golden Goes are playing Mega Lucario. Not all of them, but like some. Like, yeah, so I think honestly, the Absol deck, if you can't make the deck better enough by not playing Cornerstone, the deck was probably just a bad play for this tournament, to be honest. But if you can find a way to make the deck better without playing Cornerstone, then the deck is probably a fine play still. Cornerstone is really good when people forget it exists. Yeah. How good is Ethan's Typhlosion in this format? A lot better than it has been, to be honest. Ethan's Typhlosion is actually like okay right now. Poltnor, Poltnor's kind of mid. Poltnor's mid, and then one more thing I was gonna say. Poltnor mid, something else. Poltnor mid something. Poltnor mid, and you have Psyduck. If you want to play Psyduck, you can still play Psyduck. How about Bolt? Bolt sucks. That deck sucks. E-tier deck. Our group is playing 2/2 Crustle instead of Cornerstone. In the Absol deck? Dude, you have to play Ultra Balls or TM Evo or something then too? I mean, that's a lot of space. I don't know about that, but hey, if you can find the room for it and make it work consistently, and then your deck also doesn't suck, I could see it. Poltnor mid propaganda is wild. Propaganda? What do you mean? It just is mid. The deck's been mid. The deck literally can't win tournaments, and now it actually is mid. Like before, the deck was a good deck that was impossible for it to win tournaments, but now it's impossible for the deck to win tournaments, and it's impossible for the deck to win tournaments, and it actually has more bad matchups than just Gardevoir, or more like closer matchups. It's never been a worse time to play Poltnor. Poltnor's about as bad as it's always been. So the Gabriel's list is better for more of the matches than Trolley Build? Honestly, yes. Honestly, yeah. The unfair stamp actually like adds a lot of aggressive depth to the deck. When like playing his list, I was like, okay, this is actually like interesting. Like going up against stuff like Sarah Ledge, they would take a knockout, you go unfair stamp knockout, and you can actually like, you have like a really reasonable line into those kind of matchups. Poltnor can obviously still win events. You don't understand Azul? Nah, that deck is terrible. If that deck won a tournament, there was like some unreasonable intervention going on. Judges DQing people. Stuff like that. Poltzard rarer than Poltnor? Well, no, okay, calm down. Like, listen, we can still be logical and reasonable about this. Like, we don't need to be saying wild, illogical statements like that. Poltzard is truly a terrible deck. Poltnor is obviously better than Poltzard. Like we can remain in reality. We don't have to like completely, just because we say Poltnor is not a great player right now, we don't have to completely leave reality. We can lock back in. Maybe feel about Energy Search Pro Dango at the moment. It might be the better way to play Dango, to be honest. It's like obviously not bad, right? So yeah, it's not bad, but yeah. The most annoying matchup for Paul right now is this stupid Absol deck, not Guardy. Well, yeah. It's because it's like, all right, you're unfavored against Guardy, but now you have another matchup that's like, not like, you don't just beat everything else. It's like, oh wait, oh shit, this matchup's actually... I don't actually know if the matchup seems unfavored for Pult, though. It does seem like the Absol deck is favored against... Actually, but it's like weird, though. Actually, I don't even know if I agree with that. Going second is so important in that matchup. Like if you're playing the trolley build, like if you just go second as Poltnor against the trolley build and you item lock them, like they might just be fucked. Like they're just maybe cooked. Might just come down to who goes second. But if it's like the Gabriel build with like a little bit more out, a little bit more agency on that first turn of the game than first turn going first. Changes a little bit for sure. I'm gonna go fill my water bottle real fast. Wait, is Tord not at this tournament? I just assumed he would be here. Or didn't go to Lille? He got sick? Bro, what the heck? Those weak Norwegian genes. Stayed home sick. Unlucky. Did he say what he would have played if he had gone? Not like exact 60, but just like archetype. What about for Alligator as a deck? It's technically playable, like in the standard format. Why is our Archaladon catching strays out here? The deck is already dead. Don't beat it while it's down. Wait, who's calling out our Archaladon, bro? Said he had lots of deck ideas. That you can find out on his Discord. Ooh, true. My bad. I was wondering if he like tweeted something, being like, "Would have played Absol, but I'm sick. Good luck, everybody." Dude, why are we targeting this Dracloak so heavily? Are we like gonna snipe him or something? He's in the sights. Or is this like history of Dragapult? Oh wait, is this a recap of Ryuki's dub? I'm actually not even paying attention at all. Well, he did basically tweet, but said check his Discord to find the answer. No handouts. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't want to know the exact 60. I was just curious what archetype he would have played. I don't need to know his exact 60. I'd be curious to know what archetype Tord Reklev would have brought to the tournament. So how about Klefki, Jet Energy, and Polt Nor when you can search the Jet with Hilda? I don't know. Maybe. Just like, I guess honestly, you maybe have to. Honestly, sure. I'm down. The deck needs something more. Also, Klefki can just be kind of cheesy, in general in some matchups, right? Very cheesy, cheesy card. I'm down to include anything to help the deck. Don't play. I guess we don't play the Monkey Dory though. We don't have time for Monkey Dory. We'll just watch your latest UE pod. Wondering what your thoughts are for the Carnival meta, or are you saving the secret winning text you use to secure your top finish for your Metafy group? Same for the Metafy group, obviously. Every time I hear Azul hate on ball, it reminds me that I'm not hating to my full potential. It's objectively plus EV to subscribe to the Tord Kitchen, but I'm just too cheap. Honestly, you are just kind of right. Like, if I was like going to every tournament, competing at every tournament every weekend, I would definitely like, dude, that's just so much useful information. It makes there's so much less work you have to do. What are like the top Metafy groups I would subscribe to? If I was like competing regularly at every single major tournament, or even like before a major tournament, it'd be like Tord's, maybe Gabriel's, and then if I'm a Guardy player, Henry Chow, of course. But if you're a Guardy player, that's the only one you need. Like Metafy groups. Like, do I care what Henry Chow is playing if I'm not playing Guardy? Like, if I'm not gonna play Guardy at the tournament, do I care about knowing Henry Chow's 60? Maybe like a little bit, but not that much. But those would probably be like top 3: Gabriel, Tord, Chow, as far as Metafy groups go. Yeah, that's probably top 3. Bradner. I don't think Bradner has like a Metafy group though, right? Doesn't he just do like Metafy classes and stuff like that? Gabriel doesn't do coaching anymore. Nobody has a Metafy group, right? Yeah, I'm not talking about coaching. I'm talking about like Metafy groups. Like what Metafy groups would I... If I wanted maximum information. Toward Henry Chow, Gabriel, I think. Actually, what is Gabriel? Is Gabriel 4-0? I'm actually curious. Dude. He's already 4-0 in this tournament as well, man. What the heck? We know Gabriel's playing. I'm actually kind of curious now. Is he playing Absol again? Well, the point isn't even to get the 60. I think that just to get the thoughts from Torton Chow is worth the monthly fee. That is true. Yeah, it's not even to get the 60 cards exactly. It's just to be like, okay, where are they at? What cool innovations, techs, meta thoughts do they have? I do agree. Yeah, it's not even to get the 60 cards. It's to get the information. And who knows? Maybe you just play their 60. If you're getting an opportunity to cast, do you think it's possible for Pokemon to do something similar to what MTG does with a secondary cast or other recorded games that are sped up? Yeah, of course. That's always been a possibility. The question is just when are they going to do it? And it will be something they do eventually. Or they just need more content in general. Something like that. They need something like that. Or something that I've mentioned before that I would like to see them do eventually. Like Counter-Strike does, is like have, or even like I watched like the Halo World Championships are going on this weekend. I watched some of that this weekend. Just having like a dedicated like analyst desk where it's like every esport does that, where it's like they have the desk, they have the casting desk or casting area, and then they have the analyst desk. So you go from the casting desk to the analyst desk. There's the host there with the analysts, and then they talk about the game they just watched and other things going on in the tournament, and that would be like more content fill as well. The problem like that for their current breakdown though, they just don't have the room for like a dedicated, because they would probably want to do an analyst desk for like every game, but they don't have like the room for that backstage as far as I'm aware. Because they have like the shared, there's like the casting areas for each game, and then there's like the shared lounge that like all the games share. Performing this well immediately after dominating seniors is insane, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like, I think it's a really cool, like it's not a surprise, of course. Like, are we shocked that Gabriel made it to the finals of the first regional? Like, not really, right? We're not shocked that he made it to the finals, but it is just cool to see. Like he's not he's not skipped a beat from seniors to masters so far, and that's like really cool to see. Like, I don't think any, like, I guess even to put it in like further perspective, has any top prospect from seniors, when they aged up to masters, immediately made it to the finals of their first major tournament? I'm not sure. Like a top prospect, not just like any senior, but like when Bradner aged up, how did he do at his first event? When Reagan aged up, how did he do? No one made the finals instantly at their first tournament, right? So it is kind of definitely impressive. Like I said, we're not surprised, but cheeky. I'm gonna do it next year. Trust. Are you a top prospect right now? I'm in Wemby's Metafy group. It's useless. He just said get taller. You ever have an outrageous fan experience at an in-person event? No, not really. What the fuck is Joe wearing? Is he dressed? Is he like dressed up for some kind of Halloween thing, or did he just like forget his clothes? I'm actually not. I don't actually know. Because they have like the Halloween get-up thing going on. Like Shay's got the Team Rocket thing going on. Mike's got the Team Rocket thing going on. Cosplay as Adler. Alder cosplay? Oh, I just don't know who that is. Dude, literally, I looked at Joe. I was like, did he like lose his luggage? That's traditional British attire. Oh my gosh. Traditional British attire. Melbourne Regionals announced. Cheeky trip down under. What did it get announced for? Royal Road. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So it is a get up Alder Pokemon. Well, I want to see what Alder looks like. Oh, okay, yeah, I see it, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, when I saw his fit, because I don't know Pokemon characters, when I saw his fit in the lounge, I was like, bro, did he like lose his suit luggage or something like that? But I didn't realize he was hitting the cosplay. As long as Joe doesn't break out the curry croissant, then we'll be fine. Oh, he does even have the hair too. He did do the hair as well. Yeah, Melbourne Regional Championship, May 23rd to 24th. Hold up. Hey, is there anything else going on that weekend? Maybe I will hit that one up. It's the same weekend as Lima. Dude, Lima just sounds like a D's nuts joke, right? Like, that's not a real place. Actually, honestly, I might go to Melbourne. There's nothing else going on that weekend. And then NAIC is 3 weeks after. Oh no, May, June. Oh no, it is 3 weeks after, yeah. Go to Melbourne, win Melbourne, get my Worlds invite. Or stay home. Did you lose your suit luggage because you didn't wear a suit on day one? No, the sweater, I plan to wear the sweater at the tournament. Day one of the tournament, we could wear more casual like things. We were allowed to wear like the Halloween sweater, or like Chip was wearing a Halloween shirt under his jacket. And then and then wore my suit on day two. Dude, why am I the only one who is like getting called out for wearing a sweater? Pablo was literally wearing the exact same thing I was, and no one said anything about Pablo wearing a sweater either. I was the only person to get, well, as far as I saw, I guess. No one was saying, why are Pablo and Azul wearing sweaters? It was, why is Azul wearing a sweater? Who cares about Pablo? Literally, Pablo was literally wearing the exact same thing I was. Yeah, we're allowed to be a little bit. We're allowed to be a little bit more casual for Saturday, and then suits for Sunday. Because you were the rookie. Doesn't that make it a bigger deal for Pablo then? Shouldn't he know better? I'm so disappointed you didn't wear the tuxedo shirt. I should have brought it with and then asked them, to be honest. I didn't even ask them if I could do it, but it would have been a good bit for like one round to like have that on, something like that. Appreciate the Prime sub there. Tarky, appreciate the 12 months there. Matty Gambino, also appreciate 24 months there. Gantiri. What happens if you don't wear a suit Sunday? I mean, it probably wouldn't have been that big of a deal, but like that was always the plan. More casual Saturday. More, what's it called, on Sunday. They make you wear certain clothes. That's pretty wild. Well, no, but not like, there's like a dress code. Yeah, there's a dress code for it. Obviously. Now, I will say, now this isn't because I don't like wearing a suit. I do think that like and maybe they would be okay with a little bit more casual. I like a little bit more casual look. Like, obviously, dress with intention. But like, I like anyone who watches CSGO, like what the CSGO casters usually wear. I'm a little bit more fan of like a little bit more casual of a look. I do think like there is like a little bit of a clash like with like, well, let me just show you. I do think it clashes a little bit, and I've had this is not a new opinion. I've had this opinion. I've said this before. Like, you got the boys here in their suits, and they're in like a kid's room. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like if we're gonna do the suits, let's get a more like sleek, clean look for like the scene or something like that. Like, we want to do the kids room thing, which I'm not trying to shit talk that. That's my room, bro. What the heck? If we're gonna do the kids room thing, like I feel like a more casual look just like fits better with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I think there's a little bit of a clash as far as that goes, personally. I'm a fan of a more casual look, anyways, like a button-down shirt or a sweater. But I don't mind the suit, like having to put a suit on or anything like that, personally. Not that big of a deal. So, have you tried the Chien Pao Pidgeot deck from the online tourneys? No. So, what do you think about the Yu-Gi-Oh ban list? Apparently, it's like they banned all their Badoos. What's it called? It seemed like Robin explained it the best, though. But that's because Robin plays both games. Or I don't know how much he plays Yu-Gi-Oh, but he's aware of how to play Yu-Gi-Oh. How's your CS2 investment portfolio looking? I've opened like maybe 5 cases total on CSGO, and they were all from what's it called, earning keys or whatever. So I have no clue. The most amount of money I think I had one skin at one point that was worth like $100 that I opened out of like a random, like a crate like you got from unlocking from playing the game. So I don't know. Less than what it was, but at max it was probably like $120 total, so. No 4 on stream? Are they really stressing getting Lucario on here, or what's the point for not putting 4-0s on stream? Interesting. What is it? Oh, not even 301. They got 2 3-1s on stream. All right. I guess they really want to get Lucario. I mean, oh, it's the frog deck. I thought it was Charizard. All right, frogs versus Lucario. Let's see how this goes. Pidgey, Froakie off the rip, and the Buddy Poffin. That's actually a big deal. If there was no Buddy Poffin here, the Soul Rock start here from Harry is pretty good for just getting this first aggressive KO. But we got some backup frogs on the way. So you get like Froakie plus Duskull here or something like that. And honestly, I have no idea how this matchup plays out. I have no idea who's favored. I would lean towards Lucario being favored because that's a lot of HP to get through. Predictions, I got you. That's a lot of HP to get through. But I was really interested in the new Halo game. No, it's not a new game. It's just a campaign. Yeah, I would probably give Greninja the edge here because that's so much HP for, or I give Lucario the edge because that's so much HP for Greninja to get through. Excuse me. And he can one-hit KO the Greninja as well. Yeah, I've played that campaign before. Asking about Halo out of nowhere is so American. What? What is that statement? Also, the reason they asked about Halo is because I brought up the Halo World Championships happening over this weekend. So what does that mean? So American, though. Dude, asking about beans on toast, so British, bro. Have you baked your beans yet? It is? Bro, how is that considered an American thing? Like, what? Oh my gosh. I mean, only Americans care about Halo. Nothing against that. Dude, this is super niche. You're reaching here for sure. What did Halo do to you? Are you a COD kid and all your friends started playing Halo when Halo 3 dropped or something? You can tell us. We're also fellow gamers here. What happened? What did Master Chief do? Why do people like putting beans on everything? I mean, beans are pretty good, to be honest. Like, they're good on a lot of things. Beans are, like, fine. I'm not a bean hater. I'm not a huge fan of beans, but, like, I mean, they go with a lot of things. I don't know about toast, but... All right, Harry here does have the Soul Rock attack, and then has an Ultra Ball. I mean, you probably want to try and get a Riolu here. Besides, the Ultra Ball is too expensive. There was a lot of good cards in the hand. Secret Box, double power drink as well. So you would have to have given up some good cards there to get the Riolu. Oh, it's an Arven build as well. Okay. There's a lot of power. Ooh. Not great in the basic Pokemon department, though. Just goes for the KO. All right, if Carlo can find Candy Frog here. Oh, there's the Grand Tree. I mean... that looks like a frog to me. You could push up Pidgey, though, and make it the Pidgey. I would actually like to see the Pidgeot be pulled off the Grand Tree here, to be honest, from Carlo. So I think we could push Pidgey here. Looks like wants to push the Froakie to potentially just go in with the Greninja. Pidgey top deck. I guess I don't know if the Pidgeotto is prized or how many Pidgeotto Carlo plays. So that is also a factor. And the answer is there is a Pidgeotto prized. Okay. So that might not be possible off the Grand Tree, depending on how many Odo are in the deck. All right, going in with the Poffin here. Bench's second Pidgey, which is interesting. I feel like that's just like a liability in the late game. Trying to clean up your board against Soul Rock decks of Pokemon that can be KO'd by Soul Rock is like, I feel like a pretty big deal. I don't love that Pidgey bench there from Carlo. But I guess you're benching it so that way Harry can't just go boss KO Pidgey. I don't know. I don't love that. I feel like you're betting on getting Greninja here to attack, knock out the active. Like if Harry's play next turn is boss KO your Pidgey, you're probably doing fine. I don't know. Yeah, I don't love the Pidgey bench because now it's like a free prize card later in the game for Harry to chase with the Soul Rock. So don't love it. Looks like the Buddy Poffin was a fail here from Carlo. And with the Odo prize, I think it's going to immediately just go into the Grand Tree. You have to target immediately? I actually don't know. I don't think you have to target, right? You just pick an evolution and then you evolve again if you did evolve. Bro, what is a jacket potato? Somebody tell me. I don't speak British. It's just like a big baked potato, right? Is it actually a different kind of potato, or does it literally just mean a baked potato? Are jacket potatoes actually different than just literally a potato? Like, is it a kind of potato? Baked potato with a skin? Oh, because it has a jacket on. I get it now. All right, into the Iono. It's just a big potato with the skin on. Okay, it makes sense. Dude, I've seen so many of the shorts from the... what are they called? The Spud Bros. Dude, I haven't seen a single short from them recently, actually. They would come up into my YouTube Shorts feed all the time. We did whiff the water energy here from Carlo. That's a big deal. Oh, wait, we have Ultra Ball Candy Pidgeot. We're cooking. Never mind, never mind. We're chilling. Wait, hold on. No, get the bird. No. We had Candy Pidgeot in hand. That's got to be a mistake there from Carlo, right? I don't know where that Pidgey's going, but all right, we recovered. We recovered. You have Donk? No, there was no possibility for the win that turn. There was no prize card you could have pulled there to win the game that turn. Even if there was, it's just an incorrect play. It's still just an incorrect play. So definitely just a mistake there from Carlo to not go Ultra Ball for Pidgeot, Candy Pidgeot, attach Water Energy attack. Definitely a mistake. All right, over to Harry now. Drawing 3 off the Lunatone. You drew 6 off Iono. Oh no, how much deeper are we going to get into this game? Harry drew 6. Oh no, Harry. All right, the Iono comes down. Well, we already played it. He Did he draw 6? Oh! Did he draw for turn? That's the prize card. Wait, did he not draw for turn? Oh, no, he did. Oh, there's the draw for turn. All right, well, this will probably be a game loss coming up soon. Yeah, he's done too many things now. Everything is just... Yeah, it's too many actions taken. All right, well, game loss coming up. But honestly, actually, though, I don't know. Because Carlo didn't get the water energy last turn, if Carlo had water energy last turn, the game's over. Like, Harry would lose anyway, so it doesn't matter. But because of the mistake from Carlo, not getting Candy Pidgey out last turn, now all of a sudden we're in a situation where it's like, Harry could win this game, actually. But now it's going to be a game loss because Harry drew an extra card off Iono. Eventually. Hopefully they figure it out, the judges. All right, game 2 coming up. Okay, I did want to make sure that those gold cards were Ultra Balls. I was like pretty confident they were Ultra Balls. Those are definitely Ultra Balls. So, yeah, no excuses there for Carlo. Definitely a huge mistake on the last turn. No excuses. Did they catch it? Not yet. No, yeah, not yet. We're just kind of waiting for them to catch it. This is one of those situations where I'm like waiting for that to get caught. Like, because it should. Could take a while. Are you going to the Gdansk Regional? Command in the title tells you which majors I currently plan to attend. Any tips for first major? Don't show up late. Bring water, bring snacks. Maybe they miss it. I mean, they maybe. I mean, I assume people in the main chat have brought it up though, and I assume they have people monitoring the chat. Like they should know at this point. Wait, who's on the cast right now? It's Joe and Mike. Something Harry drew 5 and took a prize card. We can go back and check. I'm pretty sure that's not what happened though, right? I mean, I'm like this game is kind of void at this point. Like the Iono happened, and then Harry's supposed to draw 5, but he draws 6, right? He gets a Night Stretcher off the... Yeah, he draws 6, and then he draws the Night Stretcher off the prize card, and then he top decks Hariyama for turn. Yeah, he drew extra cards. Yeah, he 100%. Like this game just needs to end. I mean, this game is just like invalid. There's no point in like sitting here and watching the game. That's why I'm like personally, I'm like not even locked in because I'm just waiting for there to be a game loss. We're just literally waiting for the match loss to happen, basically. Did the game go to the next round? What do you mean? How many PvP to knock out the Greninja? I believe it's 2, right? Greninja has what? 3... Is it 340? It doesn't have 340, right? It's got 320? No, actually, how much does the Greninja have, actually? Maybe... be beefy. 310? Okay, yeah. If Harry wins, could it be forgotten about? I mean, yeah. I mean, theoretically, the round could end. If the round ends and the match slip is signed, then there would be no penalty. Would they ever give Harry a penalty going to the next game? I think that's possible, but why game loss not double prize penalty? I'm not 100% on ruling because it's a It's an irreversible board state. Double prize penalties are for when you break the rules, but you can fix the board state. A game of Pokemon is not supposed to be able to be played if it's, like, not fixable, basically. If you can fix a board state, but you messed up, DM Joe to warn him. Well, Joe's casting, so he doesn't have his phone. I DM'd Jesper, but we'll see if he actually... anything can come of that. Does Carlo get some sort of penalty for not noticing Harry drew an extra card? That one's a little bit weirder. It's a lot harder for Carlo to like notice for sure how many cards Harry drew. So I would say in this, like, usually the opponent would get a warning. Like usually Carlo would get a warning for Harry breaking board state, but for drawing, I would say he shouldn't, because like it's so hard for Carlo to track how many cards Harry's drawing, right? So like it's possible, but I would say it shouldn't happen in that situation personally. I don't think it should anyways. I think it's possible this proceeds past this game with Harry winning game 1, that they can just reverse the game 1 to give it the win to Carlo and let they play the rest of the match. Yeah, hopefully that would be the outcome. It's way too easy to miss that. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you let your opponent double attach, that's one thing. But if your opponent goes to draw cards off their Iono, like Carlo getting a warning wouldn't shock me, but I don't think he should personally in this situation for like the drawing cards thing, because that's like so much harder to track. Like if your opponent's evolving a Makuhita when they can't, stuff like that, that's different. And actually, honestly, the way this game has built up because of Carlo's water energy misplay. Okay, thank goodness, bro. Holy shit. It took so long. They're finally there. All right, we did it. Let's go. All right, so now, honestly, this game, like looking at the board state, now, I don't know what the extra card from Harry drew, so maybe the only reason Harry's in this board state is because of how he drew, but like this board state doesn't seem terrible for Harry, I feel like, right? Like, it doesn't seem terrible. Seems pretty winnable, for sure. But if Carlo just never misplayed and just got Candy Pidgeot attach water attack, like Carlo just destroys Harry. Because like you can just go attach ignition, KO double Riolu, attach ignition, KO double Riolu, and the game's just like cooked or whatever. But honestly, this game, Harry might have been able to win this game if he didn't make that error. But yeah, it was like 2 or 3 turns ago now, so EPL feels appropriate here. IMO. No, this needs to be a game loss. If this is a DPL, then what's a game loss? Rational, I think, is you can just ask your opponent to make a... Rational, I think, is you can just let your opponent make a misplay that benefits you, or you can let them make a mistake, then call a judge and a penalty later. Yeah, exactly. That's why stuff like warnings... That's why they give you a warning and keep track of how many warnings you have. Yeah, that's why they give the opponent warnings. Because, yeah, you can just sit there, let your opponent double attach, then a turn later be like, oh, judge, my opponent double attached last turn. And then they just, like, look at the board state, verify that he did double attach. And it's like, well, I mean, technically your opponent has something in play that they shouldn't, so... I mean, with the next attack, he wins on a DPL. Oh, I guess that is true. He would literally win if there was a DPL. So it's going to be over no matter what. But it should be a game loss, for sure. Just join. Can you give a recap? Harry drew an extra card off Iono. Harry had 5 prize cards, drew 6 off Iono. Proceeded to draw a prize card off a Dusknoir Pop, going down to 4. Drew for turn. Then 2 to 3 turns played out from there. And it's a broken board state that is... what is the word I'm looking at? Irreparable? Not irreparable. I'm trying to say irreparable board state. So it should just be... We're just waiting for it to be a game loss for Harry, basically, at this point. What views do you see at all times at the caster desk? Irreversible. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, irreversible board state. Just like a 2 monitors with the gameplay on it. One of the monitors has like the overlay and the other one doesn't have the overlay. I don't know. In Europe, it's different though, because they don't have the overlay. You prefer the overlay or no overlay? I prefer no overlay, for sure. If the judges caught the mistake straight away, it would have been a DPL. People are going to argue if he gets a major or severe penalty because the judges missed it. You mean a minor or major, like a DPL versus a game loss? You believe I can do well in seniors? My first event is Gdansk, and I'm going to put Poltnar, Klefki, Energy. I mean, if you prep well and play well, yeah, there's no reason you can't do well. So have you ever made an error like that to lose a game or get a prize penalty? I mean, I've made an error like that to get a prize penalty. I don't know if it ever led to me. Oh no, there is actually one time I did. Philly regionals. That might be like the most punishing error I've ever. That's the most punishing error I've made that I can remember. Because other times that I've ended up with like a DPL or something like that, it's been in situations sometimes where I was going to lose anyways, or I ended up winning the game anyways. But I got a DPL in Philly. I don't remember the Philly regional. Philly 2016, 2017. I was actually playing against Celio's network. I traded an extra time, and then I lost that game. I think I literally just conceded that game, and then game 3 I lost after winning game 1. I'm pretty sure. You use makeup when you cast? No makeup. I wasn't sure if they were gonna have what's it called? Is no taking allowed in matches? It is, yeah. When was your last DPL? I think it was OCIC. I ended up winning the game that I got a DPL in. I think that was the last time though. For like that I got a DPL. I can't remember the last time my opponent had a DPL. Were you using the dice to count trade method back then? For my opponent, I was tapping my Zoroarks. Are you going to stream Singapore Premier Ball League in 3 weeks? Yeah, as long as I know when it's happening and I know where it's being streamed, probably. Actually, isn't that the same weekend as... It might be the same weekend as Vegas, so maybe not. Yeah, Vegas is in 3 weeks from now. Why do people say your opponent's allowed to look at your notes? Is that actually true? A rule? No, you can't look at your opponent's notes. I think in other card games you can do it, so that's why people like question whether or not you can do it in Pokemon. Because I think in other card games you can ask to look at your opponent's notes. I'm pretty sure. So that's where like the question comes from. It's like, oh, can you do that in Pokemon as well? Because you can do it in other games. I can't believe Shinoy DPL'd versus you twice. Yeah, that was kind of crazy. Dude, it was crazy that they made him play left-handed or right-handed, whatever it was. Not play how he normally plays. That was like so silly. You'll go to Merida. Command of the title tells you which major tournaments I currently plan to attend. Hazel, is there anything that I can't write on my notes? As long as it's related to the match, you can write basically anything. Yeah, as long as it's related to the match of Pokemon you're currently playing in front of you, you can pretty much write whatever you want. My first stream game, they told me to play right, and I just refused, and that was fine. Yeah, making a player not like play right, forcing an opponent to play right or left-handed when they usually play right or left-handed is actually just insane. They don't do that anymore. But that wasn't the only time they had done it. Like I was forced to play left-handed once because they have the prizes on the right-handed. I have been forced to play left-handed before, like my deck on my left-hand side. I play with my deck on my right-hand side because the prize cards are on the right-hand side and they don't want the deck by the prize cards or whatever. It was like one of the early tournaments post-COVID, I think, or something like that. I don't remember. I know it happened to me at least once. The fact that was even a thought is like ridiculous, though. It's absolutely absurd. Only reason I asked the notes question is because my friend told me I can only write 3 things about my opponent's deck. Is that true? No. Dude, where do people come up with these things? Do people just like make things up to act like they know something? Not saying your friend specifically, but like if someone told your friend that was true, like how does that ever possibly a rumor that happens? Like you can only write 3 things about your opponent's deck? Like who was the first person to say that? Because it's not even like a joke. It's not even like funny. It's like, bro, I'm gonna tell Billy that he can only write 3 things down on his notes about his opponent's deck. Ah! It's like it's not even like a what? That's like the spreading misinformation. That's literally like chaotic evil. They told me I could only write 6 prizes, but I wrote monkey anyways. Only write 6 prizes. Wait, what do you mean 6 prizes? Pittsburgh finals? Joke, ignore. Oh. Haha. When I get an instant game loss for writing the 4th thing about my opponent's deck. What happens when someone claims you played wrong, but there's no way to prove it? One time I got a DPL for allegedly using Curly's Refinement with the card I drew from it. I'm pretty sure I didn't. I mean, you have to backtrack the board state as much as you possibly can and then try and figure it out. If, Azul, you forgot people like lying for fun? That is true. Oh, dude, speaking of, dude, all right, because someone asked me weird fan interaction. Now, I don't know if they were a fan, but like, dude, literally, dude, I mean, that, it's like not, dude, it's just stupid. Like, dude, one time I was at a tournament, I don't know if it was the person sitting next to me. Dude, people just like, it's weird. That is weird behavior though. Like someone once told their friends that I was gonna play in some tournament or something. Like they asked me at the tournament I was at if I was gonna play in some tournament or something like that. And then one of their buddies came up to me and they introduced themselves. They're like, hey, what's up? Like a fan or whatever. I don't know if they took a picture or something like that, but then they were like, it's cool that you're doing that thing for our friend and playing in the thing. And I was like, what thing? I don't know about this. And he was like, oh shoot, I guess he just like made it up and lied to us about it. It's like, I've had like some interactions like that before. People just lie about me doing something or having played against someone or something like that. What are we doing? It's like, what are we doing, man? What are we doing out here? It's not that hard to just like not lie. It's like not that hard. I was there a break mid game. There's a gameplay error. Too many cards off Iono, so we're just kind of waiting for them to resolve that. I don't know why this is taking so long. It should just be a game loss and then we go to game 2. But I guess they're trying to fully identify and make sure everything's correct, but game loss. Next game, what's going on? Yeah, I don't know. It's taking a long time. They might, but they were maybe like immediately when they cut to Shay and Joe, maybe they just became aware of the scenario and now they're just trying to confirm it. And then like, is an erasable notepad fine to use to take notes? Yes. So thanks for killing off the dinosaurs. Be dangerous for humans if they are still around. Of course, I do what I can. do remember that about. This is just a tank test for the commentators to see how long they can hold aggro. A tank test. This is literally, yeah, this is literally how long, how much air can they fill? Let's find out. How much time can Joe and Shay fill efficiently? They're being put through the test right now. Was it you that chucked that big rock? Of course. So Torch tweeted about Wolfie's feelings on fans and want to know if there are times when we should and shouldn't approach you. Obviously during matches is the worst time, but like, would you rather get a fan interaction done before, during, or after the event? For me, it doesn't really matter. You appreciate the 6 months there, Zach. One, appreciate the 12 months there, Hell Saint. Yeah, before, during, after the event. I mean, like, before and after are obviously ideal compared to during, but like, it's like for the amount of fan interaction that I have at events, like for me, it's not that big of a deal. Obviously, if like things change over time, then, you know, I would say something, but for me, it's not that big of a deal. Obviously not during a match, like you said, but yeah, before, during, or after an event doesn't really matter. Definitely not as big as Wolfie, not even close, so I can't like, yeah, it's not like I'm not on the same level for sure. Having to vamp here must be the hardest skill for a caster. You mean vape? You've been a broadcaster. What do you think production is telling the casters now? Just keep talking. Yeah, just fill the air. Play and then they'll tell them if they're cutting to a specific thing. I got conked. Wait, are they playing Conkeldurr or did they lose to Conkeldurr? Or Amy and Freya here. Did they both lose to Conkeldurr? Because they need that long when it's such a classic mistake. Drawing too many cards with Iono and the game went on. Shouldn't it be a crazy for decision? Or I don't know. I mean, they have to confirm it. Like, if they just became aware of it, like I said, if they just became aware of it, they have to go back through the VOD. But it shouldn't take that long. I don't know. It just shouldn't take that long. I would be curious to know what the full process looks like here for the breakdown and be like, okay, because it does feel like there's some point in this process where this should not be taking this long. For sure. I agree. Like, I don't know what that point is. Unless this is like leading to like a match loss. Like if this is a match loss, then that's different. That's different for sure. If this is a match loss, that'd be. But I can't see this being a match loss. This has to be a game loss and go to game 2. So they're assembling the guillotine for the match loss. Yeah, they cut your deck in half. They appeal to head judge too, surely, right? Dude, all right, that's another thing that needs to change about this. The judges that are on stream need to have head judge power. Like, whoever is a stream judge needs to be a more seasoned veteran judge who can be trusted with just having head judge powers. The fact that this is a problem. The fact that the judges on stream need to go get a different judge to like verify a penalty is like egregious. Like the product of the stream needs to be given higher priority, and the judges on stream need to be a higher level judge who is given effective head judge authority. There's already multiple head judges at events these days because the event's too big to only have one head judge. We already have multiple head judges. There's not like one head judge at major tournaments anymore. There's multiple. The stream judge needs to be a do-it-all judge. They need to be able to just make the call to further improve the product of the stream. And it's not the judges, it's not the stream judges' fault. It's a problem of like the organization system of the judging staff at a tournament. So it's not the stream judges' fault. But the stream judges just need to be those kind of people in the future. So we can move things along. Things just need to be moved along better on stream, because otherwise it's just a worse product. Just to improve the product of the stream. Just got here, what happened? Someone drew too many off Iono, and now we're like waiting for the conclusion. It's definitely a game loss at the very least. Now I'm starting to guess if it's a match loss based on how long they're taking here. Too much is time for this to not be match over? That's how I'm feeling currently, to be honest. On it this season for now. Isn't that a DPL? Well, no, they played multiple turns. Like he drew one extra off Iono and then played multiple turns. Yeah, it wasn't like a quick catch. That's why they need 2 stream games going on at the same time. That would also be a plus. That is a good point. They could cut over to the second stream. My only thought is that they think he realizes his mistake and didn't announce it to the penalty to getting upgraded. That's such a, in the moment that I don't know, I feel like that can't be. That's such a hard read on the situation for not catching it in the moment. Like game loss, move to next game. Yeah, that's why I'm starting to guess like what's going on, but. Just woke up, what round of the term are we currently in? Double it and give it to the next person. We're currently in... we're currently in round 5. Honestly, the best thing to come out of the double it and give it to the next person trend was definitely like the parodies of double it and give it to the next person. Wait, they only have 2,028 players. Do they actually have... What round count is that? Did they miss the extra round? Oh my gosh, we're back finally. All right, Carlo is up 1-0. No, it's just a game loss. Are players allowed to speak with the head judge when appealing? Sometimes. It depends if the head judge is already well informed of the situation and already has decided what penalty they want to give. But if the head judge is brought over in the situation to get to like listen to the players, then it'd be like different. What happened? Game loss. Game loss for Harry. Harry got a game loss for drawing too many cards off Iono, and then they proceeded to play out 2 or 3 turns of the game. Prize cards here. Decent amount of basics prize there for Carlo, but it shouldn't be too devastating. Jamming Tower's prize as well. I don't know how big of a deal that is. Carlo chose first here? No, that's disrespectful. Bro, I hope Harry donks him. Oh, we have the Poffin, bro. What? You definitely don't choose first here, right? You definitely choose second, right? I'm not trying to get soul rocked, bro. I don't know. I could see it, I guess. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. But I think I would choose second here if I'm the Pidgey deck. Yeah, I think I would choose second. I'm just trying to set up, but I don't hate it. I don't hate it. We'll see. Carlo chose second. I think no. Oh, did Harry go draw pass? Carlo didn't have a choice. Oh, wait, true. Yeah, Harry lost. Yeah, never mind. Dude, for some reason in my head, Carlo was getting to choose first or second. I was like, what are we doing here, bro? Yep, my bad. All right, I'm locked back in. I was just testing you, Chad. I was just testing you. Congrats, you passed. Double Hilda in the hand there for Carlo. Not a great hand. Wins Angus to choose. Extra penalty for Harry there. I was thinking about going the Duskull. Is there not another Pidgey in the deck? I feel like we should go for another Pidgey here. I kind of want to set up Pidgey out next turn. Harry did open the Riolu, so it'd be decent bit more difficult to actually get into a turn 1 Soul Rock attack, but Pidgey is prized. Ooh, okay. Pidgey being prized. All right, then I like the Duskull, I guess. I guess you could retreat to the Duskull even. Oh, you have switch. Okay, we can just switch into Duskull here, right? Preserve the Pidgey. Switch to Duskull, attach to Froakie. Maybe there's an argument to get second Froakie then, to be honest. Actually, does Duskull resist fighting? Because then the Riolu can also attack here. Yeah, I like this play from Carlo. Does Carlo have keys? I assume not, based on how Carlo... Otherwise, getting the key there would have been the play for sure. And it wasn't prized, I don't think. All right, Harry does have the Iron Bundle. I don't think the hand... I think the Air Balloon was also prized there for Harry. So, does play a switch, though. I see a switch in there. Oh, there's another Air Balloon. Okay. We actually might see the turn one attack here from Harry. We'll see. Sorok doesn't apply resistance, so it doesn't matter. No, but for the Riolu. Does it matter for the Riolu? That's what I'm wondering. Because Riolu can attack as well. Why did Carlo not get a second frog there? Because there's really no threat of the Froakie going down this turn. But I think... But yeah, but I guess if Harry does go Solrock plus Iron Bundle, you could have pushed up the Froakie with the energy and then still had a Froakie. Yeah, I guess that's fair, to be honest. Yeah, second Froakie I think still makes sense there for sure. Good point. Good point. Okay, and it looks like it is going to be a turn one attack here from Harry. There's the arm for the Air Balloon and the Solrock. So I assume has... Or the Lunatone, so I assume has Solrock energy in hand. Or someone give Carlo a game loss for that deck slant. Bro, not even the deck slant, the discard pile slant to match. That's what's funny to me, because some people play with their deck at a turn, whatever, it's fine. You're not supposed to, but I'm not going to call out anyone for it. But the, okay, there's the Lunatone to draw 3. Do we have another fighting energy in hand, or are we just hoping to draw one off this 3 cards? We did not draw fighting energy there. And now we're not, oh no, we have a Night Treacher. Okay, we're chill. I thought that was a supporter, because it's the full art. The discard pile, the discard pile is the funny one to be. But I mean, it matches, right? If your deck's going to be at that angle, put the discard pile at that angle. And there's the bundle. And this is why Carlos should have gotten double Froakie. Quicksilver mentioned it in chat. Yeah, that's a really good point, Quicksilver. Because now here's Carlo. You have to sacrifice the Pidgey, right? Are we giving up our lone Froak? I feel like I guess it depends on the hand, though, right? The hand is kind of just hoping for a top deck anyways. Giving up the Froak here. Yeah, that Duskull definitely should have been a Froakie. Because this would be like a no-brainer here from Carlo. It's like, okay, sacrifice Froakie. I still have a Froakie. We're chill. Top deck for turn is Ultra Ball. The rest of the hand is just a couple of Hildas, though. Good Ultra Ball for Fez. That'd be a pretty expensive Ultra Ball, but could give up the Dusknoir and a Boss or a Hilda, or Boss and Hilda. Draw 3 with Fez. That doesn't seem terrible to me. If Carlo plays Fez. Yes, you gotta play Fez. If you're Harry, don't you just bundle before Arven or Lunar Cycle to give less info? I mean, you should, yes. The answer is yes, but it also doesn't matter because Carlo's always sending up the Froakie there. Because Carlo's never going to play like this whole rock. Carlo always plays like this whole rock play as possible. Because the only reason to Iron Bundle there is if you're attacking with Solrock. Otherwise, you'd rather have Duskull in the active, for sure. So, yeah, the answer is yes. It was poor sequencing by Harry, but it also doesn't matter in the outcome of the game, in the outcome of the match. Lone Freaky. Now we're no Freaky. And it was just Hilda for the Pidgey out. So now I guess it's Ultra Ball for... Dude, I feel like if we play Fez there, we always just grab Fez, right? Am I trolling? I'm just questioning whether or not Carlo plays Fez, because I could see this deck not playing Fez, I guess, but that's also probably trolling, right? Unless it's prized. It could be prized. Then I am trolling. It's not prized. All right. No Makuhito on that first turn from Harry, unfortunately. So no threat of a Gust through the Hariyama, which is definitely something you'd want here. But getting a knockout on... Ooh, honestly, though, Harry could go with a Night Treacher for another Iron Bundle here. And force up a way higher value target here instead of the Duskull. So, like, I just saw... Well, we drew Secret Box, so we could even get Boss here, I guess. If Harry plays Boss... Because some people only play Turo. There's a Gong for a fighting energy. As long as there's a Night Stretcher in the deck, we can Secret Box for Night Stretcher. I'm gonna get a look as to what's in the hand here. Honestly, the Ionos are kind of weak here at this point. But we might have Ultra Ball plus Arven. Oh, we're going all out. We could just Arven for... We could Ultra Ball for Lucario and then Arven for... But no, we're going all out here. Secret Box coming down. Question is, what do you give up? Iono. Iono, Arven, Turo. This is why 90 HP is optimal. Honestly, this is a situation where 90 HP would have been pretty nice. This is actually would be pretty good here, yeah. Probably gonna shuffle after he Ultra Balled? Bro, come on. Is this the Ultra Ball right here? Ultra Ball, the Bloke, the Froak, leaves deck as is. Oh my gosh, all right. Is it just going to be back-to-back game losses and then... All right, there's the Iron Bundle. Has the Vitality Band in hand and the Artisan. What? No, pop the bundle first. Well, no. Are we always attacking with Lucario anyways? Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine, actually. If we're always attacking with Lucario, then it doesn't matter, right? I was just thinking, like, we want a Soul Rock KO Pidgeot. But actually, attacking with Lucario sets up more energy in play, so it's actually better to attack with Lucario. Load up energy on, like, a Makuhita or something like that. We're not getting, like, more value by attacking with the other guy. We probably should just pop the bundle first, though. It's like another like sequencing thing where we should just probably pop bundle first, see what the opponent does, but it's fine because we're attacking with Lucario anyways. So it doesn't really matter if what gets pushed up. All right, 6 off the Lily, another Riolu found. There's the bundle pop. We did draw back into the Vitality Band, so we could go with that. But, I mean, we definitely want to attack with Lucario here, though, I feel like. And the big card that we found is the Makuhita. That's the big card. And Artisan, second Makuhita on the way. The squad is here. Game 3 time? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how consequential it is that Carlo didn't shuffle. Did Carlo like literally pick up the deck? Froakie was the bottom card and they just grabbed it? Or like... Do the judges not see what's happening? Are they not allowed to say anything? The judges are allowed to say something, yes, if they see something. They are watching the game. Oh, we're loading up the Riolu here. I thought we'd load up the Makuhitas to make it so we could retreat them. Because now they could counter catch trapped here for sure. Alright, Jamming Tower top deck there from Carlo. Not terrible. Here comes the Pidgeot. I don't know how many cards are in Harry's hand. Artisan use coming out from Carlo. Another Froakie will be on the way here shortly. I assume. More Froaks. Wait. Alright, misplay from Carlo. Should have definitely not used Artisan there. We definitely need a quick search for like a Lily here or something. Not Super Rod. Quick search for Super Rod might have been good enough if we had done it before we used Artisan. Alright, just ends up with a Duskull instead. But definitely needed to... Yeah, quick search first then. Should have gone like quick search for Lily, play Lily or something like that. It took Colress, but yeah, Colress obviously doesn't lead to anything. But Super Rod also doesn't lead to anything because we can't even get back a Froakie. He shuffle his deck, so this is fine exchange. It's not that big of a deal. They both players could identify the card. Put the Froakie to the bottom during Hilda. Oh, true. I didn't see how the Hilda played out. Also on Makuhita. And then does have... Yeah, another misplay there from Carlo. Definitely needed to quick search, grab Super Rod, play Super Rod, and then go boss up Makuhita, play Jamming Tower. And you should play Jamming Tower here as Carlo. Well, I mean, you kind of want the Artisan, but you also don't want Harry to be able to use Air Balloon to move the active. So I think Carlo should probably play the Jamming Tower here. We have other ways we can find our Froakies next turn. Okay, I don't like that play from Carlo. Harry's second Air Balloon, I believe, is prize, though, so I'm not going to get punished for it. All right, there's to draw 3, but can we move the active Makuhita? And this is why I want to see the energy be put on the Makuhitas and not the Riolu on Harry's bench. So we could retreat Makuhita and it doesn't get stuck on our active. But right now, this Makuhita is stuck. We don't have a way to move it. But if we had... Lucario can move the energy anywhere, right? So we could have put 1 energy on each Makuhita. So we could just retreat the Makuhitas and they couldn't get stuck next turn, right? Saying about playing a... I don't think there's a reason to play the power card. The... Gatorade or whatever. I think just play Lily, hope to find a switch. Carlo could have just left Bird in the active, no? Yeah, but you don't want to do that. It's a very good chance that your Pidgeot gets KO'd if you do that. Very reasonable. Which variant of Ceruledge deck is best so far? I mean, Ceruledge with Solrock Lunatone. Oh, we drew the switch there. That's big. Oh, maybe Harry was thinking about playing the... Actually, that would have been reasonable from Harry, to be honest. Maybe Harry was thinking about playing the Premium Power Plus Pro, because if you draw into Switch plus Hariyama, you could actually KO the Pidgeot, or a second Power Plus Pro, or Lucario for the Vitality Band one. So you actually could have KO'd the Pidgeot here, which would have been pretty insane for Harry, to be honest. I'm not sure what's being asked here. Is there a reason that Carlo has got away with not shuffling after Ultra Ball, or is it just missed? It was just missed. You'll push the 43 months there, prime time. Bro, okay, now maybe they caught the no shuffle thing. Or wait, did Carlo scoop there? Did they catch the no shuffle at this point? Why are we cutting back to the casters? Okay, we're going back. Okay, I think they did catch the no shuffle. Okay, I assume that they caught it. That's why there was a cut. Okay. Oh. I mean, top deck is pretty good there. I'm gonna go into the Artisan. I don't hate going to Artisan here immediately. It's like fine. I guess we kind of want 2 Froakies, don't we? Yeah, actually, I don't like this. I take it back. We definitely want 2 Froakies here. And then... Oh, no, I guess I do like the Artisan use because we do want to put Jamming Tower in play. Never mind. I take it back. The Artisan use makes sense there from Carlo because we do just want to throw Jamming Tower and then play Lily. Is this Greninja X versus Lunarock Luke? Yes. All right, Counter Catcher's good here. We definitely want to try and buy some time, so I like using Counter Catcher. We could also, I don't actually, well, no, we don't have any basics to run to. We have to like retreat to Duskull. Oh no, we have second Froakie. No, is that a Frogadier actually? Yikes. But the thing is, we don't even want to pop Dusclops for sure in this. This is just really bad. Maybe we just leave Pidgeot in the active here and hope it doesn't get KO'd. I would be fine with that, to be honest, as Carlo here. I'm fine with just pass with Pidgeot. Oh, wait, we have Quick Search still? Okay, no, maybe we just get second Froakie, retreat to Froakie then, actually. That could be fine. Pretty dumb that in the West you have to attach with Lucario. In Japan you can whiff it. Oh, are we not like synced up with Japan on that? I thought we were on the same page as far as that goes. That is pretty stupid, I'm not gonna lie. I knew in Japan that they changed the rules on the up to. Our rulebook says you have to attach at least one. Dude, why, bro? That is infuriating. That is absolutely infuriating. If Japan it says something is correct, then it's correct. But you have to, it says up to. I mean, every up to effect in the PokemonTCG requires you to do at least one up until this year. Like up until this year, every up to effect in Japan or anywhere else, you had to grab at least one if there was one. It's only this year that the rules have changed in Japan. Okay, Ultra Ball coming in from Harry. Does have the Hariyama, but do we have a way to move the active here? Once again, Makuhita might be stuck. Wait, promote Dusclops? Yeah, I don't understand why we promoted Dusclops here at all. I think it definitely should have been the Froakie. I think the reason Carlo did it is so Carlo can pop it next turn to get into the Froakie. But if you promote the Froakie, you can't use Greninja's big attack on the next turn. I was unaware of this. Are there any other differences between Japan's rulebook and ours? No. We played by the exact same rules until this year, apparently. Until this season. Is the difference between seniors and masters on deck win rates and how commonly decks are played a big difference? Win rates, I'm not sure. What is being played definitely is different for sure. Yeah. Is it an actual rule difference or is it a mistranslation for Lucario specifically? Should it have been you may attach up to? No, it's a rule difference, I'm pretty sure. Like in Japan, their rules are just different now. Okay, Froakie was gusted up. Oh wait, we can actually KO the Froakie with Makuhita. Wait, this is genius. And he's dead. Yeah, it's not a translation error. It's a what's it called? It's a rule difference. If a card uses the phrase up to X, for example, move up to 3 damage counters or attach up to 2 energy cards, you can choose any number between 1 and X. Expectation is drawing cards. You can choose 0 for an effect that says draw up to X cards. So Japan players can make that mistake if they play in Worlds this year? I mean, they could, but they have to play by our rules, which is silly, but yeah. I posted directly from the rulebook. Oh. Yeah, that's what we all thought it was, though, Tyler. Yeah. I didn't know if you were making a statement like one way or another. Yeah, I'm just providing context for chatters. Okay, appreciate it. You think Psyduck Damp really important in this meta? It's important. In some decks, it's good to play it, yeah. I don't know about important. Nothing's important. Things are just either you should play it or shouldn't play it depending on the deck you're playing. It's important for some decks, but not as important for others. There's a long time until Worlds for this to get sorted out. It is true. Okay, nitrogen coming in from Carlo. Another Froakie to the bench. Will we finally see... Nope. It's Frogadier. Iono? Actually, I don't even know if you have the Iono here. I don't know how many cards Harry has in hand. It might just be a pass. Retreat to the Frogadier. And he's going for the... Was it Numbing Water? Or popping the Dusclops. That means we're Ionoing for sure, right? 50 on Lucario. Okay, Iono to 1 here. Making sure Harry gets a prize card. We have 12 minutes left. The air balloon was found off the prize cards here for Harry. The jamming tower is still in play, of course. I don't know if Harry plays Town Store, but if Harry finds Town Store, that would bump the stadium and give the... Oh, I think Harry just literally drew into Turo. Man, dude, this match has been a mess. It's been a mess, and then also Harry got a Turo. Harry has one. Dude, show him the Turo. Flash it. Flash it to him. Dude, show it. Oh, no, I guess you can't show it yet, though, because Carlo could... No, Carlo already retreated, right? Oh, no, Carlo didn't retreat. If you show it to him, Carlo could retreat to Pidgeot. All right, you can't show it to him. You can't show it to him. Okay, there's a Turo show. Okay. Game 3. Hopefully no gameplay errors. Hopefully... Carlo definitely made some pretty big mistakes in this one. I'm not gonna lie. Carlo made some pretty big mistakes in this one. Hopefully see the play be a little bit cleaner from Carlo. Because this Carlo could have given himself a way better chance in this game if he had just played better. So, poor play from Carlo. Hopefully we see some better play. And no gameplay errors, please. Carlo could have eventually won if he Greninja sniped Lucario's 3 times. Yeah. He could have won. I mean, it would have been like 3 turns from now. But yeah, he could have won in like 3 turns. Was the Ultra Ball ever caught? I'm actually not sure if it was actually caught there for Carlo or not. They did like stop for a second and it looked like they were talking with the judges and not playing. But I'm not sure if that was for that reason or not. That's not that unreasonable. Maybe it was okay to stick this out. Yeah, I don't mind Carlo sticking it out, to be honest. I don't know if he should have. I don't think he should have. Yeah, I don't know if he needed to scoop sooner, to be honest. His line to win the game wasn't super unreasonable for sure. Definitely not super unreasonable. All right, here we go. Why did Carlo not get Grand Tree in his last turn to evolve into Wajutsu? I assume you mean Greninja. Is he not allowed to because he evolved the Frogadier prior? Well, you have to go from a basic. You have to go from a basic up. Carlo forgot to shuffle after the pitch at the end of the game too. Oh, did he really? Dude, he needs to, yeah, he definitely needs to, hopefully he I mean, all the gameplay errors have been on Carlo. Oh, no, there was one on Harry's side. I take it back. All the gameplay errors in game 2 were on Carlo's side, but the gameplay error in game 1 was Harry's. Lunatone start here for Harry. Carlo did choose second. You like to see that, but Carlo's got that turn 1 Lunatone Soul Rock combo that you're looking for. Why is Carlo going second? Because the amount of pressure the Lucario deck can put on you if you haven't had a chance to set up is like super high. So if you just go first as Carlo and you don't have Buddy Buddy Poffin and Harry goes turn 1 knockout, like you're just not gonna be set up to deal with that. So you want to go second to be able to be more prepared for the first KO from the Soul Rock coming through. Harry goes Candy, or then you can also like as Carlo here, you could get like Candy Greninja Ignition Energy attack on the second turn after going first. Even. All right. Cycle with the Lunatone from Harry. We do have only 9 minutes left. Carlo did misplay game 1 by not using Candy plus Ultra Ball. Yeah, there was no gameplay. Oh, no. I mean, there was gameplay errors from Carlo. Carlo did misplayed a lot. Yeah, Carlo definitely misplayed a lot in game 1. Okay, Ultra Ball coming in here from Harry. I think I actually want to see Harry grab... Bundle going seems fine. I think I want to see Harry grab a Makuhita instead of a Riolu. I guess your Riolos could get trapped, though. But if we're grabbing Riolu, I feel like we should have kept the Mega Signal, actually. Yeah, I actually don't like that from Harry. If we're going to go for Riolu, I feel like we could keep Mega Signal. If we're not going to go for Riolu, then we could get rid of the Mega Signal. In my head, I was kind of liking the idea of Hariyama, so we could just go like Soul Rock KO with Or get Makuhita so we can Soul Rock KO with Hariyama next turn. So I think we should have like discarded the Hariyama there or the Vitality Band and kept the Mega Signal then, I think. All right, over to Carlo here. I think has Arven. Did just top deck Arven. So Arven for Poffin seems pretty good. Has Candy. Does it have Candy? Oh, double Candy Ultra Ball Lily? Wait, this hand is actually disgusting. I don't know if he plays TM Evo, but even a TM Evo. Actually, I don't know if you want a TM Evo. You maybe just want to attach to the Greninja. Actually, Greninja Punch Riolu is probably better. So TM Evo this turn is probably fine. If Carlo plays TM Evo. I don't know if Carlo plays TM Evo. Plays the XP share, which would be a fine grab as well. The hand is actually disgusting here, though, from Carlo. I think you just grab EXP share, Poffin. I do want to see Carlo play faster, though. Like, there needs to be some sense of urgency here. This is not a bad matchup. This is a completely fine matchup. And if anything, your deck is the deck. Like, Carlo's deck is the deck that is, like... as far as, like, knowing the opponent's deck, Carlo has way more information on Harry's deck than Harry does on Carlo's deck. So, like, Carlo has the unknown advantage. I do not like the pace that Carlo's playing at. He's not, like, playing at... Like, he's not slow playing. Like, he doesn't need to get a penalty. But we should be trying to win this match. Right? Oh, we have switch. We actually could go into Badoo here from Carlo. I actually don't hate the Badoo go into here. I actually kind of like going into Badoo here from Carlo. Doesn't grab the Badoo here, though. I actually kind of like the Badoo here. I guess if you're going Badoo, you actually could have gone for Air Balloon over the EXP share then and save the EXP share for later. But this isn't terrible. This is, like, fine. Yep. I actually don't like the... Oh, no, the EXP share... yeah, EXP share attached... No, don't play the Ultra Ball. Our hand is golden. Chill. I'm going to lose it if you play this Ultra Ball. Okay, thank goodness. All right, Ultra Ball coming in from Harry. Would the on-screen timer be adjusted for the judge call? Yes. The on-screen timer we should just assume is accurate. It is possible it's not, but it's 99% of the time the on-screen timer is accurate. All right, Ultra Ball coming in. Pretty good top deck there from Harry. This is why we should have kept the Mega Signal, though. Like, had a little bit more efficient of a turn. Could have maybe Ultra Ball for something else even, but Lucario's coming out. I guess it's possible we don't want to attack with Lucario here if we could attack with a Soul Rock, to be honest. So if we draw into, like, Switch or Air Balloon plus Fighting Energy, you maybe attack with Soul Rock here. Six for both players. The broken hand for Carlo is no more. There's a boss on the bottom of the deck, so I don't hate shuffling before drawing here. You attack with Lucario's first attack if there's no energy in the discard? Yes. All right, Makuhita or Riolu. I'm actually not sure which one's better. He's going for the Riolu, though. All right, Lunar Cycle. Oh, we have a Makuhita in hand. So it makes sense to go for the Riolu then, I guess. Ooh, double Makuhita, okay. And the boss. Best options aplenty. All right, there's the KO. And honestly, in this situation, yeah, you probably load up the Riolu here. You probably load up Riolu. Okay. Knockout, first prize card drawn. Only 3 minutes left, though. How was the hand here for Carlo? Not as good as the previous hand. I mean, you just need to push the Froakie with the energy here, though. Gotta go, man. Yeah, honestly, the Badoo could have put in work last turn. Honestly, this hand for Carlo is not bad, though. We got Duskull, Duskull, Frogadier. No, evolve the bench. Don't we want to play for Candy Greninja here? Going for that numbing water? Bro, we need to do more than numbing water here. We don't have time for numbing water. Evolve the bench. We can't Grand Tree the active either now if we draw into Grand Tree. Might be prize, I'm not sure. Honestly, let's see a punish here. Let's see Candy Greninja. See a Grand Tree. All right, he didn't draw it. Never punished, man. All right. I guess Numbing Water works. We do have Ultra Ball here for the Pidgeotto. That seems solid. May as well go for it. Fez for backup draw support. Can Ultra Ball away the Poffin and the... Ultra Ball away Poffin and Energy here. I think for sure. Everything else is too high value. Greninja's high value. Ignition Energy. Yeah, everything else. This is the perfect discard. He does play Fez. He does play Fez. Wait! We're not going to use the Fez, though, to draw 3 cards. I don't like that either. A KO did have... For a second in my head, I thought a KO didn't happen, but... Need to speed it up? No, I mean, at this point, I have no faith. There's no sense of urgency. I think, yeah. This one's going to time out for sure. Honestly, on either player's side, there's not a huge sense of urgency at all. So, I have no faith in this match concluding. Boss on the Pidgeotto here from Harry. I like that. Okay, I like that. I would like to see some energy get loaded up on the Makuhitas here so stuff doesn't get trapped in the active. There's the punch. Can load up 1-on-1 Makuhita. This is fine, I guess. Minute 30 left. Brogadier's up. There is double Lucario in play. If Carlo plays fast enough, Carlo could triple Ignition. Yeah, Carlo definitely should have put Fez in play last turn and drawn 3 cards. So, like, dig for Candy, Pidgeot or something like that. All right, there's the Fez for 3. Like, Carlo could win in 3 attacks here. Oh, but it's only +1 now. It's not +3. Okay, never mind. It's not. There's not enough time. In my head, I was like, I thought it was enough for +3. I thought there was +3. So I was like, okay, we do this turn, then we have 2 more turns. Nope. +1. We have possibility of Dusknoir pops as well. There's a Hilda. I mean, you can Candy Dusknoir. You can Candy Greninja on the bench. We have Candy in hand. All right, we gotta Candy that thing out, right? There's an Ignition. Okay. Yeah, but it's not enough time. The line is available here for Carlo. Actually, you could just hit the active and then KO the Riolu off the bench, actually, right? Hit the active, 120, KO Riolu off the bench. 240, 140 on the active. The active attack does 170. Oh, punchy active. And then Carlo does play Premium Power Pro, so then you'll be able to KO the Greninja next turn with the first attack, but didn't punchy active there, so. And that's overtime. Oh, they have the overtime clock on there now. Thank goodness. Carlo could have won this game if he played faster. I mean, it's on. Harry wasn't playing very fast either, though. Like, it's like neither player had any urgency. There was 0 urgency from any player here. It was zero urgency. I mean, this is the last turn now, right? Carlo's last turn. It's just game. It's just game over. Neither player was playing to win this match. Once they got to game, like once we were getting to game 3, we were low on time. Like neither player was playing to win the match. Both players were like playing. I think like maybe one of the ways to think about it is like the players were playing. It's like when you're playing a game of Pokemon, you don't want to misplay. So you try and use as much time as possible to make sure you don't misplay, right? Thinking through your plays, making sure you're sequencing correctly, stuff like that. But when you get down to the end of time, like the players are aware there's not that much time left, but they're still too scared to misplay. You need to become more comfortable with misplaying at the trade-off of increasing your odds of winning the match. Is basically the mindset you need to like adjust into. Is to like, okay, we're running low on time. I have to become more comfortable with the idea of misplaying for the trade-off of playing faster to increase my odds of winning the match. But it's like really hard for players to like make that mental shift because normally you're focused on trying to make the best play and not misplay, right? Like that is like 95% of Pokemon you play, especially like in preparation, right? Playing on PTCG Live Ladder, time's not an issue. Practicing with your friends, time's not an issue. Best of 1 at Cups and Challenges, time is not an issue. So 95% plus of Pokemon you play is trying to not misplay and not be comfortable, not be okay with misplaying, trying to play perfectly. So making the adjustment is definitely hard. Like making that mental adjustment to be like, okay, I'm okay with misplaying because playing faster is more important than not misplaying at this point. That's why it's like we don't see, that's why you see the best player, like, that's why you see only the best players make that adjustment in games, because they're the best players. That's why they're the best players. Another layer to the game that exists. Could Carlo not have taken 4 prizes then? On that turn? No. Look at Piper's play, it's crazy. Yeah, it's actually a really good like comparison too. Like after just watching Piper play, like Piper was playing so quickly. And Piper wasn't, time wasn't even a concern for Piper at all. But that's ideal, right? You want to be playing quickly as soon as possible to mitigate the chance of that being a factor. Misplay but play more turns. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no urgency. Neither player was playing to win this game, and we get a tie. It's one thing if the players tie when it's like they're you see they're an active shift in their play, but it is what it is at the end of the day. A tie goes down. The next match will be pretty quickly, though. So we have that because of all the delays. They were definitely the last match to conclude, probably. So is it 1 hour for a best out of 3? It is 50 minutes plus 1 turn in at major tournaments. We can do a quick check on some players. If anyone has a name of a player they want me to look up, throw it in chat. Look at our 5-0s though. Julius, Joao's 5-0. I'm actually curious, how is Gabriel 401? A tie. How's Vinny doing? 4-1 for Vinny. Tord is not there. Kato is 3-2. Uneda 3-0-2. Chow? Wait, is Henry there? No, Henry's not there. Henry Brand, though, 401. Wait, I thought Henry was going to this tournament. Cool. What's your opinion on chess clocks for Pokemon? Doesn't work. I don't think it would work. Is Tim Franklin there? No. You see if Tim Danklin is in? Tim is not at this tournament, no. Have you seen Limitless Labs' favorite player feature? I have not. What's your opinion on Pokemon clocks for chess? Optimal. They've been playing chess wrong for years. What's your question? US player conversion rate? I mean, looking at the stats right now, it's not like maybe a third. I was gonna say over 50%, but now that I'm actually looking at the US players' records right now, I'm a little disappointed. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Europe's free. What are we doing, man? This is egregious. I'm gonna say a third. I'm gonna say a third of. Actually, no, I'm not gonna even give them that much credit. Look at all these L's, man. A quarter, 25%. I've lost faith. Why don't you think chess clocks would work? Too many little things that would happen too often to go back and forth with chess clocks. I use Iron Bundle So what, I hit my chess clock because you're stopping and thinking about Iron Bundle, and then you hit it back after you promote your Pokemon? There's too many little back and forths. We see the Canadians? For sure. Canadians doing better than the US. Not by a whole ton, though. They're doing a little bit better. Imagine Frostlass interactions with chess clocks. Yeah, exactly. It's just too many things, man. It's just too many little things. Too many little things. Piper is playing Zoroark. Limitless Labs is live now too. Oh, is it really? Dude, I hate this. Dude, I'm always excited when a new I'm always excited when a new Robin feature. Ooh, hold up. When a new Robin feature drops, bro. Let's peep this. Let's peep this. I haven't seen this yet. Is this new for this tournament? Lille Regional Championships live. Let's take a look. Yeah, there it is. Dude, shout out Robin, man. I don't know if Robin's going to school or what he does for a living, but hopefully his job never takes him away from us, you know? Hopefully whatever Robin does in life, I hope he is able to live a very happy, fulfilled life. And he still has time for the Pokemon TCG community, to be honest. He's even got like a little, what is this? This player's current match is not finished yet. He's got everything, man. Is Robin the GOAT at this point? I mean, basically. Isn't Limitless his full-time job? I don't know how he would make a living running Limitless. Maybe. I doubt it. Does he make enough money from the Patreon and the like ads on this? I doubt it, right? I don't know. I mean, the site definitely gets a ton. The site definitely gets a ton of traction, but I don't know. Robin is probably the most impactful player in the history of the TCG and shaping how it grew. Definitely, it's not even close, for sure. Plus, Limitless does stuff for a good few other games as well. Yeah, he does do. I mean, honestly, I hope he. I mean, I would hope he could, if he was able to. I would hope he could make a living through this. To be honest, through Limitless, if it's possible. I assume he can, but if I'm wrong, I would be happy to be wrong, because that would increases our chances of never losing him. Because that would drastically increase our chances of never losing him. Limitless is Robin's full-time job. We will have him forever. Oh, it is? Okay, sick. Because every time I see Robin come out with like a new feature or something like this, I always like think about what if Robin leaves? I'm just getting errors when loading Limitless. Well, yeah, Robin doesn't like you, Jake, so I had him ban you. You're not allowed on the site. He's got the pairings thing too. We don't even have to go over to RK9. Oh my gosh. Clean. Are you gonna watch Halo Worlds? Probably. If it's still on whenever I'm done streaming, I'll probably tune into Halo Worlds a little bit. I don't think anything crazy. I mean, TSM pushed Optic to Game 5, and then SSG lost a match, or yeah, they lost a match in pools, maybe 2 matches. Nothing too crazy yet, but Optic is known to struggle in pools, so them getting pushed to a Game 5 by TSM isn't crazy. I mean, the question really is just, is FaZe going to come to play or not? It still has a competitive scene? It does, yeah. You like the new remake for Halo CE? I mean, it's just the campaign. Not really. Like, it's just literally the campaign. Maybe if they were like, it was like a Halo 1 remastered, but I don't know. You think Faker can get the 3-peat? I hope so, dude. That'd be insane. Also, the way they're doing it too, like T1, they were the play-in team. They were 1-2 in Swiss. Now they're 1-1. Doesn't T1 play today? I think T1 plays today, right? I actually might try and tune into that. Or is it happening like soon? FlyQuest, bro. You must be a new age League of Legends fan if you still believe in North America. Like, it's already over. They already played, yeah. Oh, they actually already played. Did they win? Or the fact that if you still believe in if you believe in a North American or European team, you must be new to the League of Legends scene. That's sick. Yeah, I'm obviously rooting for T1. It'd be insane if Faker wins again. That would just be insane. Well, not Faker, but T1 winning, Faker winning, just like insane. Especially in like the manner that because last season was pretty similar, right? They weren't the favorite. I think they went down 1-2 in Swiss as well, and then brought it back. What about Chinese LoL teams? They're good. Chinese League of Legends is just they're streaky. Like sometimes they show up to Worlds, sometimes they don't. Like, or I guess they're like Chinese League teams are just like they're less consistent. They're literally like high roll. Like as far as high roll goes, that's the way I view Chinese League of Legends teams. Like sometimes like they're just not as good across the board. Like there's one really good Chinese team, maybe two, but then the rest of them are like usually worse. I don't know. The Korean League of Legends teams are just like always so solid and good. Like deck face-off overall win rate. Oh, it's because of Cornerstone. I was like, dude, Charizard is getting shit on, bro. What the fuck? But it's because of the Cornerstone. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I feel like Chinese teams are inconsistent, but they're obviously very good and have the potential to beat Korean teams and win worlds. Like they're on par. Chinese teams at their peak are just as good as Korean teams, but they feel less consistent than Korean teams. I don't know. But yeah. There was a moment, like quite a few years ago now though. There was a moment where it felt like Europe had a chance. That moment there was a moment where I felt like, oh, wait a second. Europe is kind of doing it. They got to what? Back-to-back Worlds finals. They got obliterated in the Worlds finals, so it wasn't even close. But there was a moment where I was like, oh, wait, is Europe actually building up to be able to compete? It was just one team. I forget the team. Was it G2? I think it was maybe G2. It's like, oh, but if one team can do it, hold up. Maybe they can compete. But they just got demolished in the finals 2 years in a row. It was like Fnatic into G2 or something like that, but... Yeah, Fnatic in 2018, G2 in 2019, yeah. But now, since then, there's been no competition for China and Korea since then. Actually, hasn't Taiwan... I think I'm thinking of Taiwan. Some other Asian country has been more competitive than Europe and North America as of late. I forget. I don't remember what it was, though. But I don't think I'm trolling. Yeah, Taiwan's been pretty good. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, I'm looking at the bracket now. G2 did make bracket pay. Okay. I mean, it'll be a buy for somebody, I guess. So Top Esports effectively got a buy in the first round. Top are known chokers. One of my first ever League Cup challenge, and I am nervous. I mean, you're going to be nervous. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's not a big deal. Just a local tournament. But you're probably going to be nervous a little bit no matter what. There's no advice or anything I could say or chat would say that would make you not nervous. You just need to experience it. Don't stress about it too much. People are generally pretty nice at local tournaments, stuff like that. So I'm so sorry if you've already called about this, but what are your thoughts on the Kangaskhan Bouffalon deck? I actually don't know. I haven't tried it yet. I do want to try it, though. Especially the build that got, like, top 8 or whatever at Bella Horizonte. I'm gonna give that a shot at some point. It's interesting. It's very intriguing, but is Absol Kangaskhan the best deck in the format? No, it's probably Gardevoir. But Absol's good. Absol Kangaskhan is a good deck for sure. But Guardy is probably the best deck overall. Oh, it's fallen off? It has, yeah. No, try the Kangaskhan Blocklax deck. That deck, the control Kangaskhan, that deck is pretty cool, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if it's good. Definitely has some bad matchups. I like the idea. I also kind of like the control Kangaskhan deck as well. Playing control on PTCG Live and on stream in general is just kind of miserable, but that deck is pretty cool. May Kang will remain as a top tier as the meta progresses, or is it just a temporary hype? Who knows? Time will tell. Deck's solid. Could be good. The metagame could become too anti the deck, though, to make it viable. Absol and Kanga would be the most played megas. I mean, I think it was pretty predictable that Kangaskhan would probably be the most played mega for sure, right? I think that was pretty... that was a pretty easy prediction because it slots into potentially so many things as just draw power. Although, honestly, the way it's played out, it hasn't really been slotted in as draw power into much decks besides, like, control. Control in card game seems awful when you're online. No one respects time. Yeah, it's just not as fun. Brought camera up's broken. True, my bad. I forgot about camera up. Hi, AzulGG. What should I play for a cup next weekend with an overwhelming meta share of Zard? I mean, probably Paltnor, if you feel confident in that matchup with Paltnor. I don't for sure, but Absol probably. Oh yeah, you could just play Absol with the double Cornerstone, as long as like the Zard players aren't teching for Cornerstone. That seems fine. What are your thoughts on Grimmsnarl Mega Gengar? I just don't think it. I think it's just bad. I think if you're gonna play Mega Gengar with a Stage 2 Dark Pokemon, it should just be Charizard. And even that, I'm like not convinced is like good or like worth it. But Grimmsnarl is just like bad Charizard, right? Because you're not playing. I mean, maybe you are. You're not playing Gengar, Grimmsnarl, Frostlass, Monkey Dory, right? You're not playing all of those in a single deck. I don't think you could. So at that point, Charizard's a better Grimmsnarl, right? Appreciate the $2 super chat though, Chris. What matchup do you think is bad for Grim right now? I feel like it's not that bad. I don't think Grimmsnarl has any like inherently bad matchups. I just don't think the deck is that good. That is my problem with Grimmsnarl. Like, I don't think it does. I don't think Grimmsnarl has that many bad matchups. But it's like, the Ceruledge matchup is fine. The Golden Go matchup is fine. The Charizard matchup, I actually don't even know about the Charizard matchup, to be honest. Depends what they play, I guess. Mega Kangaskhan matchup, I don't know if that's good or bad. Honestly, I don't know about that one. People in chat have been saying that Absol is really good against Grimmsnarl, though. I'm inclined to believe them. Like, you don't have any great matchup. Like, Grimmsnarl's not even that good against Guardy. Like, if you don't, like, you have to play like a super heavy boss count and to be good against Guardy. Like, yeah, the deck is just like super mid. Grim is easy to counter. I don't even know if I agree if that's true, but no one's countering Grim either. Like, no one's teching for Grimmsnarl because the deck is so mid. The deck is so fine. Like, no one's gonna tech for Grimmsnarl. Everything already can beat Grimmsnarl just fine. Like, no one is like, oh my gosh, dude, my Grim matchup, bro. It's also not even popular enough to worry about either. Yeah, the deck is just extremely fine. I don't know. The deck just does not feel that good right now. It's almost like the meta. I almost feel like the meta is like too diverse. Like, that's the problem with Grimmsnarl. Like, I liked Grimmsnarl more when it was a more narrow metagame. When I don't know. Or maybe it's just like what's being played right now. I feel like you just have so much, like, Grimmsnarl does not feel like it has very good control over its matchups. I don't know. I liked Grim more when Pult was more popular. When it was like Pult, Guardy. Those are the top two decks by far. That's when Grim felt better. So I guess a more narrow meta, especially on the top end of things. You're like, okay, I'm gonna have to cheese a win against a Bolt or something, but then it's like the main thing I have to worry about is Bolt and Guardy, and that's it. But now it's like, dude, there's like 7, 6, 7, 8, dude, 9 decks. Like, it's too much. I think it's just too much. I really hope someone figures out how to use Alakazam. That deck has so much consistency. The deck feels pretty close, to be honest, to being legit. Okay. 2 of Europe's finest. Alberto Conti versus Julius. I feel like Julius kind of started to have his breakout last season. Like, he's had some placements before, but I feel like Julius has started to have like his breakout season towards the end of last season. Appreciate the prime sub there. Fox in Socks. Socks in Fox. What do you think about Zorak? Zorak's pretty cool. And then obviously Alberto. I mean, Alberto definitely had his breakout season last season. I mean, everyone kind of knew. I mean, a lot of people knew Alberto's name, but he won 2 regionals last season, right? Or 2 majors. Alberto had a really good season last season. I'm gonna be disappointed if Alberto's still playing Polt Dustnor, though. I'm not gonna lie. And I'll be rooting for Julius. He's playing Lostina. Okay, that's legit. I like that. Wait, did I pay out the prediction for the last match? Gosh darn it, dude. It is Guardy versus Polt Nor. Honestly, I hope Julius smashes him, bro. The last match ended in a tie, right? I believe so. So I have to pay out the prediction. Did I hear about Wolfie's announcement? You mean his video or something else? All right, switch predictions up. Tournament Secret Box? Well, yeah, obviously. And Julius is okay. Hold up. The one thing I will say about Poltnor right now into the Guardy matchup is most Guardy builds have become more aggressive and built around Rare Candy, which makes the matchup way better for Poltnor. So I will say that. Like, I don't know where everyone is standing on that, but Julius is still playing Team Evo, so, and Arvin. Julius is not only playing Team Evo, but Julius is also still playing Arvin. So, as far as Guardy matches you could hit here as Alberto, this is probably the worst one. Appreciate the 21 months there, Gloomix. Appreciate the 3 months there. Espresso. I think we got to go for a Vessel here as Julius. We need to build up some energy, right? Also, because Julius has Kirlia in hand, so you want to be able to retreat the active Ralts. You want to be able to retreat. You want to be able to. Oh, I guess you could Artisan for another Ralts, right? And then you could evolve that one to Kirlia and then TM Evo into it. Okay, but I think we need. We need Vessel here, unless we have an energy in hand. But then I guess we could hope to hit energy off Iono. Maybe that is fine. Maybe the Nest Ball is fine here then from Julius. No supporter. Wait, Gear supporter. Wait. Well, I think he just missed it at this point. I think Alberto was even asking him. It's like, wait, you forgot about the Supporno. There's Iono in hand. Yeah, but you want to grab Lily here. You want to draw 8. Why would you want to draw 6 when you could draw 8? Or just give yourself a different option. No supporters, probably, so he has more outs if he gets Iono'd. Okay, that's not unreasonable. I don't hate that. That is fair. That might actually... Okay. I don't hate it. That's not completely unreasonable. All right, we did give the Artisan over to Alberto here, but Alberto has got the Lily, so I don't know if Alberto's really stressing for basic Pokemon. But, like, what... Okay. The flip side to that, though, is what if Alberto has a slow start and you don't want to Iono Alberto? That's not unreasonable either, right? I think I still am in favor of taking Lily there as Julius. I think I still grab a Lily there if I'm Julius. Because I don't want to help Alberto, though, potentially. Even off this draw of 8, we maybe don't want to Iono Alberto, right? Now, we probably don't care, but it's 8 cards, so it's pretty good 8 cards there. No energy, though. No energy for Alberto here, though. He has Research in hand. No, he has Iono in hand. That's it. He only has 1 supporter. It's just Iono. You still have TM Evo into Guardy turn 2, and then you can Iono later. You could. Julius might not play a supporter here, but you'd still want a Lily for the Lily option, though, I think. Like, you still want to grab Lily here, so once again, you don't have to... you don't have to Iono Alberto. Once again, it could just... You could identify that it would help Alberto more than hurt Alberto. Or neutral, or be neutral. But yeah, we could just see Julius... I guess you maybe TM... Well, actually, I think I would play the Iono. I don't plan on hitting double Gardevoir off my... Unless you prize a Gardevoir here as Julius, then I'd maybe reconsider. But if I'm Julius here, I'm not drawing double Gardevoir off my Iono. So I want to see more cards to have more options. We have literally 0 energy in our discard pile right now. Like, yeah, there's no Guardy's prize. I'm not drawing double Guardy off my Iono here. Gotta play the game. I wonder if there's ever an argument from Julius, to be honest. It looks like a no rare candy build here from Alberto. The Dreeps are in. I was thinking about the Badoo there, it looked like from Alberto, but it makes sense to not get a Badoo. And then there we go. The Itchy Pollen is in. Draw for turn is a Psychic Energy. So you could go Evolve Kirlia attached to Ralts. Or what else would you even set up here? Immediately into the Artisan here is grabbing a Monkey Dory. I am curious to see if Julius chooses to play the Iono or not. Because there's reasons to not play the Iono here. I just think you play it. I just want to see cards. Did he just read the Badoo? Oh, yeah, he's just trolling. Okay, we're going to retreat to the... That makes sense, right? Retreat to the Monkey Door and then use Monkey Door. And then goes to the Iono, yeah. But see, this is why you should have grabbed a Lily. Just in case Alberto has, like... You think... You identify that Alberto's hand is weak. It would be pretty funny if Julius does draw double Guardy here. I'm not going to lie. No Guardy. Ooh, also no energy. But I guess for the current situation, having energy here is not that big of a deal. Yeah, the hand's pretty mid. Honestly, this situation doesn't feel terrible for Alberto. The attacking options for Julius on the next turn are pretty weak. I guess we have 2 Psychics to work with. But if we put double Psychic on like a Screamtail to snipe a Duskull, then Julius or Alberto could trap Guardy EX with how few energy are in the hand. Honestly, that is like a big part of not playing Research or heavy Research counts anymore in Gardevoir. You just have less ways to get... For this matchup specifically, you have less ways to get your energy aggressively into the discard pile. This matchup definitely, for the changes that people have actively chosen to make, and then, I mean, kind of the choices you're kind of forced to make, because, like, why would you not play Lily in the deck? Because it's just kind of broken. The matchup has definitely gotten better for Paltnor. It's still probably unfavorable, but Lily over Research, I feel like that favors Paltnor. Heavy candy builds, that favors Paltnor. Oh, I didn't realize that. I forgot about Alberto getting Iono'd here. Alberto's hand was really good before. It had Ultra Ball and a Dracloak. Now it just has a single Dracloak, and we had to Brox for it. So the hand here from Alberto is way worse. If Julius actually top decks a Dark Energy, Julius can actually Screamtail KO the lone Dracloak in play, but it would be all the energy would be in play, and then Guardy could get trapped. Guardy top deck is also pretty good. This is going to be interesting here for Julius. What do you do here, actually? Maybe you get Screamtail and Slap. And then you leave 1 Psychic Energy in the discard pile. So you have more outs to be able to move your Guardy on the next turn. I feel like I like that play. I feel like I would Slap here. Because if you commit both energy to the Screamtail, then Alberto having like Iono... Actually, not even Iono. Just Counter Catcher Guardy would be kind of scary. Is Colress ever good? Find Neo Upper into Jamming Tower? No, it's just bad Hilda. Let's see what Julius goes for, though. Obviously, KOing a Duskull is way better than KOing the Badoo. Okay, does go. I like the slap play here. But getting your Guardy stuck in the active can be game ending, so. All right, the board for Alberto is definitely not where he wants it to be going into this turn. You can attack with Dragapult, though. There's not a ton of energy in the discard pile. You could Countercatcher or Guardian punch it. I think that's still probably the play here from Alberto, is Countercatcher Guardy, hit it for 200, spread 6 on the bench Guardy. I don't know where the other damage goes, to be honest, but... Immediately into the Buddy Poffin, just for the shuffle. Wants to access the cards on the bottom of the deck. Countercatcher Itchy Paw and Guardy. A single energy gets around that, though. That's so weak. It's so extremely weak. I wouldn't hate that play if there was 0 energy in Julius's discard pile. But with 1 energy in Julius's discard pile, like, that is, like... Oh, it's like as weak as it gets. I would just start swinging here. If Clefairy's prize, you would be in a pretty good spot. For Julius to find the Clefairy. Even if Julius finds Clefairy, because Julius has only drawn 1 prize card, you have Dusclopses and Dusknors to give. You have prize cards to give to Julius. And you can go with back-to-back Dragapults here. You can go with back-to-back Dragapults here. Oh, I forgot to do the prediction. I'll put the prediction on now. Maybe my prediction thing just stopped working. That's why it didn't work. Oh, I didn't choose the outcome for the last one? The last one was a tie, though, right? You did the prediction? Oh, no. Did I do the prediction? Oh, my gosh, bro. Dude. Oh. My bad. I thought the prediction was from the last prediction. That was the new one? Dude, I thought I forgot to do it. I apologize, chat. I am so sorry. I'll lock back in. All right, we found a Dracloak. And we found an Ultra Ball, so that's 2 Dracloaks. That's good. Did he only get Badoo in case he whiffs Countercatcher? Possibly. Yeah, punching the Screamtail is really bad here for Alberto. So if we don't get Countercatcher, running to Badoo is probably correct. So destroying the points market like it's CS2. Well, we can do another prediction from this point in the game. All right, new prediction up for the same match. All right, Dusclops was found, excuse me. Julius does have 5 prize cards left. They just haven't updated the graphic yet. Julius take the Badoo prize. I'm assuming Julius drew the prize card and the graphic's just not updated. We got Jamming Tower as well. How is Alberto going to play it, though? He is going with the retreat to Badoo, so he's going to hide behind Badoo for a turn. And this will be decent for... I mean, it buys that, like... Julius is not going to have, like, a big play this turn. Oh, I guess Julius can... we'll see what the top deck is. Mew... Oh, does have a Psychic in hand. Okay. But you can't do anything with it. You could bench Mew and attach Psychic to Mew, but that's pretty weak. You could attach Active and then Screamtail snipe the Duskull this turn, I guess, instead, and leave the Badoo in play. That actually seems pretty good. Or no, you could build up the energy on the active. Oh no, but then you have 1 less energy in your discard pile. Actually, I don't like this play from Julius. And we have no energy in our discard pile. This is exactly what Julius was playing around last turn. Can he KO Dusclops? He can, but now he has 0 Psychic in the discard pile. This is what we played around last turn by slapping instead of putting both Psychic on the Screamtail. This is giving Alberto that opportunity that we tried to not give Alberto by slapping instead of KOing the Duskull last turn. Now Alberto can bring up the Guardy EX with 0 energy in the discard pile. I mean, that has to be the play here from Alberto, I feel like. This seems pretty winnable for Alberto. We got the Countercatcher. We got the energy. Here comes the Ultra Ball. I assume to go get Fez. Just for the draw power. We need to find Iono, though. From Alberto here. We definitely want Iono to go with everything. If we don't find Iono, though, honestly, Julius's hand is not that great to respond to the play anyways. But there's the Iono. Things are looking pretty good here for Alberto. Well, as good as they can look for Pult against Guardy. Definitely a mistake, though, from Julius on the last turn, I think. I don't think we should have... I think the Screamtail play was a mistake from Julius, for sure. Should have left that Psychic in the discard pile. Because now here comes the punish immediately from Alberto. Look, Alberto gets a couple more there. There we go. All right, we're good. Okay, there is a Lily drawn there from Julius, but needs Psychic Energy and needs a way to get them in the discard pile as well. Night Switcher in the hand here for Alberto, so could recover the Dusclops. Have that as a threat for the following turn. And here we go. The attack from Alberto, just going to punch the Guardvor. Do you just set up both Guardies, right? Don't you just put 6 on the bench Guardie? So you can, like, KO both? Okay, is that even possible, actually? Can you KO both? Actually, don't know where this damage goes. And let me try and do some mathing here real fast. I actually just don't know. 6 on the Mew? 6 on the Monkey? Okay, sure. I actually don't know where this damage should go. Okay, Psychic top deck there for Julius, but needs more. Oh, wait, is that actually a misplay from Julius? Shouldn't we attach the Dark and shuffle the Psychic back in the deck so we could draw into it and then discard it? I think it's actually a misplay from Julius. We should attach the Dark Energy, shuffle the Psychic back in the deck to increase our odds of getting Vessel plus Psychic or Ultra Ball plus Psychic. We need to move this Guardvor. Oh, no, but are we trying to, I guess, attack with... I guess you want to attack with Clefairy this turn, though, right? So, no, maybe this is fine from Julius because we want to be able... We want to try and do it all. I guess it depends on... We did not get there. I guess it depends on how much we want to be able to do it all here from Julius. I can't tell what that card in the back of the hand is. We wouldn't be in this position. We wouldn't be in this position as Julius if we just didn't... Oh. Huge punish. We wouldn't be in this position as Julius if we just put the energy in play correctly. Or if we just didn't... If we didn't do the Screamtail play. We just left the energy in the discard pile. And it's going to be a pass. Okay, this is exactly what Alberto needed. Buys a turn. Neo Upper has been found as well. Has plenty of time to get the energy in play, though, at this point, no matter what. Eyeing up an Ultra Ball here. What do you go for as Alberto here for... 210 on the active. You can't KO both Guardvors. Okay, we're into the Dracloaks. I'm trying to like piece this one together. As Alberto here, could you ever... You can pop Nora to Mew and force to an Ino to 3 and take 4. But you still lose to a Clefairy though, right? See, the board state, this is why the matchup is so bad. Like, on the current board state, Alberto's board isn't that good. Like, you still lose. Game with Hawlucha? Is it game with Hawlucha? KO, no. Or dude. What if you just went... What if you went Countercatcher, KO, Mew, KO, Monkey Dory? Yeah, is Countercatcher, KO, Mew, KO, Monkey Dory, and then next turn, KO, Guardy, KO, Screamtail? Countercatcher, Iono coming in from Alberto. Okay. Or... 8. Oh, you're right. That is game with Hawlucha. So if Alberto gets a Night Stretcher here, or Alberto has Night Stretcher. No, he does have game. You're right. He does have game. I thought we were short, but no, that is enough damage. Holy smokes. Jeez. And then 3-3. Alberto with the 6th prize turn. Oh my gosh. Taking game 1. We still got more games to play. Julius got to lock back in. It was a pretty big mistake though from Julius. Leaving 0 energy in the discard pile. Huge mistake from Julius. Does end up getting punished immediately. And Alberto gets the first dub here. I wonder if there was ever an argument, actually. I don't know, actually, though. He played around it with the slap and forgot the next turn. He was just, like, that much more afraid of the Dusclops because it could be a Dusknoir now. But, like, I think it still applies to that turn, though. Yeah. Like, there's more merit. Like, if we go back and look at the situation, like, on this turn, just to, like, break it down, like... When do we go for the first slap? Right here? So right here, Julius could have KO'd a Duskull, but then you have 0 energy in the discard pile, and then Guardy can get trapped in the active. So we go with the slap instead. But then going into the next turn, like, KOing a Dusclops is definitely better than KOing a Duskull, right? A Dusclops is a bigger threat than a Duskull. So there's more merit to leave no energy in your discard pile to KO a Dusclops compared to a Duskull, but it's still not worth it. It's still a misplay from Julius. Makes the mistake, goes for the KO on the Dusclops, leaves no energy in the discard pile, and then immediately gets punished by Alberto from counter-catching up the Guardy, trapping it for a turn, and then making the comeback there. So, yeah, definitely a mistake. But like, the one thing to understand is there is higher merit to KOing a Dusclops compared to a Duskull. Like, the situations are not equal. They're two different situations, but the play should still be the same. But that's like how Julius evaluates it, right? Like, in Julius's position, you see Duskull, you're like, it's not worth it to take the risk against a Duskull, but then he thinks it's worth it to take the risk against a Dusclops. Definitely think it's a mistake, but we can understand how he came to the thought process, or came to the conclusion. So if you played Lily as your last card in hand, do you still need to shuffle your deck? Yes. All right, here we go again. Also, actually, I want to go back to Julius also not getting, while we get ready for this next game, I want to go back to Julius not getting a Lily here. Like, it actually kind of played out exactly as I said it could. No, it didn't. It didn't actually sequence the way I thought it would sequence, because the Iona was what gave him the worst hand. Never mind, don't mind me. All right, 1 Ralts prized. 2 Bravery Charm prize. The Ralts being prized is fine. The Bravery Charms are tough. 2 Dreepy prize, though, for Alberto. And Julius did choose second here going to game 2. The Poffin is there for Alberto, though. But honestly, 2 Dreepy being prized in this matchup isn't as big of a deal, I don't think. Because you want like a double Duskull, double Dreepy setup anyways, I think. Yeah, I think the Dusknoir is prized, right? Yeah, so no... as high of a damage potential from Alberto. Prizing the Dreepies, I mean, it's not great, but when you open Hawlucha, like, are you even benching a 3rd Dreepy anyways? Maybe not, right? Like, the double Duskull is probably coming down, right? So honestly, it's not that bad for Alberto. 2 Dreepy and Hawlucha is rough. Well, the fact that you open the Dreepy actually like makes it fine that you prize the fact that you open Hawlucha makes it fine that you prize the Dreepy, right? Because you're never gonna put a 3rd Dreepy down anyways. So it kind of like worked out for how the and we already have the Neo upper in hand as well. Also has a couple Ultra Ball, so could go. I don't even know what else you'd grab here though. You don't need to develop Duskulls yet because you don't even have the threat of a Dusknoir anyways. So you probably just wait to use these Ultra Balls to become. I do like the attachment for turn. You should definitely attach Neo upper here to Dreepy. It's pretty safe. You appreciate the 68 months there, J-Car. And then, yeah, here's the pass. All right, so for Julius, already has the TM Evo in hand. Oh, no. But Julius has no Ralts. Oh, boy. So help me win a bet. Phantasmal Flames is not legal for Las Vegas Regionals, right? It is not, no. It literally comes out the weekend of Las Vegas. You appreciate the 25 months there, check marks. Yeah, I think Julius has 2 Vessels, a Clefairy, although, well, usually the Guardy player had a little bit more. I was going to say, we have seen Guardy win games coming back from just attached to Clefairy, but usually there's some Ralts involved and some Curlias eventually. Do they really need to bet on something that can be solved with a Google search? Well, yeah, you've never had those bets with a friend before where you both are confident you're right. So then you're like, all right, hold up. Before we check, before we confirm, let's bet. That's the whole point. Dark to Monkey Dory. I feel like it should be Psychic to Clefairy here, to be honest. It is a heavy Bravery Charm build here for Julius as well. He's playing 3 Bravery Charms. Yeah, I feel like if I'm Julius here, I'm attaching to Clefairy for turn. I'm not gonna lie. We should definitely put the Bravery Charm on the Clefairy. Because you never know. Alberto's hand might be dead besides Iono, so. Don't need to do here. That's a really good point, actually. Yeah, Alberto does not need to do. And top deck the Brox. Pretty good. But actually, you kind of want a Brox for, like, Duskull's, right? So it looks like it's going to be an Ultra Ball to get rid of Ultra Ball plus Iono. Going to get a Dracloak. And then we see what we do with the Brox here, I guess. The Brox is either going to get us another Dracloak or it's going to get us some Duskulls. You definitely want Duskulls here as Alberto. I mean, you also want Dracloak, though. You kind of just want it all. Well, actually, you don't have to Badoo here, but you might still Badoo anyways, right? Like, you might just go get Latias Badoo. Ooh, there's a Lily. Because, like, well, I guess, like, Julius doesn't even have a supporter, right? Like, maybe... So Julius would have to top deck a supporter for you to actually care what Julius does. I'm actually curious to see what Alberto chooses here. It looks like it is going to go for the item lock. Honestly, but in this situation, yeah, if, like, Julius had played Iono... Let's say Julius played Iono and then this was the board state. Badoo is a lot more potentially impactful because, like, you don't know if Julius has a supporter or not. But right now, Julius does not have a draw supporter in hand. So also, you're giving a prize card over to Julius through the Mind Bend, actually. Interesting. But yeah, I mean, it's not terrible, obviously, to go with Badoo here. But I almost like just getting a Dracloak there instead. Or if we are going to go basic Pokemon, like maybe getting like Duskull plus Latias to be able to move the Hawlucha next turn into the Dragapult. And Julius has to decide here. Do you attach active and draw the prize card, but then your Clefairy is not ready to go to respond to a Dragapult? If you attach to the Clefairy, though, you're not getting a prize card and your hand is still dead. And you kind of give Alberto a little bit more freedom to just maybe Badoo again for another turn, to be honest here. We could just see Fire to Dreepy, play Lily, and then kind of evaluate from there if you're Alberto. But I think Alberto would be pretty content. I don't actually know if I love the Jamming Tower play there. Seems fine. I don't know. You give, like, Julius time to counter the Jamming Tower, and that'd be pretty bad. You're going to see so many cards here as Alberto. You're going to see 8 off the Lily, 2 off the Dracloak, another Dracloak probably. I kind of like holding the jamming there, to be honest. I mean, Julius doesn't have Artisan in hand, but just to make sure you have it to counter the Bravery Charm here. Into the Poffin. Duskull is now finally on the way. It took a little while, but squad's all here now. I don't think we're going to be seeing Alberto attacking this turn, but attacking this turn actually wouldn't be terrible. I think we'll probably see him take the turn off to try and Gust KO the Clefairy. Or force Julius to go... Yeah, or KO... Like, if the Monkey Dory KOs the Badoo, then we get access to Counter Catcher to bring up the Clefairy. Comes the Ultra Ball. Gonna get Dracloak number 2. And then, yeah. Probably just gonna end the turn with a Badoo Punch. He wins next turn. Yeah. Game is definitely possible next turn. Doing chill. Has Dragapult in hand. Has Boss, I think, in hand, or Jamming Tower. And then, so just needs like a Dusclops and has game. Julius actually needs to bench another Pokemon here. Need to bench the Screamtail. At least. I wonder if it was still just correct for Julius to attach to the Clefairy and pass. Because by drawing the prize card here, you actually give Alberto access to Counter Catcher. Which I don't know if you want to do that. Does not seem good to do. Ralt's found out the prize cards. Probably the best prize card you could find in this situation. But I don't think it's going to be enough. What's bad about benching the Fez? Then Alberto could just bring up your Fez and punch it, but not KO it. Especially if you're attaching to Monkey Dory, because then Julius can't move the Fez and attack with Clefairy on the next turn. So Alberto's play becomes bring up Fez, punch, spread damage, go. And then Julius is stuck again. And then Alberto brings up Clefairy, KOs Fez. Benching Fez would have been okay if Julius attached to the Clefairy. That's the only time you'd want to bench the Fez. You could bench Fez attached to Clefairy, but then you're not drawing a prize card. But honestly, maybe it's fine to not draw a prize card there, because if Alberto Badoos for another turn, then you just if Alberto Badoos for another turn, then you can Monkey Dory move the damage over, I guess. But there's the counter catcher, brings up the Clefairy, has the Dusclops, so you can Dusclops put the damage on the Monkey Dory, and then Alberto can have a 3-prize turn here, KOing the Clefairy and the Monkey Dory, and then maybe if we find a Night Stretcher, which we did just fine, we can reestablish another Duskull on the bench and have the threat of double Dusclops next turn to just draw 3 more prize cards and win the game at this point. Oh, we're not going to KO the Monkey Dory here. I guess we're okay with... maybe we're okay with getting Mind Bended because we have enough energy set up where we can just retreat Dragapult to Dracloak. That seems fine, I guess. Sure. This does give... I'm thinking about this a little bit more. Now Julius could go Counter Catcher with Monkey Dory KO Dusclops. Or KO Dracloak. No, you can't KO Dust. No, you could KO Dusclops. Actually, hold up here. Or double... You could set up another Monkey Dory this turn as Julius and KO the Duskull off the bench by moving the 6 off of the active. Okay, the more I think about this, the less I like this play from Alberto leaving the Monkey Dory alive. Save Clops, prop for Rolts. But you can do that next turn. There's nothing stopping you from setting up another Dusclops next turn. Like, if... I don't think you care. Like, you can't lose as Alberto here, basically. Like, Alberto can give up Clops, like 2 more Clops, and then 2 Dragapults. Like, you're not losing that trade, basically, as Alberto at this point. You won't lose. And now Julius can draw a prize card this turn, theoretically, if Counter Catcher is found, or second Monkey Dory is set up. We get double Rolts. Alberto still won't have access to Counter Catcher, because we'd only draw 1 prize card this turn. Actually, you could draw 2 prize cards this turn as Julius, theoretically. That's probably not going to happen, though. I don't know. It's not even so much just like the double Adrenaline Brain KO Duskull off the bench here from Julius. Just Julius being able to get a prize card this turn. It just seems scary, I guess. I feel like it's not scary, but it gives Julius potential to win the game, I feel like. I'd have to like do all the math. The math might not be there, though, to be honest. The math might not exist. I definitely would not Ultra Ball away Rare Candy here if I'm Julius. We definitely need to Rare Candy Guardy next turn. Probably give up the Curlia and the other Ultra Ball. Or the Ultra Ball away Curlia Night Stretcher. Or I guess you have Night Stretcher, you can get rid of Curlia Ultra Ball and then you have Night Stretcher back for it if you want. The question is, do you need to grab 3rd Rolts here? We do have access to 3 Rolts here now as Julius. Okay, this is fine as well. Give it up to Night Stretcher. We just need to keep the Rare Candy and the Ultra Ball probably, because that's Candy Guardy in hand. The question is, what are you grabbing here? Are you grabbing Mew to draw another card, or are you grabbing a 3rd Rolts? I'm actually not sure what do you grab here. It's still not looking good for Julius, obviously, but... the Monkey Dory play is not available. The Counter Catcher wasn't found. So none of that is available here for Julius. Are we Ultra Balling again? Oh, are we going to Ultra Ball again here as Julius to then get Mew and draw with Mew? That might be the play here from Julius. Okay. I see the vision now. Okay, I see the vision. I don't hate this. Now we're getting Mew. Mew's going to draw us 3. Maybe we'll draw a supporter finally. We'll see. Iono is probably a pretty high value play here if we can find that for Julius. Alberto did like, what? Lily double Dracloak last turn and then drew prize cards, so the hand is pretty high value at this point. All right, Mew for 3. Iono would be nice. There it is, the final card. Okay. Yeah, that's like a 10-card hand there from Alberto. Also had the Turo. The Turo to be able to get access to the Hawlucha again could have been pretty impactful. So Julius could draw a Counter Catcher here. We could Counter Catcher And we could bring up a Duskull and we could get a prize card. I feel like that prize card is pretty big if we can get there. Or actually, no, you can kill the Dusclops. Dusclops, one time. No counter catcher. No KO on Dusclops. We can mind bend the active, though. And there's not that much draw power on the... Ooh. But Alberto's hand has everything, actually. Alberto has Retreat, Energy, Pop Clops, and Boss KO double Ralts next turn. So, looking pretty good. All right, we're going to move 30. I assume this goes to the Duskull here as Julius. I assume this can make its way to the Duskull. It's giving it some thought. Halucha. I feel like you gotta pressure the Duskull here. I don't hate the Halucha though. That is like the easiest thing to like get a prize card off of. See what Alberto goes for. Like I said, Alberto does have the play this turn of Retreat, Dragapult into Dusclops, pop Dusclops on Ralts, boss other Ralts, KO double Ralts. You could also go... We'll see what this was gotten here. A Lily. You could also draw 3 prize cards, but I struggle to see why you... I struggle to see come with a good reason why you wouldn't just KO double Ralts here, though. I think it's got to be KO double Ralts. There's the Retreat. It's fully going through the motion here. He might be considering not doing it, but no, there we go. I think he was giving it some thought, though. Now it's fully committed. Luminous, and then does have the boss as well. And yeah, it's just going to completely remove the threat of Gardevoir on the next turn. The Mind Bend is still alive, though, here for Julius. And Alberto's board isn't completely Mind Bend proof. Alberto here actually maybe should not put any more damage in play. This is once again giving an opportunity for Julius to set up double Monkey Dory next turn and draw a prize card. Because now Julius can KO the Duskull off Alberto's bench. I feel like Alberto should have over KO'd the Ralts there, right? Maybe the 30... No, I feel like we should have over KO'd the Ralts there, right? All right, draw for turn from Julius. We have another Ralts. We have a Bravery Charm for it. Starting with Vessel Away Research. I don't think there's... Oh, there's not an Iota on hand, but we do have Fez. So what can we see here from Julius? We could see... If we get an Iota... Okay, all right. We could actually see double Monkey Dory. KO Duskull. Mind Bend the active. Maybe 10 to Fez and Overkill. Yeah, sure. 10 to Fez and Overkill seems fine. I'm okay with that. Well... That still gives the KO to the Halucha, though. I don't think we want to give a prize card to Julius here. No, I think even that is incorrect, to be honest. Because Julius can win through, like... KO Duskull, KO Halucha, and then KO Dragapult. Yeah, I think it was actually just a misplay from Alberto to leave damage in play here. This is giving an opportunity for Julius to win this game now. What? You didn't grab the Monkey Dory? Okay, now less so. I feel like we got to go for that extra prize card there. No? The judges might not let him take that back. He did say he was done with Artisan and then started shuffling, I'm pretty sure. I feel like he shouldn't be allowed to get this Monkey Dory. I'm not going to lie. If Alberto's okay with it, maybe... Like, he even indicated that he's failing Artisan and then started shuffling. I don't know. I feel like he shouldn't be able to get the Monkey Dory there. I'm not going to lie. If Alberto's okay with it, maybe. But... And I do think this is the correct play. I think we want to get the second Monkey Dory established right now. Bravery Charm to the Ralts. I was going to the Mew. Okay. Okay, I guess this makes sense because this means Alberto can't win with Boss. Julius maybe doesn't know that Alberto plays... No, but the Fez is going to be a liability anyways because we have to KO the Duskull, right? Alberto does play Turo, so the Ralts can get sniped off the bench through the Turo. Here comes the Fez for 3. There's... Oh, I guess we're not secret boxing here. We are playing the Iona. Maybe we do secret box just to thin out the deck. I could see it. Yeah, we might just rip the secret box anyways. We'll see. It's another psychic in the discard pile, which I guess isn't even that high value. I don't know. The secret box is maybe not worth doing, to be honest. Doesn't seem terrible, though. Nest ball seems pretty low value. Keep the guardies, right? If you Iona, both your guardians are on the bottom. Ooh, good point. I guess we could have discarded a guardie and then got Super Rod here, right? And then shuffled it back in the deck. That's actually a really good point. We could have Super Rodded. We could have actually discarded both of them, left one in the discard pile, and then Super Rodded one back to the deck or something like that. Ball plus Monkey and Luminous wins, right? No, because you'll be confused from the Mind Bend. So you'd have to hit heads or find another Dragapult, but could work. It's close. Yeah, I feel like Julius could have played that better. The secret box here better. Shuffling the guardie, at least one guardie back into the deck. Maybe both, to be honest. Yeah, I guess you save the Night Stretcher. So I would, yeah, going secret box, discard both guardie to get Super Rod. Honestly, sounds pretty good. I actually like that line. Increase your odds of finding Iono or Ioning yourself into Candy Guardie. Also, the Bravery Charm on the Mew here is also a mistake here, I feel like, from Julius. The Bravery Charm should be on the Ralts for sure. Because if you're putting the Bravery Charm on Mew, or are we gonna team? Oh, are we gonna team Evo over Mindbend? Oh no, I guess that makes sense to use Team Evo over Mindbend though, right? Okay, then the Bravery Charm I guess actually makes sense here from Julius if we're gonna Team Evo. I didn't think about Team Evo as a line at all, to be honest. But I guess the Team Evo, sure, why not? I guess that also shuffles our deck, so then the guards are going to be back in the mix. So, makes sense. I'm down. Has counter catcher as well? Oh, there's nothing to counter catcher, though. Never mind. The Mind Bend does make... I don't know, though, but the Mind Bend... I almost favor the Mind Bend, to be honest. Because you did just... Alberto has very little draw power on board. You did Iono him down to 2. He might not be able to find a Dragapult here. Okay, here come the Adrenaline Brains. I think the Duskull has to go here. The question is, do you team Evo or not as Julius? There we go. Got the KO. This does give Fez draw over to Alberto potentially. Yeah, counter catcher is kind of dead here. Okay, second Braver Charm found to protect from losing the boss. But okay, but boss KO Ralts is still pretty bad. Oh, that Braver Charm off the prize cards is huge. And we are going with the Mind Bend still. Okay, okay. But then we should have Braver Charm Ralts, because now a Turo on the Hulucha is devastating. Although, I guess, are you playing around Turo here as Julius? I guess is a fair question, to be honest. Dragapult is in the hand here for Alberto. Thinking about Dracloaking first. It's Dracloak versus Artisan. What's on the bottom of the deck? Isn't going to shuffle the deck first. Going into the Dracloak. Sees 2. Oh, the Artisan is... Oh, no, yeah, you're right. Alberto wins. He has Luminous in hand. Alberto does have game. Artisan for Monkey Dory. As long as it's in the deck and not the discard pile. I think the Monkey is in the deck here. I think Alberto just doesn't see it. He has Bolt in hand. He has game. Honestly, I don't overly blame Alberto for not seeing it because... Oh, wait, he has... Okay. Wait, hold up. Okay, he does see it. Honestly, I actually don't... He did get it there at the end. I actually don't know if he saw the... I think it's possible he did not see the... what's it called? The Ralts KO play, though. He definitely seemed like super tunnel visioned on the gussing up the Mew play. I feel like he maybe didn't see the... Maybe he did see it in the end, though. I don't know. Same difference, though. I guess in the end. All right, there we go. I did the prediction right this time. He definitely didn't see it. Yeah, I don't think he saw the KO Ralts KO active play there. Alberto gets the dub, though. Yeah, this game, Game 2 here. I mean, Julius just had like a really poor draw, right? Julius's draw was just really, really bad. You appreciate the 46 months there, Mitch Messer. Yeah, really, really poor draw there from Alberto. Or from Julius, excuse me. But game 1, huge error from Julius. Overextending the energy. Not playing around, the Guardy getting trapped in the active. And it came back to punish him. Pretty quick. Literally the next turn, right? Pretty quickly. So what do you think about Mega Gengar EX? It's probably not competitive. I don't know. I can't think of a deck where it's actually good in. Maybe in the... I don't know. The card's just not that good. Such a huge investment for such little return. Pretty mid. I forgot that the card only prevented EXs from drawing extra prize cards. So like one prize Pokemon still get around it too. Yeah, not particularly great. It's like fine. It's like fine. Like I didn't put it on my buy list. Dude, I didn't put Mega Gengar on my buy list, but I put Mega Heracross on my buy list because of the Ludicolo potential. You appreciate 10 months there. Mecha Beast. Is Gengar banished to the realm of Dude? Kinda, I guess. Toxtricity is way more impactful. For sure. Definitely. Did you ever try Diancie in Gardevoir yet? No, I have not tried any Guardy. I mean, there's nothing really to try. It's good in Gardevoir. That's basically it. Yeah, it's good in Gardevoir. Was there anything diff about that Poltec? No, just standard Poltnor. I mean, like he was playing Brox and Monkey Dory, but nothing crazy. No candies. Is Zoroark good right now, or is Piper's List gas, or is it just Piper playing the deck? Zoroark's like fine. Yeah, Zoroark's fine. I was gonna wait for the interview, but we can take a look at it. We can actually like start to favorite players as we go down here. What players do we want to keep up with? Have you tried any lightning stuff with the new Mega? Mega Manetric or a different Mega? I've done a little bit with Mega Manetric. Nothing crazy.
Record right now with Alberto. It's not the first time I've said that with you on the sofa, but you're having another fantastic run here in Lille with Dragapult in a really tricky matchup. We have to talk about that game number 1 because you really sculpted an amazing situation. Yeah. Was that always going on in your head when you were seeing the math come together? Is that how you approach Gardevoir?
Most of the time against Gardevoir, my main plan is to gain a turn attacking the Guardy with him having no energy in the discard pile. That's usually how I gain maybe 1 or 2 turns. But then I saw Julius benching the Mew, and I did some like quick math in my head, and I was like, this is actually 6 prizes on the board I can take with like a Dusknoir and now Lucha. So yeah, I went for that way, and I drew this stretcher for the Lucha at the end.
Yeah, we saw Julius with that big reaction. Was it a head slap moment from him? Obviously, you were both having fun at the time. Yeah. Did you see it coming out before his eyes?
No, he actually didn't expect this to happen, and he was really surprised. But of course, I'm a good friend with Julius, so actually this was like our second time on stream, and the first one was 3 years ago, I think, was a special event in Spain, Bilbao.
Wow, it's inevitable that we're going to see top competitors clashing like that at the top tables. The Gardevoir matchup, it's something you've had to navigate a few times. You've played Dragapult for a number of tournaments. Do you think it's changed much with Mega Evolution coming out? Has your approach changed at all, especially Lily coming into both lists?
Well, definitely Lily helps a lot. Actually, Lily kind of makes my matchup better if they play Lily instead of Research, because they have hardest time to put energies in the discard pile. And the funny part is that the 10 HP more on the Kirlia is actually super relevant, because now if I have double Dusclops and they have 1 Ralts and 1 Kirlia, it's not enough to do to knock out both on the bench. And the 10 damage, like the 10 HP more, actually does matter a lot.
Yeah, small changes do change, especially with such a mathy deck like yours, where you're trying every damage counter really does make a big impact on your overall prize map. Those small changes do make a really big deal. So you said to me just before we came on that you made a last-minute switch to Dragapult, which might be a surprise to some because you've been piloting Dragapult for a long time, as long as I can remember. You know, even in your Regidrago V-Star deck, you were using the Dragapult.
That's
so
true.
It's a surprise to hear. Why did you just jump on this deck, and why weren't you confident to bring it all along?
Well, actually, after I watched the regional in Milwaukee and Belo Horizonte, I saw this Absol deck doing well. I was testing a bit of Dragapult before, but said like, let's wait a minute, let's see what happens in the other side of the planet and see then what to try for Lille and then Gdansk also. And then I saw this Absol deck, and at the beginning, kind of got me a bit scared. You know, the matchup is a bit tricky for Dragapult. And I said, okay, I will just try this new archetype first and see. So I played a ton of this with my friends. And then like few days before, like right before leaving on Friday, I said like, okay, enough guys, I will just play Dragapult. It's just my main deck and I know how to play it well.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said out there for everyone, that your own comfort pick where you have put so much time in, it's still going to end up having the best result more often than not, because you know the line so perfectly, especially in pressure situations or with not much time remaining, you can still create those right decisions. Do you really attribute sticking to one archetype over and over again to some of your success? We've seen you so many times for many seasons now, and it seems like you always, when you can, stick with that same choice.
Yeah, usually that's my main plan. I feel like I'm more comfortable into a big tournament like this if I know my deck like 100%, you know. So even if I'm like a bit tired at the end of the day, or even if I'm a bit nervous at the beginning of the day, I can still rely on my deck and still be like kind of passive into like just playing it out, I've always played it out. So yeah, I would say like this is really helping a lot.
You mentioned you were testing so much against this Absol Kangaskhan deck, and how much you attribute the sort of Mega Evolution format and changing your play style, perhaps, even if it's not the same deck list. Like, how much of that work goes into testing a new format?
Well, yeah, I think the new Mega Evolution expansion really got me by surprise. There's so many archetypes I was not really believing in. For example, this Absol deck, and also Cerulege is such a strong archetype now with the Lunatone and Sorok. And of course, you have to like start all over again and repractice all those matchups again because
you think you've tested everything. You thought it was just Lily you had to contend with, but the Absol Kangaskhan coming out of nowhere. Is it something that you do at the local level, testing out with friends and in person? Is that something you attribute to some of your success to?
Yeah, like my biggest part of my testing is my local car shop, which I want to say hi. It's Mirmex, so I want to say hi. And we meet there like every time we have time. We just show up and play. And yeah, sometimes also play alone because there's nobody there, so just play against myself, but yeah.
That certainly makes sense. And if you guys want to get involved at the local level at home, we've got something you can check out, because you definitely want to get down to those tables. You can end up on the top tables at a regional championship if you're heading to your local area.
Yeah, whatever, man. I got an ad. So what decks would you say beat Mega Lucario? I don't know, like any good deck probably can beat Mega Lucario. I don't think it's like... Yeah, any good deck can beat it. Can't think of a good deck that would just lose. I mean, Guard or Zoroark probably can't beat it, but Guardy obviously destroys it. But like, I don't know. Yeah, I think any good deck has like a fine matchup against it. My favorite Sander. Dude, what the heck? Why are you being such a Sander simp? Should I play Golden Go, Lucario, Ceruledge, or Pidgeot Control to a cup in an hour? Probably Ceruledge out of those three. What the heck, bro? What a scuffed lineup, bro. Honestly, just stay home. No, I'd go with Ceruledge. Is Mega Lucario plus Enzork bad? Yes, that is terrible. Why is Raging Bolt a bad deck now? You just don't have good matchups against any of the top decks. Like Raging Bolt is literally unfavored against every top deck. You just don't have any good matchups against any decks right now. Any good decks. Unfavored against Guardian, unfavored against Poltnor, unfavored against Charizard. Your deck just kind of sucks. Your Golden Go matchup got worse. Your Ceruledge matchup got worse. Or Ceruledge is like a deck now. I don't even know how that kind of stood as a matchup before, to be honest. I feel like Raging Bolt is good against the Mega decks right now. Oh sure, you're favored against Absol, sure. But like, yeah, 1 out of the 5 top decks, like, yeah, it's not good. It's not good, man. It's not a good look. Pack it up. Ball's only decent against Grim. Yeah, and Grim isn't even like one of the top played decks right now. Grim's like a fine deck, but it's not like, yeah, it's not even a high percentage meta percentage deck. Isn't Bolt good to make Absol? Yeah, sure. How's Ancient Box looking right now? BDIF? Well, yeah, obviously. Like, we don't even need to talk about that though. They're doing some post-game analysis, breaking down some plays. I guess they have some time to fill, right? They didn't go to time in this one. Is Absol even favored? Can't they just Yveltal? Absol plays like 2 to 3 penny. You'll be chilling. What do you mean? You have Petchy X too. All right, hold up. Take it back. Absol, the deck with infinite mobility. Don't you just get Yveltal? They'll silence you if you talk about Ancient Box. Yeah. There's a reason nobody plays Ancient Box anymore at tournaments. You're not allowed to play it anymore. Like, you'll be banned. I meant Bolt favored into Absol. Oh, sure. No, I don't think the Yveltal play works, right? They have enough mobility to beat you, I think. I see what you're saying now. Bolt getting Yveltal. I think they have Prime Catcher, Turo, Iron Leaves. If it's really a problem, you play Petchy X, right? If it's like, oh, Absol is a deck that I lose to because of Yveltal, you just play Petchy X because like Zoroark has it and stuff too. But if mobility is not a problem, then you're good. What's a worse offense, playing Ancient Box or writing a 4th thing about your opponent's deck? Honestly, both are equally as likely to get you DQ'd and banned. So, actually, no. Writing the 4th thing about your opponent's deck will get you DQ'd, but playing Ancient Box will get you banned. So, I guess playing Ancient Box is the worst offense. Also, I'm a dedicated United Wings player. What do I do after rotation? Quit. I mean, I'd probably try out Riftbound before any of the other games. It's like the new cool game, so try Riftbound probably. But if not, you know, Magic is a pretty good game. Actually, I don't know. Dude, I feel like I only hear negative things about Magic, to be honest. I feel like I only hear negative things about Magic. In terms of like the formats, the game in general just feels like it's selling out, stuff like that. So I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't go to Magic actually. Magic is a good game. It just ran poorly. Yeah. Like, not so much that, like, Magic at its core is a good game, but the way it's being run and handled, I only hear negative things about how it's going for Magic. Obviously, it could recover at any point because it's just a good game. But so yeah, the only like Riftbound. Good luck on Riftbound, I guess, once rotation hits. So does Quad Bidoof gain anything from the Mega Evolution or Phantasmal Flames? Yeah, new Bidoof. Honestly, I actually also recently, on that same note though, I feel like I've only heard good things about Yu-Gi-Oh! Recently in terms of how the game is being handled. So yeah, once United Wings rotates, you could try Yu-Gi-Oh! I guess. Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a bad game? Well, you could argue it's a bad game, but it sounds like things are being handled better overall over there. But is that Joe's security? Yu-Gi-Oh! Sounds awful to actually play. I don't know. I haven't played it. Well, I haven't played like recent Yu-Gi-Oh! One Piece, that's a good shout. One Piece is a good one. Flesh and Blood? Nah, you gotta chill with that. Actually, honestly, any game that doesn't have an online client is kind of cringe in general. So I guess that includes Riftbound currently. Did Riot shut down the whatever the person was doing for Lorcana in the Riftbound thing? Has that been shut down? The fan-made client? Pixelborn? Yeah, Riot shut down it? That is unfortunate. That thing looked really, really sick for... No, it got approved? Wait. It got shut down or it didn't get shut down? No, it got approved by Riot. They approved it yesterday, Pixelborn? Oh, really? Oh, that's sick. Yo, shout out Riot Games, bro. What do you think about Joltik right now? Joltik box is bad. Joltik based decks are bad right now. They're not bad decks. They're bad right now. Companies should at least have their own client before they shut down fan-made ones. They should. And they should also probably hire the people who are making the fan-made ones as well. As long as it's actually a good client, obviously. They should hire the people who are making the fan-made ones and then make their own client. And then shut down the one that was fan-made. So why'd you never do a video with Simo? Wasn't it fun? Why'd you never do another? Wasn't it fun or is it just not your type of content? Yeah, it was fun. I enjoyed it. I don't know, it just hasn't happened. Hasn't happened. I mean, if he ever wants to collab again, he knows he can always feel free to reach out to me for sure. I don't really like do collab content on my YouTube channel per se right now. Like if it's ever something I plan to do in the future, he would be someone I would reach out to try and do something with, but I don't have any like, yeah. I'm currently not doing any kind of collab content. Maybe at some point though, I'll do it. Especially now that I have like Pablo editing all my stuff, like it'd be a little bit easier because I wouldn't edit it myself, stuff like that, but why is it bad right now? It just doesn't have good matchups against the top decks. The top decks just beat it. Will you ever collab with AVGN? I have no idea who that is. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Streamer? I'm not against theoretically collabing with anyone, to be honest. I don't have any plans to collab with anyone right now, but yeah. You said they're going to make a client like forever ago, but nope. Oh, they actually like said they were going to? Everything bagel or pumpkin spice bagel? Cream cheese? Everything with cream cheese. Pumpkin spice bagel doesn't even sound that good. We ever collab with Rich Chippy? No, probably not. Are we just not going to comment on these tough ass poses? Bro, I didn't even realize what they were doing on screen. I still don't know what they're doing besides the actual posing. Does OmniPoke call him Crisp Richie? I mean, I would assume so. They haven't invented the word chip over there, so. Okay, I'm gonna go make some food real fast while we are while they're going through the shenanigans. I'll leave it up to Joe to entertain you guys. I'll be right back. Wait, hold up. Are we about to get into the next round? Maybe I'm not going anywhere. Just as I was about to leave. Hold on, hold on. Oh, the next round's up. All right, maybe I'll go get some food after this round. How's it feel being in the lead and guess that flavor text? I mean, it feels pretty good, to be honest. You know, I knew I'd get here. It was just kind of a matter of time. Chip Slippy has been slipping up recently, and I knew I'd be able to take the lead. Just had to, you know, give it a little bit more time, put in the practice, put in the effort. But, you know, I believed in the process and the team I got behind me, and, you know, we made it happen. We made it happen. Have you got a cable/wire sponsor yet? Anti-chewing technology? Not yet. Slippy Chip. On the official stream, they had a poll who was the best Giovanni. Chat voted for neither of them. Damn. One of my Yu-Gi-Oh friends said modern Yu-Gi-Oh is just two people trying to stop the other person playing the game first. I don't know if that's true though. But that doesn't really, like, that's what I hear people say, and also people are like, oh, you just win on the first turn of the game. But that doesn't tell the full story. I mean, making fun of Yu-Gi-Oh is funny, but like without actually playing the game, like I can't, like I don't know. But like what does the actual interaction look like? Is it like a long sequence of interactions that lead to one player beating the other through reads and calls based on what you think your opponent has in their hand and what you have? Like, that's what it is, right? It's like a long combo turn. Even if it's just one turn. Like when you have people like Triff winning like 2 YCSs in a month, the skill ceiling is obviously still very high in the game, right? Like, I don't know. That's all I have to look at personally, is look at the results from tournaments and you see the best players winning, especially at the rate that he was, and it's like, okay, like, or the rate that he has been winning. And it's like, all right, skill ceiling seems pretty high. Doesn't matter how the games play out. If it's 1 turn or 10 turns, if there's a lot of back and forth and interactions and like making calls, like seems decent. Now, could it be better? I'm not arguing it couldn't be better. It maybe could be better, but Triff is probably the only one playing. True, it's just Triff playing against himself. Maybe Triff is just really lucky. True. So what do you think of the WWE? No interest in it. Would you give Pokemon Champions a try if it means trying out VGC? Possibly. I'm definitely more interested in trying something like Pokemon Champions compared to like the main story video games are like ZA or AZ, Legends AZ, whatever. What about WWF? Is there a difference between WWE and WWF? Are they both wrestling things? WWF is old WWE. Oh. Same answer. I will say about Yu-Gi-Oh! All the best new Pokemon players in my locals are former Yu-Gi-Oh! Players coming to the game. There definitely is like a there definitely seems to be a decent migration from Yu-Gi-Oh to Pokemon for sure. Or maybe I will go make some food then. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go make some food real fast. We got 6 minutes. All right, chat, bear back. Round 7 is coming up soon. I'm late. What the heck? Dude, why'd they start without me? That's insane. All right, Stefan. We've seen Alexander on stream before, or was it a different Alexander? Actually, that last name is not familiar. Oh. Prediction? What are you eating? Dude, I thought I turned off mine. We got ground turkey, sweet potatoes, and some eggs, and some carrots, and some zucchini. All right, so it's definitely, is it a prime catcher build from Stefan, or what ace spec? Because that's a lot of Pokemon search to be playing Trolley, so it's definitely not Trolley. Prime catcher, okay. All right. More gimmies on the way. What about Genesect? No Genesect? Oh, it's in the hand. My bad, my bad. But Alexander went first. You could even just like Turo. Stefan has Turo in hand. You could just Turo. Well, and then if you get Iono, that's kind of weird. I guess you just don't play the Turo yet. Never mind. Don't mind me. He plays at least one Erica. I think I saw two. Holy, 2 Erica. Hold up, we're not done yet. Arvin into turn 1. Oh, Soul Rock attack. Latias is pretty weak, actually. Never mind. Yo, boss. Do we have Air Balloon Fighting Energy boss? No, we don't. What Arvin, though? Actually, give me Ghoul. Arvin for Air Balloon something. Oh, wait, Prime Catcher. I forgot about Prime Catcher. Wait, hold on. There's hope. No, there's not. Never mind. It was close, though. Actually, it wasn't that far off. But I'm curious to see what Stefan grabs here. Plays a picnic basket. Okay, that'll be big in this matchup. Is that 2 Turos? Are the other 2 cards in hand just Turos? Air Balloon Vessel? That seems reasonable to me. Yeah, set yourself up for the next turn. You actually probably want to play the Vessel, though, right now. Because you're going to get Badooed next turn, possibly. Is this Trolley Dango? No, it is Prime Catcher. Yeah, immediately into the Vessel. If you discard the metal, though, you don't have a way to Gust KO Dracloak off the bench with boss. Or you need to get another energy to be able to do that. But he's going to give it the metal here. He's going for metal plus fighting. I guess the rest of the cards in hand were pretty high quality. But you could have maybe given up one of the 2 Turos. I think there was 2 Turo in the hand there from Stefan. Air Balloon. Oh, we're retreating to give me... Oh, wait, we have minor errand running, of course. My bad. My bad, my bad. Gotta run the errands. All right, there's the Badoo and the Iono from Alexander. All right, so Stefan's really good hand is gone. We do have the Genesect in play still, though, to get the Golden Goes back, so we have something. But that hand was lining up pretty nice, to be honest. All right, over to Alexander. Do we have a Dracloak? Nope. Not good. Got Duskull. We got Nest Ball. No Loke. Pretty unfortunate there for Alexander. Yikes. He's going to commit to the Nest Ball here as well. Not going to save it for... I thought we'd maybe see that get saved for Fez, to be honest. As a response to Badoo getting KO'd. I feel like we should have waited on that Nest Ball there from Alexander. I actually don't like that. I feel like saving that for Fez makes a ton of sense. Unless, I guess if we have a supporter in hand... But we had Hilda in hand. Now it's harder to play Hilda next turn. But if we save... If we save this... Nest Ball, then playing Hilda next turn becomes a lot easier. A lot more realistic. We do have a Lily in hand as well. So Lily, I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Now we don't have bench space for Fez. No, actually, I don't really like that. Now we don't have bench space for Fez and Badoo, though. Like, next turn, Alexander can't go Fez and Badoo next turn. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I don't like this Nest Ball. We should just wait to get Fez, I think. All right, over to Stefan immediately into... I didn't see this hand there for Stefan, but it's going immediately into the Genesect. Oh, plays Baby Golden Go as well. Interesting, when you have the Soul Rock. To also still include the baby Genesect. Curious. Yeah, I do see the Erica's Invitation in the deck there. I don't see one in hand. Is it just one Erica's Invitation? Looks like it's probably just one, right? Oh, I guess the Baby Golden Go is a way to get through Cornerstone, though, right? It's a way to pressure Cornerstone. You like Mega Lucario in Dango? It's one of those things where it's like, if I'm playing Dango, well, maybe the Erica's Invitation might just be better, though, to be honest. If I'm playing, I'd probably go with the Erica's Invitation route, to be honest. I'd go with the Erica's Invitation or something like that. What is it playing the Erica's for? It's for the Absol matchup, so you have ways around Cornerstone to like force things into play. Because Absol doesn't play... Ooh, so the Baby Golden Go is going to be our attacker here. Sure. Oh, we have boss as well. Oh, but do you even want a boss here? Like, the targets on the bench are like so low quality. You go after the energy, but going after the energy here isn't actually that big of a deal. I don't even know if I like this boss from Stefan, to be honest. Like, honestly, KOing the Duskull might be a better... Honestly, just... I don't know. It's, like, fine. Because of where Alexander's board was, though, like, that Dreepy dying isn't actually that big of a deal. I almost feel like KOing the Duskull was, like, was a better play here from Stefan. Because the energy isn't that high value in this situation to go after, because there's not, like, Dracloaks developed. And if you KO Duskull, Alexander can't have Duskull, Dreepy, and Fez in play. But now that you've targeted a Dreepy, Alexander can bench Fez and still have access to Duskull as well. I don't know, I kind of like this because he's def promoting Badoo again. There's another free KO with the Baby Dango. Sure, but if you KO the Badoo, another Badoo's probably coming down anyways, right? I just kind of like the idea of saving the boss for later in the game. It makes it easier to chase other high value. Like, just the thing is, like, the Dreepy is just such a low value target. It's like, is it even worth using the boss over that? I don't know. I mean, Erica would Dango run. One and maybe a Pal Pad. Yeah, so I feel like all the... Oh my gosh. Oh no, there's an Ultra Ball. Dude, I thought we whiffed Dracloaks again. I was like, holy smokes. Yeah, Stefan is really teched out here to deal with Ogerpon, for sure. Baby Golden Go. That's got to be one of the reasons to include the Baby Golden Go. It's got to be for Ogerpon as well. Fez here? No, I think you just commit to the Dracloak. I think this is fine from Alexander. I still didn't like the Nest Ball use from Alexander on the previous turn. I feel like that should have been held for a potential Fez, but this is, like, fine. I think you'd be pretty fine with putting Fez in play at this point, but... Oh, I guess there was a second Ultra Ball in hand, so actually I don't hate the Fez, I guess, to be honest. But double Ultra Ball does mean double Dracloak guaranteed, so... This is pretty good as well. Alexander does have Neo Upper in hand. The chance that you get somebody gets boss KO'd here is pretty unlikely. So honestly, putting the thing in play is probably fine here. Doesn't commit it though. Just goes for the Badoo item lock. Does get another Dreepy off another Poffin here as well. I'm not sure. Is that better than another Duskull though? Not sure how I feel about that versus the Duskull, to be honest. Mega Mawile for Cornerstone. Sure, that's not a terrible answer as well. Actually, I never thought about the Mega Mawile. That's actually probably better than Mega Lucario, to be honest. Actually, I kind of like that. I don't know if it's better than Erica. The Erica's kind of cool. All right. Another Golden Go established. Can Stefan get a KO this turn? Honestly, it doesn't really matter what you KO. You just want to KO something. Is Prime the preferred ace spec for Dango Rock now? Seems to be. Oh, Turo. Also, Turo to get your Genesect out of play is just really, really good. Anyways. You don't get any healing happening, but honestly, you don't really care about that as Stefan here. Getting the Genesect out of play, getting access to that bench space again, and also removing the liability of it getting trapped in the active is just really strong. So what do you think about Garchomp's position in the meta right now? It doesn't seem great. If you're already playing Erika, why not Sudowoodo? We're not a retreat lock deck. The deck isn't built to be a retreat lock deck. We wouldn't win games through Sudowoodo often enough to warrant playing Sudowoodo. It would be a dead card too often. That's not worth the deck space. Erika's Invitation is very much specifically for a certain matchup as a tech card inclusion. The value we get out of the Erikas as it is enough. If we play the if we play Sudowoodo, we just would never use it, or never. It just wouldn't win us very many games, if any games. You have to attach Neo last turn, surely. I'm with you, Quicksilver, because now we're like, if we attach Neo upper this turn and Stefan KOs us, we just lose. If Stefan gets the KO, we literally just lose the game. So I'm with you. I think Alexander misplayed by not attaching the Neo upper last turn. Even though, like, obviously if it gets boss KO, that sucks and that feels really bad. Now Stefan feels more comfortable. Now Stefan has the possibility to be in a better spot this turn. It was pretty low chance that Stefan would be able to do the KO anyways. All right, popping the Clops immediately here from Alexander. He's going to remove the Soul Rock. Oh, he's going to go after the full draw engine here of Lunatone and Soul Rock. Interesting. It's not the most value you can get out of your damage. Like, bringing up a Golden Go would give you higher value on your damage. So you could have gone like KO Lunatone plus punch a Golden Go. That would have been higher damage, higher value for your damage. But it's going to be harder for Stefan to draw cards on this next turn. This play like seems, I don't know, it's like fine. Stefan doesn't even need to take a KO this turn, to be honest. It's like part of this situation. Obviously you want to take a KO of Stefan here, but ooh, Nest Ball and Arven already for Stefan. That's Fez, Arven. Oh, there's an Air Balloon prize. I don't know how many Air Balloons Stefan plays, but ooh, and Lunatone off the top for more potential draw power. If we can find the Soul Rock. Okay, this is like that's like a pretty good draw. We're gonna start with the Golden Go here. We still need a lot of energy. We don't have the okay. Superior is good. We need some fodder for the Superior, so the Poffin's not terrible. Looks like Mike commit to the Fez here. It is actually something that's interesting about this matchup now with the Soul Rock and Lunatone is like, it feels really bad to not KO Soul Rock or Lunatone with your spread damage if you can. But if you do, then you give the possibility of the Pheasantipity getting to draw cards, right? Interesting. Goes for the Soul Rock over the Fez. Does that actually make sense? Doesn't it make more sense to grab Fez there? Am I trolling? Because you have like Fighting Gongs that can find the Soul Rock. But Fighting Gong can't find Fez. I feel like that's a mistake there from Stefan. Whatever, man. I'm just gonna stop analyzing gameplay from now on. I don't even care. Yeah. Is it just a restream now? All right, Golden Go number 2. That's the Gong. That's the Gong that we should have drawn. Just stick to play-by-play, buddies. And he draws the Fighting Gong. This will allow us to get a fighting energy out of the deck. Stefan checks his discard pile. Looks like debating maybe playing a fighting energy into play. Benches the Pheasantipity. A KO was happened during the last turn from Alexander, so we can draw cards with Fez here. Is using the Flip the Script ability here to draw 3 cards. Let's see what we get. A Genesect EX, a Gimme Ghoul, and a Superior Energy Retrieval. Actually, is Stefan short on the KO here, I think? Gong for 1, 3 in the discard pile. That's 5. And then Arvin for Vessel. I think Stefan's a little short, but we do have Prime Catcher. So Stefan can just go chase Latios for turn. So we can still get a 2-prize knockout this turn. Or you could take a 1-prize knockout on the Dracloak, to be honest, to get Iono to 1 less. Vitality Band also helps us take the KO on the Latios here, I guess. I guess you probably want to KO a 2-prizer here just so you need so little for the next turn to win the game. ESP Dango's the truth. I've seen enough. Dude, Stefan whiffs a knockout 1 time and has his ace-spec in hand, and you're already ready to give up on the stones? Come on, man. Would a letter have been enough here for Stefan? Not quite, right? Yeah, I think it is. I think it's 6 energy here for Stefan, so it is coming up a little bit short. Oh, I guess you could go Soul Rock KO Dreepy. That would make things most awkward for Alexander. That would actually be interesting, because you leave the 1-prizer in your active, but it is part of your draw engine as well. But it would be like another super low value attack from Alexander to punch into a Soul Rock for the turn. I assume we're going to see Stefan kill Latios here, but I don't hate the idea of Soul Rock KO Dreepy, I guess. He has double band. He plays 2 Vitality Band? Wait, actually, there's no way. That's got to be illegal. Can we KO Dracloak? We can, it's just not that high. I would rather KO the Dreepy with a Soul Rock. If we're going to go after a 1-prizer, I think Soul Rock KO Dreepy is higher value. Because it makes it more awkward. But the correct play is probably just KO Latios, to be honest. Just draw 2 prize cards. That way, all you need next turn is to KO a Dracloak or a Dreepy to win the game. You just need so much less on your next turn. Like Boss plus Superior wins the game, stuff like that. So if you KO a 1-prizer this turn, you need more to get the KO on the next turn. So oh, that's true. Jamming Tower is in play. I actually didn't recognize Jamming Tower was being in play. Oh no. Okay, we are going after the Dracloak here. Okay. Otherwise, we're going to be short on the energy on the Latios without the, well, with the Vitality Man. Whatever. This is like fine, I guess. Can I catch a Fez 4-prize turn as Alex's play line now? Yeah, probably, right? Bring up Fez, punch for 200, put 6 on a Golden Go. Play for the win next turn. What stadium does Dango play? Usually Artisan. Yeah, usually the Artisan. Did he have Genesect in hand to discard with Superior instead of that fighting energy? He did, but if you keep Genesect in the deck, you can turn a Nest Ball into +2. You can go Nest Ball for Genesect and Genesect for 2 Golden Goes. So it like generates a card, which would be like the reason to keep the Genesect over the fighting energy. Because obviously if you discard the Genesect, you can still over discard with your Golden Go. So you don't need to discard it to get the fighting energy in the discard pile. Why'd he discard 3 for Loke? Because you want energy in the discard pile. Because Superiors are your main win condition. All right, we got the counter catcher. It's possible Stefan should have discarded more energy, to be honest. He maybe should have discarded more than the 4. I don't actually know. I actually think Stefan probably should have discarded another energy the more I think about it. Because if you're going to harder treat the Fez, that's +1. So if you had another one in there, that's double Superior for 6. All right, here comes the Iono. Did get the air balloon off the prize cards there, so that is another mobility card. That would mean you don't have to use an energy to get the Fez out of the active. 2 for Stefan, 4 for Alexander. And the game's pretty straightforward from here for Alexander. Punch the Fez, spread 6 to a Golden Go, Hope Stefan actually doesn't find Picnic Basket. The next turn, bring up the Golden Go, win the game. So actually getting a Duskull down this turn from Alexander would be pretty high value for options going into the next turn. So Alexander should try and get a Duskull on the bench this turn. I think it's picking between an Ultra Ball and a Fire Energy. The Fire Energy seems pretty weak, so I like this Ultra Ball grab. Can we get a Duskull is the question. We still have to bump Tower, though. True, I forgot about the Tower. You are right. Turo here is tragic as well. Turo is also pretty good here, yeah. Does Zango don't have stadiums? I assume Stefan plays some count of Artisan. I think I saw an Artisan in the deck. Having counter stadiums for jamming towers is still pretty important for Golden Go, so. Just spread on Lunatone is better because you win with Dusk. Doesn't that force you to need Dusk, or am I trolling? 6 to Lunatone, bring up Soul Rock or Golden Go. No, I guess you're right. That is like the same. Wait, why is that better though? I'm putting 6 on Golden Go. Is that actually better? Isn't it the same thing? Are they wearing headphones? So they can't hear the casters or the crowd. There's a crowd at major tournaments. So there's white noise in the headphones. All right, we got the Duskull. They can hear each other, yes. All right. 200 active, 6 to the Golden Go. I think it's the same thing as the Soul Rock, right? Maybe it's not. I think it is, though. All right. Can Stefan find a way to win the game this turn or just not lose? There's a Superior, but needs more. Has the Artisan as well. He's playing the Premium Power Pro. Looks like he's going for the aggressive energy recovery first, then to hard retreat the active. Oh, wait, we have Lunatone to draw with as well. I forgot about Lunatone. Yes, I think Stefan should have committed more energy to this card pile. I actually think he misplayed. He should have discarded like 4 or 5 energy to KO the Dracloak for double superior options. 2 energy and Erica's Invitation. Oh, you can't win with Erica's Invitation. Oh no, the bench is full. Never mind. Yo, what if you got real sneaky and you played an Area 0 plus Erica's Invitation? So you could Area 0 to extend Alexander's bench for him, and then and then you hit him with the Erica's Invitation. Genius. See, this is why I'm banned from playing events, because my decks would be so broken. I'd have so many cool techs in them. The average mind cannot handle the plays I'd be making. That's why they banned me from playing at tournaments. Forced to watch party. What are you trying to hit with Erica's? It's for the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan matchup, so you have a way around Cornerstone. So you go after the Megas in the hand. We'll go number 2. There's a Superior, but he didn't put enough energy in the discard pile. No! Oh, and that's a whiff from Stefan. I think he should have committed more. I'm going to go back to that turn and see how many energy he could have gotten in the discard pile in that last turn. This might not have still been enough, but I definitely think he needed to commit to have a better out through double Superior. He had 2 more in hand. Yeah. Yeah, because once you like, I was just factoring in the retreat cost of Fez, but then when you factor in drawing with Lunatone, or with, yeah, but when you factor in drawing with Lunatone as well, just pass from Stefan. Okay, Gust Effect for Alexander wins the game. 2-card hand. Draw with Dracloak. Oh, it is a whiff. Wait, Dusclops, is that enough? No. No. Possibly. Now, how do you play this as Alexander? I kind of want to get this Dragapult out of the active, but you can't retreat it because you have no other energy in play. Actually, no, you could retreat it. We're popping on the Fez. What are we hoping to get? What's prized? What is it? Oh, he got the boss. Let's go. It's insane. Dude, that's why you check your prize cards. I think he definitely checked his notes there as well. He like confirmed with his notes and was like, all right, cool, 50-50. Bro, this is like, you love to see this play here for sure. Didn't he check his notes at some point? Or am I trolling? Checks his notes, is like, all right, I got a boss prize. Fuck it. Let's go. You'd love to see that high level play here from Alexander. Sick plays, rips the boss off the prizes. What was left in the prize cards? I'm actually kind of curious what was remaining. What were our outs? Do we have better outs than that actually even? No, it was just one boss prized. Yeah, one boss. He was like, all right, fuck it. All right, let's go back to that turn from Stefan though, before we get into this next game. It was like, it was this turn, right? The previous, it was like off, but it was, yes, the turn before this. We're in Alexander's turn now. Yeah, Stefan should have tried to discard more energy for sure, I think. Like, looking at how... Yeah, just like thinking about the options. Potential. And it's still Alexander's turn? Can it be Stefan's turn already? How many more energy could we have discarded? I think there was a gong and another energy in hand. So we could have discarded 2 more energy to the discard pile. Yeah, there's a gong and a metal. Yeah. So we could have had 2 more energy in the discard pile here as Stefan. And knowing that we have the possibility of harder treating through the Fez, and then Lunatone, that's +2. Double Superior just becomes so much more reasonable as like an out. So definitely a mistake there from Stefan for not committing more energy to the discard pile. Prize cards here, nothing crazy. A lot of Pokemon on both sides, or a lot of Pokemon for Alexander, but Latias could be the most... Ooh, oh! Wait, hold on! No. For some reason, I thought that was an air balloon. The Ursaluna start when you prize the Latias? Oh. Honestly, the question for this game might be, when do you concede as Alexander? You actually might scoop this one up pretty quickly as Alexander, which I would definitely respect. Maybe not, though. Like, you're already planning to give up a bunch of prize cards as Alexander anyways. Maybe it's not that dramatic. Hold up. Like, as Alexander, you already plan to give up the first 2 to 3 prize cards anyways, right? So you give up the Ursaluna. Or Stefan goes for a boss KO. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. As long as... Well, okay. The big part is you're not slowing down Stefan. You're not stopping the vessels. Like, the vessel boss combos just come at you so much more aggressively. So... We'll see. Like, the line is still there for Alexander. The line still exists. But Stefan getting early KOs is going to be so much easier. Also, now you have an Ursaluna in play as well, clogging your bench. So it is pretty bad. It is pretty bad. It's not the end of the world. Do they provide you with dice in those white circle things? Yeah, they have dice on the table that they want you to use. You use their accessories on the stream table. I think I saw a Turo. Oh, does he play Turo? Okay, then maybe he could have some more aggressive plays happen. And also has the energy off the rip. Okay. All right, it's not that bad. Does Stefan play Iron Bundle? Maybe not, because you don't play the... You might not, because you don't play the... What's it called? What does Stefan not play? There's something that he doesn't play that I'm thinking about, but I can't remember what it is. Trolley. Although the Bungus is just kind of broken. You kind of just have to play it. All right, so it looks like Air Balloon and Poffin is going to be the grab here from Stefan. And then has a Gong and a Fighting Energy. So we're probably just going to see Lunatone searched out as well and then draw 3. There we go. There's Lunatone. It's beneficial to stick with the deck if you want to get better. To a point, yeah. It just depends on what your goals are. But like, yeah, in general, yes. In general, yes. But oh, we got the minor errand running going down as well. All right. Yeah, pretty good turn here from Stefan. Has high threat level of boss KO off the bench next turn. Pretty good hand here, though, for Alexander. Has a Dracloak. Has a Nest Ball. Could have held it, but you probably play it. And then has Lily to go with everything else. So, yeah, pretty good turn here still from Alexander. Despite the Ursaluna going to get stuck. No item lock going down on this turn. And I think as soon as Stefan should actually be able to get the read here. As soon as Alexander doesn't grab Latias here, unless you just don't want to clog your bench that much, right? Is there an argument that Alexander just doesn't want to clog his bench that much? It's like, okay, I could get Latias here off my Nest Ball, but like if Alexander wanted Latias this turn, that Nest Ball always grabs Latias. So the question is like how good would going into Badoo be here be? Maybe it's not even that good, to be honest. So actually, maybe I don't hate this play from, or maybe you don't have the read as Stefan here that Latias is prized. Maybe it's possible. Badoo's Poffin still has Dracloak to work with. Unfortunately, for the time that we have remaining, even if Stefan wins this game, it probably is a tie. It puts you 21 months there, Hockey Dude. To an extent, you want to stick with the deck. If a deck is truly terrible, like United Wings, it might be time to pack it up. Yeah. Also, there is like a point where... Oh, there's so much... I don't know. There's a point with certain decks. Like... something like a Gardevoir. Or... even like a Charizard. Meta to meta, format to format, there's a lot to like figure out and adjust and change. Zoroark, I think, fits that criteria well. Playing Ceruledge for the 10,000th time is not going to be very high value compared to like a Gardevoir or a Charizard in terms of like adapting it to the meta and the format. So picking up a different deck at a certain point, if you're playing Ceruledge, it might be better to play a different deck to get better at the Pokemon TCG. Benches the Badoo, and then there's the pass over to Stefan. There's the Prime Catcher in hand here, so we could just see Stefan chase that Dracloak. And honestly, I think that's probably just the play. Try and just make Alexander struggle to set up a Dragapult. We'll see what he goes for, though. It's funny because Poltnor hasn't really changed its rotation. Yeah, that's why I don't think I said Poltnor, right? I did that on purpose. Like, Poltnor is like not a deck that changes very much, so there's like not that much to gain. I mean, the thing with Poltnor, I guess specifically, there's not a whole ton to like discover about the archetype in terms of adapting it to like the meta and the format, because you change like one or two cards. But the lines with the deck are pretty intricate, and there's a lot of new situations that can arise with the deck. So I guess there's that. There's a lot of depth in like what you do with the deck. Less so depth in terms of other stuff. Looks like he's gonna go for the boss here. Actually, I don't even know if we could prime. I think I like the Prime Catcher more because we're gonna get Badooed. I want to save the boss here to chase on the next turn. But Stefan goes for the boss. Late game, the Prime Catcher is gonna be better. But for this type of situation where we're trying to be aggressive, I kind of like using the Prime Catcher here, to be honest. All right, this allows Alexander to get that Badoo in the active now. Could see another Duskull come down, or a Dreepy this turn. Has an Ultra Ball in hand, so we can get a Dracloak established. Ideally, two of them. Does have Counter Catcher as well, so we could see that chase. The Gimme Ghoul, actually, Counter Catcher Gimme Ghoul here. The Gimme Ghoul could definitely get stuck. And even if Stefan finds a Golden Go, it might be tough to... Ooh, we have Hilda. Okay. Sure. So he's going to commit the Hilda before the Ultra Ball to get an energy, get a Dracloak. Seems fine. There we go. Energy Dracloak. Most you can do with Poltnor is like add candies. Yeah, exactly. But I do think there's a lot of depth to its gameplay outside of its like deck list, right? The Dracloak and Dusclops. Depends how much you care about this Ultra Ball. You definitely want another Dracloak this turn. You don't have to play the Ultra Ball this turn. Dracloak number 2. Hilda and Lily. You have Iono. You might be taking one to discard here, actually. I saw Alexander like lining up the hand for the Ultra Ball. The Iono is going to be the card you're looking for here. Yeah, it looks like it is going to be an Ultra Ball play. And I assume we're just going for a Dusclops here. Maybe a Duskull. It looks like Dusclops is going to be the grab. Does Dingarox have comeback potential now, or does it still lose when it falls 3 prizes behind? The deck doesn't have very much comeback potential. That's mostly because no one's playing like Iono. It's based on like the list more so than anything. No one plays Iono. Well, I don't think Stefan has Iono. I don't see people playing Iono. No one's like playing Ionos and counter catchers and stuff like that in the deck. If you play those cards, the deck does have like comeback potential, but without the cards, not really. But I do like the counter catcher on the Gimme Ghoul here from Alexander. Oh, just gonna go for the Ichipon into the active though. Alright. Draw power coming in first. Needs at least 1 energy to just take a knockout this turn. And actually, Stefan doesn't even have that. There's no energy in Stefan's hand right now. Second Golden Go gets another Gimme Ghoul. Oh no. We might not see a KO from Stefan this turn. That would actually be huge. Alexander didn't even play a counter catcher last turn to try and make it harder for Stefan. Stefan has so far just whiffed. Looks like it's debating benching another Gimme Ghoul. But honestly, Alexander might just take this game now. It was looking good to start with for Stefan. Alexander opened the Ursaluna. Couldn't get into the Badoo as early, but was able to get into Badoo finally on this turn. And it looks like Stefan's going to whiff a KO this turn. I do see Erica's Invitation is being lined up in the hand. I mean, you may as well go for it, sure. I don't think there's a basic in the hand here for Alexander. Nope. But the hand is pretty good. Alexander taking note of the invitation. And I mean, I think another Gimme Ghoul should get benched here from Stefan. I think that makes sense. Unless you want to leave the bench space open for like Genesect, and there's just a pass. All right. I mean, if I'm Alexander here, I think I just start swinging. I think I just go Evolve to Dragapult. Well, let's find an energy first, I guess. But start with using a Dracloak. Counter catcher up the Golden Go off the bench that, or maybe you, is this where you go as Alexander here? Do you KO the rocks? You could also just Itchy Pollen. You know, Stefan's hand doesn't have an out for a knockout this turn, but it doesn't mean it's not coming. Are lower tier decks ever underexplored or developed? Or is the cardboard so shallow that this is not a lot of space for deck exploration? Yeah, both. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. It looks like Alexander is just gonna play this slow, brings up the Gimme Ghoul and just gonna Itchy Paw in it. Just buy some time. Both things can be true. Sometimes a low tier deck is a low tier deck because it's just not as good as the other decks in the format. And sometimes a low tier deck is a low tier deck just because the archetype hasn't been, sometimes it's better than its rating based on performance and results. Because obviously, like, someone's opinion could be higher of the deck than someone else's, but isn't there a damage counter on one of the Dangos? No. Golden Go's resistance to grass, so. I don't understand why I don't see Tool Scrapper more. It's a damn good card. Yeah, it's a good card. It's just not worth playing. In most decks. It's worth playing if you want like an answer to Guardy, basically, and that's it. It's not really good. Like, removing air balloons from play isn't really that impactful on like outcome of matches. I would like to see Stefan playing a little bit faster here, to be honest. Like, Stefan is the one who needs to be playing with some amount of urgency. Like, game 3 is never happening. If Alexander wins this game, cool. If Alexander doesn't, or if this game doesn't finish, like, Alexander literally wins the match. So I'd like to see Stefan playing a little bit faster here. All right, into the first Loke. Honestly, getting another Duskull down this turn from Alexander doesn't seem terrible. Itchy Pollen again, and then you have the potential of the double pop. I mean, I think we're probably Itchy Pollening again here for sure as Alexander. Alexander could also go into triple Dragapult this game as well, or double Dragapult Ursaluna, because Stefan is still on 5 prize cards. So you can just attach return to Dracloak, Itchy Pollen again for a turn maybe. A lot of different ways for Alexander to actually win this game at this point. There's nothing against anything but Guardy, yeah. Yeah, I mean, for the most part. I mean, removing air balloons from Golden Go's field sometimes, but it's like not real. Well, Bravery Charms against the Absol deck is real though. I would say that, I guess. There's Itchy Pollen. All right, over to Stefan. Found a Metal Energy. At the very least, minor errand running is possible with the active Gimme Ghoul now. But we're really looking for another Golden Go. Oh, we have the baby Golden Go actually. No, we just have to swing here, Stefan. You just have to go. Oh, Stefan needs some urgency here, man. Oh, we have Boss as well. You could Boss KO the Dusclops or the Duskull actually. I think I target Duskull over Dracloak here, right? The Duskull has to be the bigger threat. Or Dusclops, excuse me. Dude, boss something, bro. Come on, we gotta go. Come on, Stefan. You gotta play a little faster. I like the Dusclops bring up here. I don't think this energy is that valuable, to be honest. Alexander has had so much time to develop his hand and like cycle his deck. Like, energy is not going to be a concern for Alexander. I guess the one thing that could be a concern for Alexander, though, would be... Now, I guess Alexander can't set up back-to-back Dragapult. So maybe this is better for that reason, I guess. Yeah, now Alexander cannot go... If you attack with Dragapult this turn and gets KO'd, you don't have a backup Dragapult to work with, I guess. Pops accelerates the game. I think with time constraints, we should grab Loke. I don't know, there's like so much time left though. Like this game can easily finish. And that's like a win condition for Alexander. Alright, boss is found here from Alexander. We could see Alexander just bring up the other Gimme Ghoul and once again just Badoo. That would be fine here. And start to develop that second Dragapult even maybe. If you win the first game and it takes full time, do you win? Yes. If this game ends without someone winning it, Alexander will win the match. Stefan does not have Mega Lucario now. All right, well, it looks like Alexander's going to get aggressive for evolving this. Or maybe it's just protecting the energy at this point. Genuine question, what if Alexander were to intentionally slow play to draw out the time? Is there a rule against it? Yes. Brings up the Lunatone here, or the Soul Lunatone. That's a Lunatone. Slow playing in the Pokemon TCG is against the rules. Wait, that thing actually weak to grass? Okay, well, Stefan has all the pieces to get the KO here. Well, actually, no, all you need is an energy to retreat into the baby Golden Go. I don't like this play from Alexander. I feel like Alexander could have attacked here. I feel like Alexander could have gone like Pop Clops on the Soul Rock, Counter Catcher or Golden Go without energy, and then Iono to 3, punch the Golden Go, take out the Soul Rock. I feel like this is like too slow from Alexander. I think you want to present a win condition, like a... No Psychic? No, but he had Night Toucher. He had Psychic. That's just why he isn't attacking. Listen, even if he's like trying to 1-0 Stefan, I think this is a mistake. Like there's enough time for Stefan to win this match. Like this is just like bad play from Alexander. Like if you should give yourself the best odds of winning, like this is very winnable. This is a very winnable game for Alexander. There's no reason to throw away the possibility of winning the game to like all in on hoping you 1-0 Stefan. Although Badoo honestly might... No, Badoo's not even a win condition here for Alexander because the baby golden goes established and there's plenty of mobility cards left for Stefan. I guess Alexander could go like Badoo, 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 and then hope that wins the game. That's possible. That could be the out here. We might see Alexander go in this turn, but maybe not. We'll see. How do you tell if you're slow playing and not just thinking? Seems kind of ambiguous. Yeah, it is. I mean, you just got to make the call. Okay, so it is just going to be the Badoo route. So yeah, Alexander's like just fully playing for the 1-0 at this point, it looks like. Like, he's not going to be attacking with Dragapult at all. Maybe later. Maybe later. There could be like an Iono to 1 that happens or something. I don't like this. I really don't like this line from Alexander. I feel like Alexander could have very much played to have this as an option, but also could have like postured to like just win the game, just draw 6 prize cards. There's a Turo in the hand. Okay, Stefan's gonna get this next knockout. 2 minutes left. Might be just not enough time to win the game though. We'll see. I would definitely have liked to have seen Stefan play faster on some previous turns as well. Stefan definitely could have been playing faster on previous turns, and that might come back to bite him here. Only 1 minute and 50 left, so there's not a ton of time. Minute 40. Yeah. If Alexander has back-to-back Badoos here, it's gonna be tough, if not impossible. Patch Neo, and then G-Pollen. All right, draw for turn. All right, Stefan's cooking now, but we could have been cooking like this a couple turns ago. Turo, just play it. No, stop thinking. Stop. It's too much. That's too much thinking. Dude, just do anything. Attach a Turo. Attach a Turo. A Turo attach. Sure, why not? Ah, dude, he was cooking and then he started thinking. I was like, no. All right, 1 minute left. Alexander is definitely not drawing 6 prize cards this game. So all Alexander wants to do is countercatcher Golden Go, or countercatcher something and Badoo, or boss something and Badoo. I see the Night Treacher in the deck. 50 seconds left. And if Stefan gets Badooed here, there's no way for Stefan to take 2 prize cards during a turn here. 30 seconds. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, Stefan's going to be the last turn of the game here. Wait, we out here popping clops. There's no way. All right, Fez for 3. Yeah, it's not +3, it's +1 now. 10 seconds. Looking for Night Treacher. Want a manual retreat hit with Golden Go instead? Manual retreat hit with Golden Go because you don't want to lose energy. I think hitting with, I mean, you want the mobility of the Soul Rock as well, so you can get into something else. Stefan's just trying to play for as much mobility as possible, I think. So now the Soul Rock could get retreated into a Golden Go or something like that. If Alexander just goes like pass or something. Wait, now I'm just confused. Okay, well now I feel like Alexander has given Stefan like an out. Am I trolling? I don't catch a Lunatone. So it's Iono to 1 swing here from Alexander. But wait, why not just like play for Night Treacher Badoo again? You can't lose. You have a Night Treacher left from Alexander here, right? Isn't there a Night Treacher about to come up in these cards? Is there not a Night Treacher? There's a Night Treacher there. That was a Badoo. How do you lose? Oh, we're just doing 70. But still, Stefan can win, yes? No? Maybe? Yes. No. Yes. Yes, Stefan could win here. We got the boss. We got the superior. One prize card left. We could also KO the active, though. Genesect. You just commit the superior now. No, probably not, right? Golden Go 2 for sure. There's an Arvin. Oh boy. All right, quick maths. What's the best route here from Stefan? Do we try and Gust KO the Fez? I feel like Gust KO Fez has to be the line. So you commit the Superior now to recover the fightings and then you cycle with Lunatone Soul Rock thing. Why is the timer at 8 minutes? It's counting down the overtime. They don't have the overtime thing on it though. So it's confusing. Don't worry about the timer. Ignore timer. What is Stefan playing for here? Keeps the Arvin. Gives up the boss. Oh wait, does Stefan have Prime Catcher left? We have Prime? Oh, that's right. We have Prime. I forgot about Prime. Dude, Alexander threw this game. Oh my goodness. We're so close here for Stefan. We need 2 energy. Oh, and no, wait, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. Stefan still has 1 golden go to draw with. How do you play this? Do you just prime up the Fez? And then draw 2? That's probably the play, right? You just prime up the Fez, draw 2, pray, right? Does he have Vitality left? Oh, good question. Oh, he does! No, Jamming Tower, Jamming Tower! But that's +1 out. That's +1 out. We could draw the Artisan. Our Stefan has a ton of outs here. Stefan has a ton of outs here. Superior balloon wins? No. No, there's not enough energy in the discard pile. Not even close. So we need to draw an energy, a fighting gong, a superior energy retrieval. So there's something. Artisan. Prime on the Fez. Go golden go. All right, it's your turn, Savan. Okay. Just don't forget about Jamming Tower. Here we go. 1,000,000 outs. Does he hit it? No, the whiff. Oh my gosh, dude, that is an insane whiff. I feel like his odds at this point for this, maybe for the whole turn, who knows? But for this 2 cards right here from Stefan, I feel like he had pretty high odds there of getting it out to get the dub. And honestly, after the throw from Alexander on the last turn, I was kind of rooting for him there for sure. Would you prime into Soul Rock to retreat to get +1 energy in this card? Maybe? I don't think so. I don't think it makes a difference, right? Might just thin with Arvin before drawing. Because if he drew into like a Vessel, he could Arvin for Vessel and just win. There's like a bunch of things that he could have gotten that would make the Arvin allow him to KO the active. So like had Balloon. It had Balloon, but Jamming Tower was in play. All right, hey, I just want to go back and look at this turn. This was a huge throw here from Alexander, right? I'm not like trolling. Like if Alexander, yeah, pop, like if, not this turn, right? We've got like 4 fighting energy in the discard pile. Not that many, there's not that many energy in the deck. So time's been called. Alexander can go Counter Catcher, Lunatone. Counter Catcher, Lunatone, Iono into Night Stretcher for Badoo, retreat to Badoo, item lock. And he always just wins the game, right? He just literally cannot lose. Yeah. That's definitely a huge oversight from him at the end there. If he just play faster, could have made that a tie. It would have been tougher. Yeah, if Stefan had played a little bit faster, it was definitely possible. Yeah, it's true. With Tower in play, you could retreat energy off Soul Rock for SER technically. Not saying that that's likely or optimal as going for the Artisan Vitality Band play. I don't think that play changes anything, Logana, because you always have to Prime Catcher up one of the bench Pokemon, and there was a fighting energy in the discard pile, so the superior energy retrieval Stefan played recovered 4 energy, I'm pretty sure. Unless I missed it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Stefan had got 4 fighting out of the discard pile there. So an extra energy off of Superior there doesn't make a difference. Because Superior always wins the game for the energy that ended up in the discard pile off of the Lunar Cycle. Yo, what's up, Popley? All right. Alexander wins 1-0 in that one. Cards drew off Iono and Dangos. He had dead hand. Any interesting matchups today? We saw Greninja EX versus I'll have to choose the winner of that matchup. Was it a player on the right? We saw Greninja versus Lucario. That's probably the most interesting matchup we've seen. All right, interview.
This is a special moment for me and for you. This was my first ever interview I ever did was with Alexander, and now a full circle moment as you're 7-0 here in Lille. How are you feeling?
Very good. Honestly, so relieved that I managed to win 1-0.
Yeah, well, it was tense at the end. It was 10 damage, the difference between a tie and a win there. What was going through your mind as Stefan was playing through that final turn?
I was like, okay, I shouldn't have benched fast, but it's whatever. I mean, let him have it. If he has it, I wouldn't be mad, honestly. But yeah.
Well, you managed to close it out, so you're now 7-0. And one thing I always find interesting with you and your friends that you play with, like Mateusz, is you're very thoughtful about the reason you're playing a deck at a tournament. And I want to know why you've chosen Dragapult with Dusknoir for this event here.
Okay, so there's nothing to play. This was like my comfort pick also, but I think Pult is very well positioning into this week. It's like the best spot it will ever be for this like past like 1 month or something. So I just picked the best deck, I think.
Well, the best deck and a comfort pick, even though such a strong deck in the Mega Absol EX with that Psyduck is roaming around, but at this event, it feels like it's not as present. What kind of decks are you seeing around in those top tables and the ones you've played against?
I would say the Psyduck, not an issue in the Absol deck. We have a game plan against it. That's like pretty good. But the issue is like people, Canadians playing Zoro. It's like Piper, Julian. So pretty scared of them, and anything else, just give it to me.
I've heard quite a few people being scared of Enzorok. It is a scary deck. And I think one thing I really want to ask you about with this event is the doubleheader weekend, going to Gdansk, the home regional for yourself. Is this the plan for the 2 weekends to play similar decks, or are you going to be thinking about changing the decks between the two?
I think it's like we just pick the deck for here, and then we have plenty of time, bootcamp at Gdańsk, to figure something out. I'm not committed to Pult. Like,
yeah, I mean, the way you guys prep and practice for these tournaments is something that I think a lot of people at home, they don't understand how much work you guys put into making these decks good, but also making yourself comfortable with them. Is there anything you've done to your particular Dragapult Dusknoir to make it better for this event, or is it just a kind of consistency list that you like to play?
Yes, I made it better, including, I don't want to spill my text.
You don't have to.
I mean, people can get it on stream, but I feel like this list is so perfect. Test it with Henry Brand, visit his site perfection.gg. For amazing puzzles, which helped me prepare for the tournament, doing puzzles on the site.
Well, amazing. What better player to practice with than Henry Brand, who is also here doing very well, I believe. So I'm sure we'll get a chance to see him on the stream. I guess anyone else you want to thank for how your tournament's going so far?
Yeah, I want to thank my crew that I'm with, and I want to thank all the Kokoshiki.
Well, thank you very much, Alexander. And again, thank you for this full circle moment of my first interview coming back around here, as it's been 3-4 years since that time where we got to do that interview. So thank you.
I just like muted myself, thinking I was unmuting myself. What tech card does he? What tech does he have? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything crazy in the list. What do you play? A Turo? It was Prime Catcher, Jacob in the Dango. Justinor. Oh shoot, he was playing Poltnor the whole time. We just didn't see any of it. Wait, actually, dude, what the heck, dude? Paul Player's doing it different. The tech is no tech. Dude, what if he actually? Yeah, what if he actually just like said there's a tech, but then there's like it's literally just vanilla Poltnor, no techs. Y'all think they will do round 9 today again? Oh, good question. Probably not, because there's not 6 rounds a day too, right? They missed the 6 round day 2 number, right? Or am I trolling? Where's the breakdown of rounds per... How can I can never find that page anymore. I'm lost, man. I was told there's no phase 2 rounds in day 1 today. Okay. I think that makes sense for, because they don't have 6 rounds day 2 or 6 rounds phase 2. They have 5 rounds phase 2. So I think that makes sense. All right. 5 rounds into Top Cut tomorrow, so no 9 rounds today. Yeah, 5 rounds into Top Cut tomorrow. I'm an Indonesian player. If I play in ICs, do I need to use the English version, or is Indonesian version playable? You should be able to use Indonesian version. Not just at ICs, but even regionals. I can just like check, because I was like, how can I even find this information? But wait, I have the tools. 14, 13. Yeah, so there's, yeah, that makes sense then. Want to confirm. All right, chat, I'll be back. All right. Dude, it feels like this has been like a really... Am I trolling? It feels like it's been a really short day. Oh, wait, but they're only streaming 5 rounds. Okay, yeah, that makes sense then. I was like, why does the day feel so short in terms of the stream? But yeah, they're only streaming 5 rounds. Like, it's been 8. I was like, it's been 8 rounds. What the heck? I've only been streaming for 6 hours. I didn't stream every single round, so... All right, let's take a look at the... Take a look at the tournament a bit here before we get into the next round here, folks. We got 3 7-0s. Kai, Alexander, who we just saw on stream, and Thomas. Piper, 601. Carter, Arnie, Justin, Nathan. I wonder if Arnie's playing Charizard again. Looks like Alberto tied after the stream match we just saw. Is Gabriel Fernandez not this regional? I thought I heard you say he was. He is. He's at this one, yeah. Did I favorite him? I did not. Wait, where's the... Gabriel Fernandez. 502? Oh, lock in, bro. Is anyone in the top playing a surprise deck out of left field? The most interesting thing we've seen so far is the build of Zorak that Piper is playing. Well, it's like nothing too crazy. Tord is not playing at this one, no. Is there any decks that have surprised you or at least caught you off guard? No, not really. Nothing that's doing well. Nothing that I know of that's doing well. Am I solely playing? I believe he is. I saw him. I think he started 01. What was unique about Piper Zorak? I just had Darmanitan in it over Toad Scroll. But like, we've seen Darmanitan and Zorak before, so like I said, it's like nothing too crazy. Have you reacted to or talked much about Wolfie's video? Will it be a topic on the podcast? A little bit. I've talked about it a little bit. That's whatever people ask me in chat. It might be a topic on the podcast. We'll see. I wouldn't mind talking about it. We'll see if Chip wants to. I wonder what Henry Brand is playing. I believe it's Pult Dusknorm. Zul, are you playing? Yeah. I just want to play. That's where I was right now. I just want to play my round. It might be a topic. I guess you'll have to tune in and find out. Yeah. Are you surprised that Tord Box doesn't have a bigger meta share? I thought it would be a little, well, I don't know. The 6% seemed like I thought it would be on the top 6 decks, and it's basically there. It's like it's just like a couple decks less than Grimmsnarl. I thought it'd be more popular than Grimmsnarl, at least though. Yeah, I thought it'd be a little bit more popular, but not by like a ton, like 7-8%. So it's close about what I thought. Did you win? I did win. Yeah, I only win. So. I don't actually lose, so. Are you always eating? No, just when I'm eating. Are you always or nah? Nah. I was expecting closer to 10%. Will be interesting to see how it does in the hands of the common man. The common man. What's the name of the website Azul is using? It's labs.limitlesstcg.com. I should honestly make a command for it. It kind of just replaces Pokedata, so it's like the new Pokedata. Was Piper on stream? Piper was on stream, yeah, round 4. What's the better Dango, ESP or Rox Luna? I actually don't know, to be honest. I like the idea of... I think I like the idea of the ESP build, but... It's like, in a vacuum, the better way to play it is probably with Soul Rock Lunatone. But for the current format metagame, I kind of like the idea of the ESP build a little bit. Not sure. Not sure. Appreciate 11 months there, Steven. What was the #1 deck share? Gardevoir by quite a bit. Gardevoir by a lot. Any of the Baby Blood Moon deck? That's cool, but I don't think it's competitive. Why is ESPN better than Trolley? I mean, I think if you just look at like the value of something like a Precious Trolley compared to like all of ESPN, like it's not very comparable. Like, sure, can you play ESPN in your Pokemon TCG deck? No, obviously not, because it's like a sports network. But like the overall value, like if you had to pick one to have, ESPN or a Precious Trolley, like I think you're going ESPN every time. So yeah, it's not really comparable. You can't win a Pokemon tournament with it, but I don't know, you're just kind of winning at life if you have ESPN. According to Henry's Twitter, he'll be on stream against Nathan Ginsburg. I wonder if which Ginsburg played the control deck at Milwaukee? Was it Nathan? Was Sarah Lidge's Metashare? I missed it. I don't remember. You are not funny, Unk. Here, I got you. Oh, shoot. Everyone can watch me time him out. Lol. You got for the World Series, brother? I don't even know who's in the World Series. Why do you think Joltik is bad right now? Bad Guardian matchup, bad Paltnor. Actually, your Paltnor matchup's fine. Bad Guardian matchup. Actually, your Paltnor matchup's not fine. Bad Guardian matchup, bad Paltnor matchup, bad Charizard matchup. Actually, no, your Charizard matchup's fine. All your other matchups are bad, though. Bad against all the top decks. I don't even know if do you have a good Absol deck? Maybe bad Absol deck, possible bad Absol matchup, possibly. But I mean, the deck's like not terrible, right? Like it's not like terrible. It's not like Ancient Box level, right? I'll say it might be like on Grimmsnarl tier, to be honest. Maybe a little bit less than Grimmsnarl tier. It might be like a tier under Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl's like a fine deck. Dodgers versus Blue Jays. I gotta go with the Blue Jays on that one, I think. Any top cut players? Top cut players, bro. We're not even in top cut. You need to lock in. We're in day 1 of Swiss. Why do they keep releasing good counters to Guardy and then even better improvements to Guardy? I don't know. It sounds like you should ask them. I forgot that I was the game designer of the Pokemon trading card game TCG. Team Rocket's decks doing decent? No. No. Team Rockets is not competitive. Any ideas why Toward Box didn't pop off in Metashare? Seems like you can build Mega Absol, Turbo Energize in a lot of ways depending on the meta. I don't know. I mean, it wasn't like a super quick turnaround from Milwaukee. I feel like it's one of those decks where when people played with it, it wasn't as... And I felt this way when I played with it. It's like the deck's fine. Like the deck is a good deck, but it's not like... I'm trying to think of a good comparison here of like a deck that popped off recently at a tournament where it's like, oh shoot, this deck is good. Can't really think of anything off the top of my head, to be honest. I can't lie, but yeah, it wasn't like... Yeah, I don't know. I can't really think of anything, to be honest. Where it's like it did well at a tournament and it was like, oh my gosh, this is a good deck. What the heck? But yeah, it was just like, oh, this is like a tier 1 broken deck. It's like, yeah, it's like a good deck, but it's like, it's nothing crazy. So I think like a lot of people like tried it and they were like, oh, this deck's fine, but it's not like the new BDIF. I'm gonna go back to my pet deck. Whereas like if people played it and they're like, oh shoot, this is like the real deal, new S tier broken BDIF type deck. I gotta play it, right? So something like that. How many points do I need to get to day 2? To get to phase 2, you need 5-2-1 or better. 16 points. Is it too much to put Erica and Palpad and Mega Lucario into... Dude, chill. What the heck? Why? Erica, Palpad, and Mega Lucario and Golden Go as text? Yes. You're putting 4 cards to beat 1 card when 1 card of those 4 cards... Well, I mean, Mega Lucario is a 2-card package. Beats the card. It's too much. What are we doing, man? 4. Dude, is it me or does Henry look younger? Is he like de-aged? Henry literally looks younger than the last time I saw him. It's the haircut? Maybe it is the haircut. Trying to get into seniors? You trying to get into the seniors division? It's CGI. Dude, it's just AI, bro. This actually isn't even a tournament that's happening. The whole tournament is just AI. He's on that Benjamin Button type shit. Why are you holding his bottle like that? Bro, why are you judging how he's holding his... Why are you watching him use his bottle, bro? You need to lock in, bro. All right, everyone prize Latias. Very cool. The Turt? Yo, chill out, Ginsburg. Put that Turt away. You kind of need that for this matchup, right? That's like part of this matchup, I feel like. All right, so it is the control deck here from Ginsburg. All right, let's cook. The Ruffian? The Ruffian? The LGM? Holy. The GM is already in play? Appreciate 12 months there, Raging Raven. All right, setting up for the call for family. Pass over to Henry. Henry draws for turn. To Ursaluna. I see a Buddy Poffin. And it's going to get in there with the Buddy Poffin. It's going to get the aggressive item lockdown. Can the deck that Ginsburg's playing handle the early item lock? Or is this a terrible matchup? Oh, is Henry going to go for the Badoo? It looks like he was opting not to. Oh, so you have Psyduck to slow things down, right? Now this matchup is fine for control. All right. Well, I don't know if I trust you, Blitzel. You also said that. You also told me that Raging Bolt is an attack turn 1 going second. Then I got donked. The heck? Burning the Luminous. Why is using the Luminous to retreat over a basic energy better? Don't we want to build a Night Charger for the energy? Did I miss the prediction? No, I don't think I put the prediction up. All right, prediction's up. The Duskull's an insta loss. So you don't even want to like force, but like what if Nathan can't find, don't you like make it so he can't find the Psyduck here? You got the Badoo. Like how is Nathan gonna find Psyduck here? Oh wait, doesn't this deck play like 4 Brock Scouting? All right, Pidgeot top deck. There's a Brock Scouting in hand. Call for family for Duck Kanga. Oh, true. What the heck? Yeah, call for family. I knew that. Just making sure y'all are staying locked. Did we get more basics with the Brock scouting, or did we grab the Odo to then evolve the Pidgey to the Odo next turn? Looks like it is the Odo lineup. What was the big card that was prized that I said seemed like a big card? Oh, the Turtonator. What does the Turtonator do again for a single fire energy? It discards a energy off your opponent's active Pokemon? Henry needs to lock in. No, he kind of might. Active EX. Okay, thank you. You can't trap this Badoo, right? The Badoo is mobile. Have a good one, Popley. The official stream said Henry's deck is Justin's Worlds deck plus 4 Lilies instead of Research, and I think Stefan's last round opponent is on the same list, so no tech. Dude, he's just like, dude, wait, that's like a genius maneuver from Alexander then. He's like, well, I got a tech card in my deck, but, you know, I'm not going to say it, you know, if they want to go watch stream. And now everyone in the venue, when they go up against him, they're going to waste time looking at stream to try and find the tech. And then they're going to show up late to the round, and he's going to get a turn one or a game win, a free game win. Genius, genius, genius. Next level plays. You love to see it. These players in the Pokemon TCG, they're pushing the competition to its furthest limits. Alexander with the good old, I play a tech, go watch the stream bait. Oof, genius. He teched Lilies. Yeah, genius tech, cutting the research, adding Lilies. Discard special energy from active. Oh, it's only special energy. Okay. I know so everybody discussed, and I'm curious how you felt about Wolfie's video he put out, and if you have experienced anything similar yourself, what do you think could fix the issue? I haven't experienced anything I could relate with like Wolfie's video, but I definitely haven't experienced anything the way that Wolfie. Oh, we're not calling for family. I guess that's fine, right? We have Pidgeot next turn. Ginsburg confirmed. No fam. Are we going to retreat to the GM? Are we fine with the Pidgeot taking 10 more damage? Wait, how much damage does that thing do? Can it KO the Badoo? Flap for 20? In with the flap? Ooh, okay. Monkey Dory the damage off later to KO the Badoo? Ginsburg confirmed no fam. Well, now if there's an Iono, though, Ginsburg might struggle. Actually, Iono here, I feel like this is not going for the call for family and getting the evolution off the Brock's scouting. I feel like is like a read Henry can pick up on to then go back, oh, okay, cool, Iono, Badoo, and now the duck might not be able to get found before a board wipe happens. Yeah, I'm not sure about the lack of call for family there. Henry does have an Iono in hand, so let's see if Henry picks up on this and is like, okay, yeah, I definitely just Iono here. What were the other questions about the Wolfie video? How to prevent it? I mean, making it more apparent that being weird is not you shouldn't be allowed to be weird is like the number one thing. Just continuing to push that in the community in general, in life in general. Being weird, you can't exist in society and be weird, basically. You're not allowed to be weird in that way and exist in society. But that's like a general thing. It's not just like a Pokemon TCG community thing. Which I think is kind of a cringe narrative that I saw some people like pushing, is that like the Pokemon community is like uniquely weird. It's not. Like I don't like it when people like do that kind of stuff where people are like, the Pokemon, there's like these big issues in the Pokemon community. These don't exist. These issues don't exist in the real world. It's like, no, the Pokemon community is not unique in these situations. This is like not a Pokemon community unique thing. In any other similar community, adjacent community as a Pokemon community with the same like demographic of people, you'll find the exact same issues existing for sure. It's just that the parasocial stuff is at like an all-time high in society in general. Like it's hitting like a new peak of interaction between fans of influencers and influencers. And the Wolfie situation is just like a what's it called of that? A realization of that, more so than anything. So how to stop it? I mean, I think there can be some stuff that's put into place. Like I talked about a little bit on stream yesterday, but like having some kind of VIP area for top players, influencers, content creators who fit the criteria wouldn't be a bad thing. Like having a place at major tournaments, like a VIP area for top players, content creators, influencers, anyone who fits the criteria, that'd be fine. Obviously, what happened to Wolfie can happen to anyone, but it is way more likely to happen to Wolfie than anyone. So giving people like that special privileges, I think makes sense. It's just kind of a thing. All other esports, a lot of competitions do things like that. So it should kind of just exist in the Pokemon TCG space. And I think that's what we'll see from TPCI eventually for sure. People finna call it top player privilege. People are cringe. You have experiences like this? No, not really. Not really. I mean, in the sense of it can be overwhelming sometimes. How would you define a VIP though? Dude, why is that ever... Dude, who cares? Whatever TPCI defines as a VIP. Why is it when like that topic comes up, that should never be your question. Who fucking cares what TPCI defines as a VIP? Like, why is that a question? Jeez, dude, I hate that question so much. Every time something like a topic like this gets brought up, it's like, how do you define what's a top player? Who is a VIP? Bro, lock the fuck in, bro. What are we talking about? You're missing the point if that's your response to the idea of the thing. You're just like you're completely missing the point. Like, who cares? Like, it does not matter. It's not relevant. Why do you read that question out loud? To call it out. So people learn to know better, evolve their thinking processes, realize that that is a stupid question. When I was at a regional, I was too shy to ask any of the top players and announcers for photos or autographs and say hi. The audacity of people to grope and grab these people is astonishing to me. There's definitely a lack of shame that exists in from people to an extent that is astounding for sure. A lack of shame and accountability. Yeah. How do you find an MVP? Tatsugiri. Everything that Tatsugiri is an MVP to me. He attracts the most customers of all varieties. The ones you need when you want them. And he gets the dub. All right, Fez comes out off the nest ball here. There was a knockout taken. So Nathan will be able to draw 3. But I think just like Blitzel said in the chat, the play here from Nathan can literally just beat a Sudowoodo the Duskull. Also, getting rid of this Neo Upper Energy or putting the Neo Upper Energy on the Badoo also seems pretty good here. So I am curious to see what Nathan does here. This actually just seems really good for Nathan. Like, this situation seems super good for Nathan. As long as the Kangaskhan doesn't go down. Because there's a certain point where Henry is just going to draw so many prize cards that... Okay, LGM is back. Oh, you could even put the Hero's Cape on the GM. Make him beefy. Alright, there's the penny on the Kangaskhan. Henry does play Jamming Towers, so this GM is probably going to get KO'd this turn through whatever the first attack of Dragapult is. But I feel like Nathan's still in a pretty good spot. Moved a bunch of damage, not under that much pressure. You could make it so Henry can never Phantom Dive again for literally the rest of the game. EFM. That's him. Gonna get Countercatcher involved as well, bringing up the Duskull. I mean, yeah, now if Henry even wants to KO the LGM... Now if he even wants to KO the LGM, he's got to put Latias in play as well, which is a pretty bad thing to put in play for Sudowoodo. Even question, what's the point or intention of people playing Control? The point is to play a Pokemon TCG deck. The intention is to play a Pokemon TCG deck and try and win the tournament. It's any other reason to play any other deck. It's just a different style of a Pokemon TCG deck. Nathan Ginsburg here is here to try and win this tournament by playing a control deck in the Pokemon TCG. It's like no different than playing any other deck. This looks scuffed AF for Henry. Yeah, this looks pretty bad. I don't see how we're getting the... I don't see how we're getting there. This looks rough. Why is he no energy attached to the Badoo? Henry just was feeling a little trolly this game. So he slapped it on the do. Setting up for the blind side with Badoo. No, it got moved with the LGM. Henry misclicked IRL. Yeah, Henry misclicked IRL. The LGM can even move energy from Benchmon to Benchmon. Yes, LGM is like the attack on LGM. I've been saying this since this card came out. Like the attack is disgusting. We've never had an attack like LGM has. LGM's attack is like super strong, and the Zerosic is hitting, and it looks like Henry already has to make some hard choices. And is getting rid of an energy. Looks like he's keeping Turo energy. Turo energy something is being kept. Does Nathan win via deck out, or does it prize at some point? Most likely deck out through the Zerosic. You let Henry build up a hand, play Zerosic, discard cards. You can also win through... You could win through prize cards as well, though, because once you like isolate enough of Henry's energy, you can just start swinging with like Absol or Ursaluna or Kangaskhan or whatever. But it'll probably be a scoop angle from Henry. Like Henry will scoop at some point. No Chi-Yu. Oh, maybe Chi-Yu. Yeah, you could mill with Chi-Yu as well. I don't know if Nathan plays the Chi-Yu, but... Does Control ever win a best out of 3 in time? No, usually not. Control usually has to 1-0 the opponent. It is a 1-0 deck most of the time. Like if the Control is gonna win the match, it has to win 1-0. Or I guess you don't really win game 2. Your opponent just concedes game 2 because they can't win, and why would they sit there and waste their time basically? But if you go to game 3, it's almost always a tie or a loss. In Top Cut, it is possible to win in best out of 3 in Top Cut, but that's where things get tricky for Control is Top Cut. The Top Cut rules are very unfavorable for Control decks. If your opponent can win a game, and then you have to win a really long game too, then all the other deck needs to do is draw a single prize card, and it puts you in a weird spot to try and actually win the game at that point. So, Dedenne would go crazy here. I'm pretty sure Nathan plays. Yeah, there's the Dedenne. There's the rat. I would waste our time. We are both not having fun for the rest of the time. I'm taking you down with me. All right, Blitzel said in San Antonio, he finished mostly 2-0. I could be mistaken. Yeah, but it's not like... It's not real 2-0s though, right? Like, you won 2-0, but it's because your opponent conceded game 2, right? You didn't actually beat them. Like, you didn't actually sit there and mill them out twice, you know? They were real 2-0s? Oh, geez. All right, my bad. Chill. I didn't know you were like that, Blitzel. My 5 majors with Control, I only had 1-1-0. Like your opponent never conceded. Like you actually sat there and decked. You didn't sit there and deck your opponent out. Like you effectively locked them and they conceded, right? Like you beat them game 1 and then game 2 you effectively locked them and they were just like, all right, pack it up. But you did like lock them out. There's no way all your opponents are sitting there and letting you deck them out when they can't win the game. They're praying for the DQ, bro, or the match loss. They're like, please, bro, let him have 58 cards. The aura? Yeah, I guess, bro. They got stun locked. Sat there and just drew past. Is Henry going for the 0-0? No, the 0-0 is not possible. Well, actually, hold up. I was like, hold on. There is only 32 minutes left on the clock. 18 minutes have gone by. No, this rat's going to put in work. The Dene is going to put in too much work, right? You just like Zerosic every single turn. And then Iono Henry up. Actually, I don't even know if Nathan plays Iono, but you could like Iono him up. You could get Absol. You could eventually get Absol involved as well, right? Like you could just be like, all right, I'm just gonna build up Absol now. Yeah, I feel like Nathan can. I don't think the 0-0 can happen here. You did stop me. I did stop and think about it. I was like, wait, hold on. I think there's Zerosic pressure should definitely just be too much. Especially if Henry is using Dracloak every single turn. Like, even if you Zerosic every third turn, like that's going to be so much. That's so many discards. What does the active rat do? Just gets a trainer card out of your discard pile, puts in your hand. Man, the Psyduck really made such a big difference for this deck. That's insane. That's crazy. Dude, I feel like I was getting gaslit. Like, pre-Milwaukee, I was like, man, control seems broken. But then everything I saw about control was people being like, nah, it's not that good. Doesn't feel that good right now. But now I'm like watching like Nathan dismantle Henry here, and I'm just like, dude, it is good, right? Like, how does the Guardian matchup play out? Like, you don't have a great Guardian matchup, but you have like a 50-50, a playable one. The Guardian matchup is not good. Oh, it's not good, just straight up bad. Oh, okay, all right, maybe the deck sucks. Actually, I take it back. Oh wait, Dene just gets an item card, not a trainer card, right? Yeah, my bad. Did he just immediately play it? He's just literally playing it every single turn. Wait, is Henry playing towards a line here? Because he's like using Dracloak, but that's only like furthering his... Maybe he's just... Maybe Henry is making Nathan beat him, and then he's going to try and win a fast game 2 to get a tie. Maybe that's what Henry is playing for here. Henry doesn't think he can... Well, no, but then wouldn't you just like try and win... Wouldn't you just try and beat him 2-1 at that point? We're going to send control, but Guardy with Turo is really bad. No Turo is very favored. No Turo is very favored, huh? Can you ask the ID on stream? You can, yeah. That could be Henry's out here. Henry might be just like waiting to get him in the right spot where Nathan thinks Henry could beat him, and then he asks him for the ID. What's the Absol match like into control? I mean, this control deck looks really good. Oh, I don't know. Does control just lose to Absol, actually? They just start picking apart your hand, right? That seems kind of tough. Oh, but you have, like, LGM, right? Can you run them out of energy? They don't have that many energy. Energy denial is broken versus Absol? Yeah, that makes sense. They don't play that many dark energy. Cape Turt is goated? Alright, chill. Calm down. We're not putting no capes on no Turtonators. Did cape, huh? A caped Turt? Wait. Yeah, we got mist. What are you gonna do? Oh no, you move the mist off first and then okay. Wait, no, how do you deal with mist? Hold on, how do you deal with mist actually? I take it back. Enhanced hammer? Playing enhanced. Oh, ruffian. Dude, this deck is so cringe, man. Alright. Does Henry actually have a play? Turn number 7,000. I literally think Henry's plan here is to literally just like make Nathan beat him in this game. Like fully beat him and then try and just cheese him. But then why wouldn't you try and cheese him 2 games in a row? I don't understand why we wouldn't just go for the double cheese. Wait. Henry is activated. Night Stretcher. Psychic Energy. Ultra Ball away the Duskull. Play around the Ericas. Oh, we got the Jamming Tower as well. Maybe he was just waiting for the combo. It'd be funny if Henry plays through all this and then attaches to Badoo. How do we deal with our own Badoo being in play here? Oh, we're not going to put the Jamming Tower in play yet. We want to save it to get around the Cape. Okay. Does Henry have a second Turo? I doubt it, but maybe. Does Henry concede here? What's his win condition? Well, it looks like he was playing towards a line, and he found the line. He was playing towards a line, did the line. Just now Pseudo wins, right? No, because Pseudo does damage. If you Pseudo the Badoo, you KO the Badoo. What if Henry runs Penny? Yeah, I mean, if he runs Penny, and if he plays Penny, that is a line, yeah. I don't know if he does play Penny, though. Retreat lock Badoo. No, Pseudo does damage. Penny cleans up the board. Well, you would also need Ultra Ball to Ultra Ball away the Badoo, right? Oh, no, I guess... No, you would want to discard the Badoo. Oh, no, there's a concede. All right, packs it up. Doesn't believe there is a win condition here. Got to respect it from Henry. Yeah, I think he was just kind of thinking things through. I think he was like... Because if he really was going for the line that I said, where he was like trying to play to just like make Nathan beat him. So yeah, he definitely thought he had a line. Or he's trying to like piece together how to win. He might have been just like taking his time to try and figure out, how do I win? How do I want to tackle this matchup? How do I beat this? That might have been what he was doing there in that game. Just taking his time to try and figure out what the heck to do in the follow-up games. Because he can definitely win really fast in this matchup. He also just lose really slow though as well. So yeah, it doesn't seem like he was just trying to like burn as much clock as possible to lessen the time. Definitely seemed like he was trying to figure it out, or thought he had a good line, but then he realized it's not good enough and was like, okay, let's just go next. Now I'm actually curious, now that you mentioned that, like, Guardy with Turo is tough to beat. Are Guardies playing Turo like that? What about, how does Guardy having Jellicent make a difference? Guardy doesn't play Turo, right? That's what I'm saying. Well, this is not 100% true. Makani played a Turo. Oh, this lists all the... Oh, there was a decent amount of Turos and Guardies, actually. I take it back. All right, maybe good prediction. Dude. These Zoomers are so lucky with their meta predictions, man. There's not that many Turos. Seems worth the risk. Jellicent has to be worse to deal with, though, right? Okay, what do we look? Turt is prized again, and a Kangaskhan. But yeah, nothing crazy on either side. The energy could be a big deal for Nathan, but probably not. Nah, Jellicent is fake. Oh, okay, good to know. Fez start here from Henry. Honestly, hold up. Is the Fez start even that bad? It can't be good, actually. I take it back. But Henry's going for the Badoo again. Couldn't Henry have just gotten, like, Dreepy here, Turo Fez, Ultra Ball away Fez, Lone Dragapult? Or, like, 2 Dragapults or something like that? Oh, Nathan went first. Excuse me, my bad. So Henry's trying to get aggressive with Badoo here, maybe based on Nathan's start, actually. Now that lose to Absol. What about 2 Dragapults? Can we do it with 2? Or could, actually, we maybe still lose with 2 Dragapults. Yikes. No. We could make that work, maybe. All right, is there a way to move the active here? There's the Latias. That is a lot of liabilities in play, though, if Henry commits this Latias. You got Fez, Badoo, Latias. We're not recovering. Oh, no. Henry drew an extra... Actually, honestly, that's fine. Put it back on top, shuffle the deck, give Nathan a double prize penalty. The game is salvageable because Nathan's not going to draw 6 prize cards anyways. Honestly, for a game error to happen, this doesn't completely ruin this match at all. But it would be really funny if Nathan all of a sudden like looks at the board state and is like, oh, I can just go aggro here and draw 4 prize cards. Dope. Badoo is such a trap in this matchup, I think. I mean, I understand Henry going for... Let me go back to the board state here. I understand Henry going for this, like, Nathan went Monkey Dory pass, right? It's like, I mean, it could still be an incorrect play because like Nathan's deck plays like 4 Brock Scouty and stuff like that, obviously, but I could understand it in terms of yeah, I could understand it in terms of Henry being just like, okay, weak board opening, let's just go for Badoo aggressive. Especially once you open Fez already. Like if Henry opened Dreepy, maybe you don't go for the Badoo, but because he opened the Fez, maybe he's just like, this is too much to overcome to begin with. I'm gonna hope the item lock carries me here. I could see that being reasonable. Boards with just Pult / Loke get bodied by the Turt. Good point, good point. Yeah, the Turtonator is a thing, right? Super cringe. Henry has to make it so Nathan doesn't play the game. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense then for sure. You can't just go lone Dragapult board state, but do early, threaten Dusclops. Should he threaten Dusclops Dustnor then, or no? Should he not even threaten that? Well, once a Latias comes down, there's already a Sudowoodo target anyway, so you may as well threaten the stuff, right? Force the duck. Hope for the best. The other issue is you can't beat Ceruledge players who are actually good at the game. The primary game plan is LGM counter catcher, but they can make a really good board and beat you. Sure. That's Ceruledge, man. Does Control beat Zoroark? No, you lose to Zoroark as well, right? Can't beat Zoroark either. Because they just push up the guy. They have Petch. No, it could be close. Nah, they should beat you. Zorua with a Mochi. Oh, Yveltal with a Mochi. The tricky thing is he hasn't seen the whole deck and controls like 10 one-of tech cards. I think he's seen most of the relevant cards. I don't think there's anything like it's going to go crazy. Zork is rough because they have Watchtower also. True, yeah. That's annoying. Turtonator discards from the active EX, right? Not any EX. I come for a situation like this, the judges can't just have Henry put the Monkey Dory back and reshuffle. Like the game state is very fixable. Why the penalty? The reason is because the reason they're I mean, I wouldn't hate it if there's no penalty, if there's like a warning into a penalty in this kind of situations personally. But like, imagine if every time you just went to go draw cards from your deck, like you played Iono and you drew 7, and it's like, oh, I got caught. Well, there's no penalty. We just take a card out and shuffle it back. And then it's like, oh, I didn't get caught. Well, now I just plus 1 card, right? So I think I agree with you. Like, there doesn't need to be a penalty per se. Oh, it's working here for Henry. The Bidoof for 10. And then for Nathan, it was literally just Zerosic Pass. Has an Arven in hand, but the item's useless when the Bidoof's hitting. Henry's pretty close to taking this second game here. Buddy Poffin off the top. Get some Duskulls involved, maybe another Dreepy. I don't think this should be a DPL personally. Like, I think it should be a warning. And then maybe it should be like warning DPL or something like that. Like build up the like a warning build up into DPLs for a situation like this. As long as the card is identifiable. If an extra card was drawn, put it back on top, shuffle, whatever it's called. But that's like the reason, right? Because if I just always draw an extra card when I play Research or play Iono, the times I don't get caught, I get an extra card. The times I do get caught, it's just I know it's not going to be a DPL, right? You just like play for advantages that way. So there needs to be like something to like enforce it as much as possible. All right, there's the boss on the Fez. Henry did not put the Latias in play. Henry can win this turn with a Neo Upper, a Dragapult, and a way to move the active. Goes for the Lilies Determination. Another Dracloak. And then there's the Lilies. Definitely wants to get back into the item lock at the very least here from Henry. And ideally, I don't think you want to do it. Like, you want to be able to attach to a Dracloak for turn to threaten the win. You want to threaten the win as aggressively as possible. I guess you could attach Retreat as long as you feel like you could comfortably get into your Neo Upper on the following turn. You can go like, burn an energy here to retreat the Fez. There's one energy. There's the Neo. There's the Ultra. There's 2 old dude. What the heck? He just drew everything. He didn't even use the Dracloak yet. Oh, Latias is in the discard pile. He discarded the Latias? Oh, he discarded it with Zerosic. I didn't even realize that. So we need Night Stretcher now. We need Night Stretcher. Night Stretcher 1 time for the dub. Boss is still good. That's still a good card to get aggressive with on the next turn. Oh, looks like it's opting for the Duskull instead. Also a good card. Oh, Dusclops. Okay. Setting up a Duskull this turn is pretty good as well. Oh, didn't get a took the Dusclops, but then didn't get a Duskull. Interesting. Okay, on the Bidoof here for Nathan. Looking for something off the prize cards. What do we got? Nest Ball. I mean, at this point, just play it and hope no one notices, right? Like, let's get in there. All right, we have a LGM and a Bravery Charm here for Nathan. That's it. Neo uppers in the hand there for Henry, though. So if you bench LGM with Bravery Charm, you guaranteed survive a turn. All right, this is going to go ahead and play the Arven as well. Hasn't played a supporter yet. The item you get here, obviously you can't play, but... Can't Badoo? Wait, can't play the what with Badoo? Nest Ball? Why is he not benching Skull? I actually don't know. I don't know why he's not benching Skull, to be honest. I think it's because... I don't actually know. Maybe because like if the Badoo does die to the Monkey Dory like this happened. Well, the Badoo would get KO'd eventually. Or the Badoo... I don't know. How did Nathan take a prize card? Monkey Dory KO Badoo. Oh yeah, Cape on Monkey Dory does let it survive, right? I didn't even realize that. I guess this retreat from Nathan also is okay. Sure. I just don't understand why Henry didn't take the boss. If you're not going to bench Duskull this turn, why didn't Henry take boss off the Dracloak last turn? There is a Jamming Tower in hand, so if Henry can find boss now... Yeah, Henry took the Dusclops, had a Duskull. Taking the Dusclops, I think, makes sense if you're going to bench Duskull. But if you're not going to do that, then taking boss, I think, is always better there. All right, another Ultra Ball coming in from Henry. Keeping the Monkey Dory, interesting. I fail to see how that's going to get value in the game ever. Searching out the Dragapult here. Boss's Orders does win Henry the game here. Has the Jamming Tower in hand. Has the other card in hand that you need. Neo Upper Energy. So just needs a boss at this point. But probably only plays like 2 boss. So not very high odds of actually finding the boss here from Henry. Oh, we get to Fez too. Yeah, the Badoo did die. I forgot about the Fez. All right, here we go. Okay, there we go. Game 2. Goes to Henry. The Badoo slows Nathan down. Builds up to the Dragapult play. Knocking out Nathan's only 2 Pokemon in play. Only 17 minutes left. Henry can definitely win. Is that enough time for Nathan to actually win? I'm actually not sure. Nathan will get to go second now. And have a little bit more... Have a couple more outs to actually set up before the Badoo starts hitting. If the Badoo starts hitting, I guess we'll have to see. But yeah, can Nathan win in 17 minutes? It's going to be less than 17 minutes as well once the game gets started. It's going to be around 15 minutes by the time the players get set up and start playing the game. It'll be tough, I think. Nathan might need to get aggressive. That's like one thing cool about this this build of a control deck, having like a big threat like Absol or Kangaskhan. Like Nathan is going to neutralize Henry's energy, threaten with Xerosic, get to the Dedenne loop. But then if Henry just like stops playing the game and doesn't create any threats, Nathan can be like, all right, cool, bench Absol, attach, go ahead. And then at that point, he can just start swinging, right? So we'll see. Why does Nathan need to win? Well, they both want to... What do you mean? They both want to win. It's just like, can Nathan win with that much time left? Because his deck is like a deck-out deck. More so than an attacking deck. But he can attack. The thing is, can he get the board state to a point where he's able to attack, before... Oh my! Before he actually can deck him out. Ooh, the Fez there for Nathan could be big for early game draw power. I assume plays 2 Kangaskhan, but that is a lot of Dreepy and Dracloaks. The Dreepy start here from Henry. Actually, it might be Nathan item locking Henry here with the Frillish start. Probably want to play that Ultra Ball here as Henry to get a Dracloak. Oh, I don't like that from Henry. We always Ultra Ball for Dracloak there, I feel like. Pretty decent odds that Nathan has the item lock on this first turn of the game. Can Nathan just win the game in 4 attacks now? Just Frillish. Got the Ultra Ball here from Nathan. I mean, Pidgey has to be the primary target, I assume. Does this deck play a Fan Rotom so you can like find the Odo as well off the rip, or no? I assume not. How well does this deck function if you never get Pidgeot established? I mean, at that point you need Fez, right? But the Fez is prize here for Nathan. That'd be a big hit. I actually have Kangaskhan. You have a lot of draw power, right? You have Fez and Kangaskhan. You have a lot of draw power outside of Pidgeot, so you should be good. Tree builds do. Hero's Cape builds usually don't. Is the cape that important? Is the cape just the way to go with this deck? Fan Rotom? Okay. Why did Henry not play his Ultra Ball? Maybe he just didn't think about the possibility of Frillish getting item locked. Like, it's not something you, like, actively think about, right? I mean, the Frillish is literally staring you down. He does have Lily in hand, and there is value in saving your Ultra Balls to discard your basic Pokemon so you can't get stuck with a Flute or a Erica's Invitation, right? To minimize those odds. So there is value in preserving Ultra Ball. He also has Lily, so it's not like he's dead drawing. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Henry not play this Ultra Ball to try and preserve it. But if he does play it here, then he definitely should have played it last turn. If he's going to go ahead and be this aggressive with it, then he should have played it last turn to get the Dracloak for sure. So then I would say the play from Henry on the previous turn was definitely a mistake to not get Dracloak. He's actually going for Dreepy over Dracloak here? Or is he just doing some prize check in here? Okay. That makes more sense. Is 14 minutes enough for Nathan? I don't know. That's what I was asking. I'm actually not sure. No Pidgey down here from Nathan. Does Henry ever just rock solo Dracloak? Or solo... Can you win with solo Pult? Can you solo Pult the deck? No, because then Turtonator gets involved, right? Actually, it depends on which rate the energy come down, right? Because if Henry has enough energy already built up, then he's not scared of the Turtonator, right? Oh, but I guess you also would need to, like, draw into Jamming Tower to get around the Hero's Cape. Sure, Ruffian Fan. Well, no, Fan doesn't work, though, right? If you only have a, like, lone Dragapult, just one Dragapult. No squad. Then the threat of Absol is definitely real, for sure. But... All right, let's see how aggressive Henry decides to get here. Has a Buddy Poffin. I don't think it has a way to move the active, so there's no possibility for item lock if he wants to go into item lock here to slow things down. You gonna solo Pult it? Yeah, just a lone Loke for now. Draw here from Nathan, still pretty bad. Nathan is dead drawing here, does have the Duck to work with, has a Hero's Cape as well, could put that into play. I don't really see a reason to do that, though. It might just be a pass here. And Henry can start to get aggressive here. If Henry can find Neo Upper Energy on this next turn, you can just start swinging. And with how little Nathan has developed his hand, the possibility of... Oh, there it is! I mean, you just do it, right? Do you ever not do it? Like, what are you waiting for? If we don't do it... Hilda in hand. Oh, does he have Hilda? Okay, so send it to the bottom and then Hilda for it. Sure. I mean, what are we waiting for, right? Do we just go, right? I can't think of a reason to not just go. Oh, maybe Henry's going to play it slower, though. Maybe he's just going to punch for 70 this turn. And then set up the Frillish to get KO'd next turn. Maybe he wants to, like, Gust on this next turn or something else. Like, Gust the Kangaskhan, hit that. Not KO the Frillish too aggressively until the Kangaskhan can be kind of dealt with. We'll see. Patch to the Dracloak and pass. No, then we're going to do the 70 hit, right? That makes sense. Yeah, we have to evolve. But doesn't want to take a KO quite yet. Okay, I don't hate it. Benches another Dreepy. Okay. Wants access to draw support on the next turn. Ooh, the Latias top deck from Nathan, though. That's pretty good. Here comes the draw 2. We're looking for an out to a Pidgey. That's Arvin. Actually, are we looking for an out to a Pidgey? Could put a Bravery Charm on it to protect it on the bench. All right. Yeah, we got to get Pidgeot set up, right? Going for the handheld fan. Going for the nest ball. Yikes. And now that Henry benched the... What if Henry had just gotten Neo Up Energy and just didn't bench the 3P and just swung? Like, is that not maybe just better for the early situation? I'm too dumb. Why not KO? Because Nathan's dead drawing right here, so if you KO the Frillish, then you give Nathan access to pushing up the Kangaskhan to draw cards. So Henry was trying to basically get damage in play, but like cheese a free turn, basically. Like on this next turn, Henry was hoping to get like boss, bring up Kangaskhan, punch it. But the top deck Latias there from Nathan took that away. Is he playing for the long game? Not necessarily, no. Henry always loses the long game. Henry wants this game to end as soon as possible. But drawing prize cards, winning the game sooner, it's not always the same thing as just drawing prize cards as fast as possible. Like, if you can stop your opponent from playing the game for one more turn, that theoretically can win you the game faster, because then your opponent has like one less turn access to like LGM or something, right? All right, so now Henry just needs an energy and to punch here. It needs energy, punch, and then also needs jamming tower to KO this Pidgey. What we're looking for here. Did get Badoo. I doubt we're not going into Badoo though here, right? Maybe you go into Badoo. No, but losing an energy to retreat in the Dragon Ball is just so bad. All right, starts with the Dracloak. Ursaluna and Ultra Ball. Not great. I'm confused why Henry played the Ultra Ball so aggressively, though. He's getting rid of dead cards. Oh, Henry doesn't have a Lily in hand. I was like, why don't we just like play Lily? No, we do have a Lily in hand, right? I kind of just don't like these plays from Henry. Like, why not just like, why are we playing this? Why not just evolve to Dracloak and play Lily? Why is this Badoo on our bench? We're gonna like, I guess, okay. No, but shouldn't we just like wait to see what we get? Like off the Lily, we're probably gonna draw an out to the Badoo, right? Shouldn't we just not bench the Badoo until we see what we get, right? I feel like Henry should have just like played Lily. If we need to go into the Badoo next turn, then we go into it. Jamming Tower. Energy. Okay, that's it. Those are the pieces. But now there's a Badoo on our bench. That's not good. Oh, okay, just drew all the energy. Sure, same. Good draw. But now there's another liability on our bench. There's this Badoo. 5 to Pidgey. Got one more to work with. Probably on the Latias, right? You just want to be able to pressure prize cards. Goes for the Duck. Sure. You could pick off... Oh, no, you can win next turn with Halucha attack. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, Henry can literally win the game next turn. 5-1. I guess you could have done that anyways, though, without putting the damage... You can put the damage on Latias and still win next turn. So maybe the damage on Latias is still higher value. Because if Nathan has just, like, Penny Kangaskhan here, having the more aggressive potential of drawing prize cards, of chasing the Latias would be nice. There's an LGM, but nothing to work with. You can't Lucha, I believe. Wait, why not? No fan. We have Jamming Tower in play. Shutting down the fan. Going with the Zerosix. Henry maybe drew too many good cards here off of the off of the Lily here. He drew a lot of good cards, but looks like it's come together just fine here. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's not that bad. Did give up the Lucha, but we have Nitriture in the hand. Actually, yeah, Henry has game with Nitriture next turn. Just draws 5 prize cards. Oh, we need a boss, though. We need a boss. Does Henry find the boss? It's not in hand, I don't believe. Is it off the Dracloak? This is it for game. It's a whiff, but more energy is, I don't know, more energy. Do you just like load up an extra energy on your active Dragapult here? Put a basic Psychic on it? Thinking about maybe going for the Lily to get more access to more options for the next turn. Does go for the Lily. Oh, has Jamming Tower on hand as well. Do you ever just hold this hand and attack? The hand is so good. Luminous to the bench, Dragapult. I don't hate it building up more threats. Yeah, the hand is so good. Do you ever just hold it? So the answer is no. Goes with the Lily. Had second Jamming and Neo Upper. Also, is Henry here? Do you ever not attack? Do you ever just pass? I feel like that would be pretty good here from Henry, right? Or, hold up. Should Henry have Itchy Pollen? Should Henry have attached active to retreat? All right, goes for the prize cards, knocks out Psyduck and Frillish. This does let Kangaskhan get pushed up, and then Nathan can retreat Kangaskhan into something else. That's why I was wondering if we shouldn't do this play. This also means Nathan can use Fez this turn as well. Fez and Dippity draw is possible. But if Nathan had to retreat the LGM into the Kangaskhan would be in the active at the end of this turn. Brock scouting top decked. Fez still prized. Yeah, Fez is prized, but like we're always talking about... You're letting me down, chat. We're talking from Henry's perspective. Like, should Henry not take a KO here to prevent Nathan from being able to use Fezandipity? What Henry doesn't... We're always talking from... We're analyzing the game from Henry's perspective. How valuable is it to guaranteed not give Nathan access to Fezandipity? All right, Brock scanning from Nathan. 2 Dreepy Dracloak prize. That's diabolical. Honestly, though, in this matchup, it's like not that bad because you don't want to try. You're not trying to set up the whole squad. Are you scared of Fez at this point? Seems like he's trying to end ASAP. I think without you can basically end the game in the same time frame though without attacking though. It depends what the draw was off Henry's hand for sure. It depends what the draw was off of Henry's Lily there. Okay, so at this point, I did mention like time and for how things have developed with how slow Nathan's turn has gone, Nathan definitely cannot win this game anymore. So the only chance for Nathan is to like, geez, I don't even know, Sudowoodo trap the, I mean, this turn, I feel like from Nathan, you're looking for Sudowoodo trap the Badoo to buy yourself a turn. To find Candy Pidgeot. Let's see. Has Kangaskhan already been used? Kangaskhan's maybe already been used. This might just kind of be cooked. Oh my gosh. Can we even bench the Pidgey here? You can bench a Sudowoodo. All right, there's the pass over to Henry. Henry, once again, just needs boss's orders to win the game. And there's the boss this time around. Brings up the Kangaskhan, KOs it, gets the last 3. Sheesh, man. That was a quick one. Didn't even Badoo this game. Nathan just kind of didn't draw very well overall. The Badoo didn't even get involved in this one, right? I don't think it got involved at all. What if Henry was watching the stream under the table and saw that Fez is prized? Honestly, good point. All right, let's take a look at the... Let's take a look at the how the tournament is stacking up. All right, we got Kai. 8-0. We know what Kai's playing. Three 701s. Arnie, Justin Carter. Thomas here still playing it out. A lot of 7-1s. Is it worth it to squeeze Jamming Tower and Sarah Ledge deck? I don't know. It doesn't seem like that. It depends like where Guardy builds are at, probably. If Guardy builds are headed towards Braver Charm builds, then I would say yeah, probably. Try to include 1 or 2. Kai's playing Terra Box. Ooh, the Terra Box, huh? How many Swiss rounds today on stream? I believe this is the last Swiss round, I think. Don't quote me on that. Rune and Hermione are both 602. I think the way things are currently standing, they'll probably play against each other almost guaranteed. I guess if this one ties... Oh, there could be some more 602s, actually. 601 still playing. One more Swiss round. Are they showing us another Swiss round? Round 1, phase 2 is stream 2. Oh, someone in chat earlier said that they weren't playing that. So we're playing somewhere else this weekend, or he just didn't go? Apparently he got sick, towards sick. I feel like this isn't... Didn't Tord get sick like last season as well and miss an event or something? It's time for a different arc for Tord. It's got the immune system training arc. Honestly, I need to do that myself. Dude, I get sick so often after events. Gotta do some immune system training before I get back to going to events. Honestly, that is one thing about casting that is a little bit different. There's one thing about casting is like I'm behind the scenes, like not interacting with people at all. So the chance that I get sick is way less. The chance I get sick is way less. He is sick of the French. True, that's why I didn't go.
2019, good friend of mine, Henry Brand, coming all the way.
Oh, yeah.
From Australia, and he got us a stunning win there. First of all, Henry, talk to me. How are you feeling right now?
Well, Shay, good to be here. Never been interviewed on European stream before.
Oh.
So there you go, that's new. I'm good, man. This time I got in nice and early, so no jet lag. It's very far from where I come from.
Yeah.
But no, I'm feeling good. I mean, that's a really scary matchup. To kind of come away with the win is great. Yeah, man, what do you think of it?
I thought it was super entertaining. I'll be honest, when I saw you on the stream, I was like, yes. I like Henry, we chat a lot.
Henry's like, I'm the interviewer now, bro.
I thought, ooh, I can get a little bit dicey. Now, be honest, have you tested much against Control in the lead up to this event?
Well, I haven't actually tested much against it, especially not that version, the Pidgeot. But I was testing a lot of Control myself, so I had a little bit of an idea. But it's really scary. And game 1, I went for a bit of a... I kind of wanted the game to end quick. So sometimes what the control decks will do is you can kind of bluff your hand, right? So if they Brock and they get like the Pidgeotto, the Dricus Dragon Ball plays so many Iono, it's kind of a, are they bluffing or do they actually have the Pidgeot? And I was like, look, I'm gonna just put down the Duskull, hope that I just board wipe them if they don't have it. Only 4 cards. They did. And so unfortunately, when you have Duskull down in the control matchup, now that we have Psyduck, it's a really big liability. And you can kind of win the game, like not cheesing them, I guess. But when I don't know what's in my opponent's deck, ideally I just like want to blow them off the board really quick. Didn't work game 1. And I thought I had a little bit of a chance, but I really wanted to see what he had in his deck and what he was going to do and how is he like... When I'm not doing anything, how is he going to fill in the time, right? So what is he going to do to try and attack my resources? What's like loops, that kind of thing. So it was a Dedenne Xerosic loop, right? And once I was like, you know what? I drew my like combo that I needed a little bit too late and I lost a bit too many resources. Yep. Go to the next and hope to blow him off the board again.
That's really interesting, actually, because as you say, we all know Control in some capacity. You know, there's going to be some Pidgeot in there. How important is it to sort of identify that loop early? And then how much did that change your strategies for the game 2 and 3?
Yeah, look, if they get into Pidgeot, the matchup is reasonably difficult. It's pretty tricky. I also wanted to like try and deny that, and my list is like a little tiny bit better than average Pulse into Control because you play 3 boss. So if I do get control of the game, I can like really stamp them out of it, right?
That's
like
the
they
tech.
put something down, I boss it. They put something down, I boss it, which is nice. But it can be a really tricky matchup because like they have energy disruption and yeah, it can be weird. Yeah.
It can get out of hand. Now, you mentioned you was testing it a little bit, actually.
Yeah.
What made you sort of pivot away from it for this event?
Well, we saw last weekend or 2 weekends ago, the Absol, Mega Absol deck do really well. Yep. And there are a lot of like counters that kind of hit Absol and then also hit Control. And I really liked, I don't like this, in those matchups, if they overtech for you, you have very little control of the game, funnily enough. Like your deck is called Control, but you can't really do very much because your deck is very much like, do I win or do I not? It's pretty binary in a lot of situations. So yeah, so I just leaned away from it. I kind of want to work on a few concepts for Poland, but given I was traveling cross-continent this week, I was like, I'm going to play Old Faithful, nice and simple, Dragapult, Dustar, and go for it.
Interesting. Now, that was something I actually wanted to talk to you a little bit about, because I had a feeling, we see on social media, tweeting in and around Europe, he's not going to come all this way for just one event. Obviously, Gdansk is next week.
Yeah.
How do you feel the meta, do you feel the meta game will progress a lot in this week, or do you think people will just play the same deck twice? What's your thoughts going into that?
I think so, yeah, because I think the Absol deck was really like asterisk, right? Because it was such a nice play into Milwaukee. The meta was nice to it. But then immediately after, the meta is like kind of a bit hostile to it. Like you saw, it beat a lot of its matchups with Cornerstone. Because the deck's really cool, but against anything that has a higher power level than it, it struggles a little bit. And so I think we might just see, like, after this tournament, back to what the meta was before Milwaukee. Like, I think it'll just be a nice reset. Like, everyone forget about Absol, kind of. Gardevoir is still incredible. So, but I got a little bit lucky. I like Pole Noir because a lot of the Gardevoir lists that was successful, they weren't playing much TM Evolution.
Right,
And have you ever played Gardevoir against Badu?
It can get a little bit dicey, can't
It's
it?
not fun.
You get a little, Badu is a terrifying card. It comes out at the right or wrong time, depending on what side of the itchy pollen you're on. So Henry, you've traveled all this way, very long time, as you say.
Big time.
What's the local scene like there in Australia? Do you have a local? Do you go to one of them often, or?
Yeah, well, this is actually, it's funny you ask that. So we have a really good local scene. Like, there's just tons of players. There's lots of people at each challenges and cups, and it's great. But I reckon there was a long period where I hadn't gone to locals or many league cups or challenges in a really long time.
Right.
I really liked, you know, I play a lot of Pokemon, and often they're on weekends. I don't want to make sure that, you know, I'm also leading like a healthy life in general. So if I get to play a lot of Pokemon during the week, sometimes, you know, I want to try and be a bit active on the weekends. But then I found I'd come to tournaments and I would maybe practice a lot online, right? But I didn't have the practice actually sitting down and using the cards. Like, it's one thing to know what to do, but to actually like do them and be sitting there and looking at everything. And, you know, I mean, you saw I even drew 9 cards on stream. Really easy to do.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, I can be a bit careless, and it's good to actually have that sit down practice. And so now every Friday when I'm at home, I go to our local store and I play the league. No league challenge, no nothing. I just go and I try to build fun decks to play there, but it's been great practice.
No, I think I echo the sentiment so much. You know, you can play a lot of online, but, you know, something like the Lilies, for example, is very easy to just, you know, go into backdoor mode and just really forget how these cards actually work, draw the wrong amounts, and you can't really beat that on the top table testing. And it's something that we always preach a lot, you know, trying to get to your local league. So talk to me now then, Henry. So you've come all this way. You got the phase 2 locked up.
Yeah.
How are you feeling now? What's your game plan for the rest of this event? What's your target, actually? What do you want to do?
Shay, come on, there's only one target.
What's that then? Tell the viewers and tell me.
Number 1. First place, man. First place. Look, I'd love to win another regional. It'd be amazing. I haven't won one in Europe before, so that'd be really cool. Look, I'm just going to try and play my best. I haven't played a tournament in 6 months. This is the first time I played like a big tournament, and I didn't play many last season either. I only played about 3, I think. So I'm glad I've kept the day 2 streak up. That's going nice. Hopefully keep the cash streak up, but hey, man, I want a medal.
That sounds good to me. Well, viewers, you've heard it straight from Henry. He wants a medal.
Oh,
He's been going to the local leagues often. Let's see how it all pans out. Thank you so much for your time, Henry.
Pleasure.
The floor is yours. Any more shout-outs before we wrap this up?
Yeah, absolutely, Shay. Well, I've had a wild trip. It's been really great, and I'm looking forward to playing more European tournaments and
Hey, bro, he just start cussing out of nowhere, or what the heck? That's it, bro. They cut him off. They're like, all right, that's it. That's too many words per interview. He's got to go. Get him out of here. Oh my gosh, he's saying the most heinous shit right now. Oh my gosh. What did he say about your mom? Shut it down. Shut it down. He said, "Folk New Zealand."
It's been a pleasure. Good luck to you for the rest of your rounds.
Thanks,
but for
Jay.
now, it's back to casters.
He said, Europe's free. Y'all are trash. All you do is lose to Mew and Gardevoir. It's about to be a dub. All right, all right. He's not wrong. Was Henry a better yapper than you? No, definitely not. He's good. He's solid. It's solid, you know. But no. UK hasn't won anything in years. I know this is France, but same thing. Well, yeah, I mean, was it British, they can't win. You can't win in the UK. You can't win out of the UK. You guys just can't win, bro. I mean, it's not about just winning in your home region. I mean, that's already embarrassing enough that you guys can't even win in the tournaments in the UK. But I mean, pick something up, man. Y'all are always at least like the second most players at every single what's it called? Yeah, any European tournament, the second most amount of players, it's either number 1 or number 2 are players from the UK. But dubs, 0. What would be a topic? What would be the topic of his next walking in park throwing facts video? How easy European regionals are after he wins. One more round or tomorrow continue? I don't know. What are we getting one more round? Yeah, are we getting one more round? I'm not sure. Labs crashed. Bro, that's what Jake said too. I don't know, dude. Do I just have like the streamer Labs access? Because Labs is working fine for me. I might just have that streamer access, to be honest. Shout out Robin, appreciate it. So what should I play for LAIC? A good deck that you want to play. Just have some people playing here. One more. All right, one more round. Let's go. Yeah, last European stream they didn't do one round of phase 2, so I wasn't sure how they're going to do it this time. Just out of curiosity, do you prefer the standard Dragon Shields over the duels? I've been going between the two and can't decide which I like better. If by standard you mean mats, yeah, I like the matte Dragon Shields. My friend has said there was one more round. Yeah, but how much do you trust your friend? This is time for you to really think deep about this friendship. What if they're lying to you? What if there's no more rounds? What if there's 2 more rounds? So when will you play a tournament? Whenever I play a tournament. 3 notes max, 1 per round. Santa's real. Yeah. Yeah, 3 notes. No, it's 3 notes max about your opponent. Go to my notes. Write on my notes. My notes about my opponent. His hair, whack. His playstyle, cringe. Easy dub. So any decks you feel surprised they played this tournament? No. Not yet. Nothing crazy. Like, played? Not really. Yeah. Like, we saw a Greninja Pidgeot Dusknoir deck, but it was at 3-1, so it's like, it doesn't really... Yeah. We haven't seen any, like, deep runs from any crazy decks so far. Or I'm not aware of any. Like, there's some people who are 7-1. I don't know what everyone's playing, but I'm not aware of any, like, crazy decks with deep runs. Yet. They could exist, though. There's a Steelix at 5-1. Okay, that's pretty interesting. What the heck is happening with Wolfie? Go watch his video. Choose whack, hair whack, drip whack. So what are your current top 3 picks? For decks? Charizard, Guardy... Theraledge, maybe? I don't know. I don't really have a third. Zoroark? Charizard, Guardy, Zoroark? As well, not sorry for asking, but is there a rotation for the casters and who casts the games? Or is it like matchup wise because of, for example, like Mike Ellis knows a lot about Grim so he can cast it. It's just like a standard rotation. Yo, appreciate the 50 months there, BM. Also appreciate the 86 months, the lock. Local junior at our league is 7-1. Could you send him? Good luck, Azul, getting into cut. Best of luck. Rebecca's local. Easy dub. Interesting graphic for unclassified. Bro, they have to get rid of the unclassified thing. That shit tilts the fuck out of me. Appreciate the prime sub there. Have to build diff, and also appreciate the 3 months there. Treppy. Whoa. Appreciate it. I'm convinced people who play Crustle just like to see the world burn. What if they're just big crab fans? What if they have they have hermit crabs? Their favorite YouTube video is the crab rave video. And now there's a Pokemon deck that's actually decent that has crabs. So if you were to cast a game of Chip, how many times would you mention wire chewing? At least once. Appreciate 21 months there, Rick. So what's the best of the unclassified? Gotta be Blastoise, Chien-Pao, Surging Beach, right? Yeah, of course, of course. Yeah, of course, of course. People are cringe and you know it. What deck are you the most tired to play against right now? All Dusknoir, for sure. Because the deck just doesn't function like a normal deck. It is... The way Pult Dusknoir, the deck isn't even that good in the metagamer format right now. But the way it functions as a deck in the Pokemon TCG is just, I think is, oh, I've said it before, but I think the fact that Badoo and Dusknoir exist in the same format is like an oversight on Pokemon's part. But that one is definitely pretty annoying to play against. I'm not gonna lie. Tired of playing against it. Although I do like, I play the deck, but dude, when you play the deck, you realize like how much bullshit the deck is. Like if you play games with Dragapult Dusknoir, you realize how BS the deck is. Like this is just stupid. Like you win more BS. Like you see more BS games with the deck because you're actually playing the deck. Does not function like any other Pokemon deck, or like any Pokemon deck hasn't functioned for a while, to be honest. And like I don't mean like Lost Box doesn't function like any other deck, so that's like different. It's like, yeah, I don't know. If you just play Pokemon long enough and then you play Dragapult Dusknoir, like you just realize how BS the deck is. So do you drink energy drinks before a major? If I feel like I need the energy, I wouldn't do it to just do it, but if I feel like I need a little bit of a boost, yeah. Why is the Rocket Pokemon so ass? Because the other Pokemon are better. They got good supporter stadiums, but somehow it does nothing. Yeah, it's just no onboard draw support, basically. And like it's no onboard draw support, and you can't create like a overwhelmingly like powerful board in the mid game. Although I say that, but Wonder Patch does kind of change that. Because now if you get aggressive, dude, why is the Sableye stinky? What the heck? Look at that. Look at the odor coming off of the Sableye here. Why is Sableye stinky here? With Wonder Patch, you now can actually create. The deck did gain a lot of power in the Wonder Patch because you can actually like set up a Mewtwo, Wonder Patch to a Mewtwo, and like get your next Mewtwo set up a lot more aggressively. So there's that, I guess. Like you can create like a lot of threats on the board to make it hard for your opponent to just beat you with hand disruption. That is the problem with the deck previously. Like it was hard to create a lot of threats on board of a high enough power level, and it has no draw power on board. But one of those things is solved a little bit with Wonder Patch for sure. The inherent ability to end the game in one turn, regardless of giving your opponent extra prize cards, is a different kind of thing I think you're referring to. Item lock into board wipe is just... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Can you explain how to efficiently check for prizes without taking too much time? No, I just need to make a video about it, or maybe there's someone else has a video about it that someone can mention. Is there someone out there with a video on prize checking on a YouTube channel? Does like OmniPoke or something have a video on it? I need to make a video on it myself so I can like link it, but how to prize check in the Pokemon TCG. You talk about Future Box? Yeah, so the Future Box is a deck in the Pokemon TCG that is just dog shit. Absolutely terrible. Don't play it unless your goal is to lose games and not win games. And then it's really good. If you plan to lose games, it's sick. Check it out. Future Box. By pulling the stink win condition angle. Is this like an actual match? Dude, they just straight up stole. They straight up stole Japan's camera angle modification thing. They just straight up stole this. They just ripped this from Japan, bro. No credit given. Just like straight up like, all right, that's a cool thing. Let me just like steal that. Straight up robbed their cameras. Yoinked it. Insane, bro. There's a channel called Controlled Chaos Gaming with like a couple thousand views on prize checking. It helped me a lot. There we go. Go check out Controlled Chaos Gaming. They got the video. That's a tall ass comfy right there. Look how tall this comfy is. I'm not the only one who sees this, right? This is Slender Man comfy right here. Looking good comfy. How do you look at a deck match stats on Limitless, trying to see win percentages versus other decks? You just go to labs.limitlesstcg.com and then click on a previous tournament, or filter to like multiple previous tournaments, and then click on the deck, I think, and then matchups. Yeah. Here, I'll show you. Go to like Milwaukee, and then Charizard Pidgeot, and then matchups, and then you see Charizard Pidgeot's matchups. Filter day 2 on and off, and then you can also do metagame, and then you can like select a bunch of tournaments, and then apply, and then click on Charizard Pidgeot, and then day 2 filter on and off, and you see its win percentage. Oh my god, bro, it's getting farmed by Grimithy, bro. Dude, pack it up, man. Ooh, 100-0 against Ogerpon Meganium. Oh, chill, what? All right. 100-0 against Mega Manectric. Where's the first relevant win percentage? That's really high. This one. Cynthia's Garchomp. Bodied Cynthia's Garchomp. Go home. Trash. 34 was 35. Mega Venusaur? Wait. Is this getting bodied by Mega Venusaur, or is this bodying Mega Venusaur? Am I looking at this wrong? Is Charizard... Does Charizard have a 70% win rate against it, or is it, or does Mega Venusaur have a 70% win rate against Charizard? It bodies it with Belt Chi-Yu. Oh, true. That's just kind of sad, bro. Dude, Venusaur, you suck, bro. What the fuck? I was confused there for a second. I was like, there's no way, bro. Mega Venusaur has to beat Charizard, right? Like, come on. But yeah, Chi-Yu Maximum Belt's pretty good for sure. Dude, now that Robin has added this live capabilities to labs.limitlesstcg.com, like, this is the only website you basically need. Like, the main Limitless website has some other, like, a little bit more information, but this is, like, almost the only thing you need. Basically, there's not, like, city leagues. I guess between this site and the main site, like, that's it, bro. You don't need to go anywhere else. Except for Arcanine to register for the tournaments, I guess. Check on Gabriel. Oh, sure. Yeah, we can check our... Is there anyone else we should add to the favorited players? Anyone else have any favorites? Trainer Hill washed. No, Trainer Hill's still good for online tournament data and the tier list maker. Those are things I use it for. Online tournament data, tier list maker, stuff like that. Permasoli Sander. Bro, you're just a control simp, bro. Henry? We got Henry. Unless you mean the other Henry. The other Henry's not here. Azul forgot Tord. Yeah, on purpose. Let me see if there's just anyone up here. Any like names I recognize that I want to follow. Because we could just follow the 701s, but I don't even know what they're playing. I don't recognize the names. Well, I recognize the Carter. This name is familiar. I've seen Carter before. Definitely seen Carter before. And Justin Kempley, but I don't know what they're playing. I got a couple more to add here. Wait. Oh no, I did checkmark Yuho. It'd be cool to keep up with control here. Brian, Carl Blake, Deus. Already got Alberto. Owen Dalgard. Wait, Diego is here. I thought you were trolling when you said Diego. I literally thought you were trolling. You said Diego Casiraga. I was like, well, you were trolling or you just didn't realize he wasn't at this event? I was like, no, there's no way Diego's at this event. What the heck? Medi? Oh, there's Cremasoli. We'll get Cremasoli in there. Okay, I don't want to go too far down. We don't need to checkmark everyone. Carl Blake is playing Spoon Man. He's playing Alakazam? Really? Has there been any iteration on Tord's deck on stream? No, actually, I don't think we've seen a single Absol on stream yet. But like, was it Henry? Was Henry talking about it? Like the deck was pretty hated on. It feels like this tournament for sure. Like you said, that's one of the reasons he didn't really want to play Control because he feels like a lot of the techs for the Absol deck were pretty good against Control as well. Piper versus the Troll deck. Oh, true. Piper did beat an Absol. There was we did see an Absol on stream. Oh shoot, did I forget to pay out the last prediction? Dude, how do I always forget? Let's see. Shoot, I did forget. Okay, who won? Henry won, right? Got it. What's Piper running? Zorark. What deck should I play to my League Cup next week? Any good deck? Kieran, 404. 404? Bro, I knew these Canadian players were slow, bro, but what the heck? That's egregious. He's got to get back to playing locals. Azul, did you enjoy casting? I did. Will you do it again? Yeah, if they'll have me back for... I'll be back. I would cast again. I know it's bad, but I've been having a blast playing at Ninjask. Ninja. Ninjask. I remember reading the cards. I don't remember what they do, though. 404 is wild. Yeah, it's got to be an error of some type, right? There's no way he's actually 404. All right, let's lock into this next match here. We got Justin versus Thomas. 701 versus 701. I really like how they're not showing... Like, the tournament is continuous. I like how they're actually just not showing winning ins to phase 2 anymore. It's just, like, such an irrelevant thing to show. Let's see the best players... Let's see top players or players who are doing really well on the day. Let's see as much top level play as possible. If you want to get a variety of decks in there, okay, there's an argument to dip a little bit lower into the records, but top players or top performers of the day. This is phase 2. This is phase 2, round 1 of phase 2. I like the win in for the hype moments. But it's just not that hype anymore. We're not going to see that player ever again. They're going to win it in today too, and we'll never see him ever again. Let's see someone who can win the tournament. Let's see their story progress throughout the tournament. Like we see someone win to 5-2-1 and then what? That's it. We'll never see them ever again. Also, the potential for the quality of play is like a lot lower, right? Which is like, that's not very exciting. Yeah. Or it's less exciting, right? It's less exciting. For the potential of the quality play is just that much going to be lower. Like the potential of it. It's not 100% guaranteed to be the badge lower, but there's the potential. There's a chance. I'm trying to watch Thomas versus Justin. 701 versus 701. This is what I'm talking about. Terra Box, Hoopa Start versus Pheasantipity. Quad Pheasantipity from Justin here is a bold choice. Oh, looks like it is Gardevoir. Okay. So definitely a favorable matchup for Justin. Oh, okay, this is a Pidgeot build of Terra Box. The Pidgeot honestly makes this matchup a lot closer. Having the continuous draw support on board is a pretty big deal. I think I still give Gardevoir the edge, but it's a really interesting looking list here from Thomas as well. You got the Hoopa to start with. Is it just like Crystal plus Dark Energy as like a... That's interesting. Ooh, we got the Cyrano in the hand for the next turn from Thomas as well. How aggressive. Oh, is that a Legacy Energy? Am I trolling? Did I just see a Legacy Energy? No way, right? It's definitely Crystal. Hold up. Oh, it is Crystal. I was like, there's no way. There was no way. That'd be crazy. That'd be silly. And I actually want to go back and see the prize cards. Leafeon's prize. The name threw me off. I was like, what? What did you just call me? All right, let's go back to live. Iron Bundle prize there from Justin. That's probably not a huge deal. Has the EVs might be cat box. Yeah, actually, I'm curious how much EV is in this deck. I wonder if it's like an in-between build, kind of like an in-between build, like what Shamancy's been running recently. The fuck did you say to me? All right, got the Vessel starting off from here from Justin. Justin is playing the Mystery Garden as well, at least one. So maybe it's a build more similar to like what Gustavo played recently over at Belo Horizonte. We gotta ban Europeans. What are these cards? Bro, I've been saying that for a while. Like, I've been like, you know, I tried to, like, people just like, no one gets on board. But I've been trying to start some petitions. You know, I've been sending them to the rest of the world that's not Europe. I was like, what if we just like took Europe and like put it in space? You know what I'm saying? Just like, just push it. Just give it some thought. Get back to me. All right, got our Psychic Energy. We got Ultra Ball. And I think there, like I said, there's a Lily. So we're probably going to go get a Ralts here. Are you ever scared? Are you ever scared of this Ralts dying to Fan Rotom? Do we ever Bravery Charm it? Or no? Like that's I think Justin did give it a thought there. Was like eyeing up that Bravery Charm a little bit. Was like, all right, do I ever... Also, do you ever put it on the active? Does it actually prevent the Fez from getting KO'd by something? I don't know. Maybe? Not sure. But yeah, fresh 8 coming out. And if Justin is playing a build similar to Gustavo's build, then there's not any TM Evo. I don't think I saw any TM Evo when Justin was going through the deck there. So it might be a full candy Curlia angle. We'll see. Well, there's definitely no TM Evo in this hand. That is a lot of energy going to the discard pile, though. That's not a bad start from Justin. He's going to start with an Artisan here. And there we go. Vessel's coming out as well. We already attached return to the active, so... Oh, I wonder... I forget, did Gustavo play the... Actually, I can look it up real fast. I wonder if Gustavo played the... Can we expect some Cleffa action, maybe? Gustavo did play the Cleffa. I don't know if he's exactly playing Gustavo's build, but it looks pretty close to it so far. Needs to retreat, though. We kind of do need to retreat here, right? We don't want to get sobbed. I didn't even think about sob, but sob is kind of scary. That's definitely something we want to play around. So do you think running 50 HP Pidgey is worth it over the 60 for the possibility of the call for family? Yes. If you're playing Psyduck in your deck, yeah. If you're not playing Psyduck, then no. It looks like it might just be a retreat to Monkey Dory angle, because that can absorb a hit from Water Pond and be safe. Has a supporter in hand for turn. If there's a Cleffa in there, it doesn't convert. Oh no, just a pass. Definitely should have retreated to the Monkey Dory there from Justin. I think that's a pretty big mistake. The Sob is a really good play here now from Thomas. If Thomas wants to slow things down, like if Thomas's turn was going to be pretty weak, now you can have like a okay turn from Thomas. Be like, okay, I can't do anything. You can't do anything. Yep. Pidgeot's coming out here. Sob seems pretty chill to me, though. We'll see what Thomas goes for. Like, you could Sob this for a turn and then go into, like... Actually, I don't even know how it can, and it's still kind of awkward, to be honest. But it looks like the Sob lineup is what Thomas is going to go for. I like this play for sure. I mean, if there's no Candy Guard for next turn, the Sob could lead to Boss KO double Ralts as well. Yeah, Justin definitely should have retreated to the Monkey Dory there, because if you do get Candy Guarded, you could have Mind-Bended the Water Pawn at the very least. And now you're just going to get trapped for a turn. Less options. Can't even Mind Bend. Pidgeot's in play. Here comes the Quick Search. Oh no, Artisan first, excuse me. Getting the Hoot Hoot, and then Quick Search will come out. It might have to be a Quick Search for an energy. I don't know if there's an energy in the hand, but the Cyrano doing hella work there. Getting everything set up. It does look like an EV Box build. It does look like an EV Box build with... I saw the Gravity Mountain, so it's like an EV Box with Water Pawn. It's not... Terra Box with like a thin EV line. This guy's gonna load a Fez and start sniping. I mean, he can't do it next turn. I assume Thomas will deal with this Fez by next turn. Thomas just starts dead drawing, and then the Fez just starts taking over the game. We had a Poffin the whole time. Oh, we can get an EV here. Okay, I was like, is there something better we could have gotten off that Artisan? But I guess not really, right? All right. That's the full 8 and the water energy for the Water Pawn. Man, that Hoopa Star is kind of unfortunate. That card is such a dead card in this matchup, right? I don't know. Maybe... Actually, it does what? 50 damage for each energy attached to your opponent's Pokemon? Maybe you can get to a point where that thing can, like, KO a Guardy, actually. Definitely the Fez at some point, for sure. Ooh, Stadium top deck there. Ooh, but if you play it, that's so clean for Thomas. Get rid of the Noctowl, Hoopa, and Fan Rotom, and then get another Area Zero and play next turn and get a clean setup. Not even next turn, maybe the turn after. Yeah, I don't even think... You're feeling pretty good about this as Thomas. You actually like to see that. You want to see it as early as possible as well, because this gives you, like, ample time to, like, reestablish an Area Zero play. That's like... I mean, as Justin there, you definitely... Actually, I don't even know. Do you play that there as Justin? Now I'm kind of... You have the Lily here as Justin. Did we need to play that Mystery Garden? Also, our chance of drawing with Mystery Garden off of this Lily isn't, like, that high, right? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know if I like that from Justin. I feel like we could have not... I think we could have just held off on the Stadium placement there. Yeah. We'll see how much value he can get from it. But remember, just because he gets value doesn't mean it was correct to play it. It definitely seems iffy to play the Stadium here. We already have like a lot of draw power coming our way. But not enough draw power. No third Ralts. No Candy Gardevoir. Yikes. Thomas can KO double Ralts next turn. Ralts, Curlia, whatever. They're dead. Crystal, attach, boss. That is a big investment from Thomas, but that's got to be the play, right? You have quick search. You have 2 Hoot-Hoots available, so it's definitely there for Thomas. Monkey Dory getting involved. Loading some damage on the Eevee. Sure, seems correct. Does have the Turo in hand, but I mean, we already played our supporter for turn, so that'd have to come next turn. Just gonna be the pass. Okay. Big play potential here from Thomas. Can go after both Ralts and immediately into the Noctowl. You know what's coming. That's right. The boss, the Crystal. Energy from the quick search, maybe. Won't develop very many threats on the board, and all the energy, of course, will get shuffled back to the deck. But, ooh, also plays the Trumpet, so has more energy acceleration for future turns on the EVs. Yep, boss on the Ralts. And we did see Justin not evolve one of the Ralts to a Curlia because he knew it would get sniped. So that's actually a really good play. That's a good play to point out there from Justin, not evolving the Ralts to the Curlia. Why not attach the Charm? Because the bench one still gets KO'd. It does 100 active, 120 bench. Not retreating Fez was a misplay. Well, not retreating the Fez didn't end up mattering, actually, though, because he had the boss play anyways. Like, Justin wouldn't have been able to mind bend this turn anyways. But it would have been better to have the Monkey Dory in the active for sure. So the not retreating, Justin didn't get punished for not retreating because of the play that Thomas had. All right, Super Rod coming in here from Justin. Thought he got sobbed. No, but before he got sobbed, he could have retreated to Monkey Dory. It just wouldn't have changed where the game is now, basically. If he didn't retreat, I feel like he should have attached the Dark Energy to Fez last turn. Ooh, honestly, a good point, Ponder. I was thinking about that, but I didn't mention it. But yeah, I think I agree. I agree for sure. Because if you don't attach active, Thomas could be like, oh, I don't actually want to commit to the Water Pond play yet. I'll just attach and sob again. So you definitely want to like force Thomas to go for the Water Pond play now before you start sniping the Hoot-Hoots. So I actually, yeah, I agree. Definitely should have been, the energy should have gone onto the Fez there, not the Monkey Dory. He's supposed to charm one of the Ralts, right? No. Water Pond does 100 active, 120 bench. Bravery Charm on a Ralts means it has 120 HP. All right, another Lily here from Justin. Looking for Ralts now. Did find one Ralts, but only one Ralts, which means a Crispin here from Thomas will, once again, eliminate that Ralts from the bench. And Justin, if Justin had attached to the Fez last turn, actually, that even makes it worse to even think about it. Because if we had attached on the Fez last turn from Justin, this turn, we could have attacked with Fez and taken out the only Hoot-Hoot in play, or the only Eevee. Attaches to the... Oh, we can Mind Bend this turn, though. So this is still... Mind Bending is still pretty good. Mind Bending is actually still pretty good here. Oh, hang on. We got Fez still. Hang on. We're chilling. We're chilling. We still got more to do. No second Ralts, though. That's unfortunate. But we have the Mind Bend. The Mind Bend is still pretty solid. That makes it hard for the Water Pond to actually make a play happen. And we'll see how Thomas approaches that. Honestly, if Thomas just goes into Flareon on this next turn, though, I don't think Thomas is feeling too bad about it. Just Flareon, KO, Monkey Dory, set up probably your Terra EV for another Flareon potentially in the future. The Pidgeot's established. Plenty of prize cards on the bench to go after as well. The Mew, the Fez. Things are looking pretty good here for Thomas, for sure. There also is maybe... I'm trying to like come up with a play for Thomas where Thomas could actually... That's just like such a big investment. Maybe like Fan Rotom KO Ralts, but that's like... I don't know how many boss Thomas plays. Probably not a whole ton. All right, we're going in with the quick search first. Was eyeing up a Crispin. Oh, does play E-Switch. So you could go... Okay, what could this look like? Ooh. Yeah, Thomas wants to go after this Ralts. Okay, so play Switch. So Thomas can go... Switch... Crispin... Water Pond. It's like... You KO the Ralts, so you set back Justin another turn. It's probably worth it. I'm trying to like... Is the Flareon play maybe just not better? I'm trying to like think. Or can Thomas somehow draw 2 prize cards this turn? If you can draw 2 prize cards this turn as Thomas, I think you're feeling pretty... Then you're feeling really good. That actually might be possible. Thomas... No. You'd have to, like, discard an energy, trumpet an energy, E-switch an energy. That's, like, too much. See, I like this play, I think, a little bit better from Thomas. I think Thomas is just going to commit to the Flareon setup. I like this more for sure. Quick search for the Flareon. Boom. Now, you would like to load up your next... evolution. Oh, and we have the area 0 in hand. I was gonna say, but then we'd have to use Noctowl to get the area 0, but actually it's just in hand, so this is perfect. We have Nest Ball, grab the Terra Eevee, crisp into the Flareon, Flareon knock out Monkey Dory, retreat the Water Pond, load up our benched Eevee, double Flareon threat set up on board. Looking pretty good. Giving it some final thought here. But it looks like that is going to be the line from Thomas. And this is the thing with Terra Box as well. If you... Oh, wait, it's going for the Water Pond play. Into the Noctowl. I was going to say, if you Tunnel Vision... Now, this is why the Pidgeot's a big deal as well in Terra Box. Not if you Tunnel Vision, but... Water Pond does not establish threats. Every time you attack with Water Pond, your energy goes back to your deck. You're not setting up threats every time you use Water Pond, which is... the problem with the card if you use it every single turn. So like this turn, we're going to Water Pond. We are going to get rid of the only Ralts in play. There's no Gardevoir threat next turn. But once again, Thomas will have no threats established, right? We are always a Crispin away, but we're always a Crispin away. And when the Ionos start hitting, it can be tough to chain attackers. Now, the Quick Search makes a pretty big difference for that, though, right? It's a different if we have to like find a Noctowl or something, but when we always have the Pidgeot on the board, that makes a pretty big difference for sure. So Thomas should still be pretty safe with this line. It would have been nice to somehow draw 2 prize cards, but obviously that's not possible. So just the KO on the Ralt. A second Dark Energy here from Justin will allow him to move the six damage counters over to the other side. We won't be able to get a KO, but honestly start to load up some damage maybe on the... Ooh, honestly, you could go after the Water Pond here. That actually seems pretty good. 6 on the Water Pond plus Mind Bend the Water Pond. 180 on it. It's just a Monkey Dory away from that point from being KO'd. Yeah, honestly, from Thomas here, I kind of like the Flareon play a little bit more. I'm not gonna lie. I think I like the Flareon play more. It's hard to argue against this line, of course, but I think if Thomas there just set up a bunch of threats on board, I feel like Thomas can't lose. You have a boss left. You have Quick Search set up. You have a Hoot on your bench. Like, how do you lose from here if you have 2 Flareon set up? Plus, you still have the threat of Water Pond later in the game as well. So, see how it plays out. Did establish the Fez at least as having some backup. Obviously, Justin's not taking a knockout this turn, but we did find a Ralts. We did find Secret Box as well, and Gardevoir. So we're not doing anything big this turn for Justin, but double Ralts down. We should be safe, I think, to actually set up a Gardevoir on the following turn. Sells the Fez, of course. There's the... All right, now we're there. We're there. We should need another turn now. Is this the Bella Horizonte build with Mew? It seems pretty close to it for sure. Has the Iron Bundle, is playing double Mystery Garden. Doesn't seem to have Mega Guardy, and then, yeah, has the Mew, like you mentioned. Very close to it. If not literally that one change being the difference. I think you just throw 6 on the active here. Down to 4. I think it's what we're going to see here. Yeah, and then Mind Bend. Okay, so the Water Pond's close to being KO'd. This does mean that if Thomas can retreat the Water Pond and then bump the area 0, though, he can discard all of this damage that's been built up, which would be a pretty powerful play, I feel like. Okay. And see, this is the problem, or this is the issue. This is the situation you run into here as Thomas. Having not attacked with Flareon last turn, you have to play Crispin this turn. Like, you don't have a choice. It's your only way to start to develop more threats. So we see the Quick Search coming out here from Thomas. Ooh, is actually eyeing up a Jet Energy. Actually, is it just going to be a Fan Rotom KO? Dude, I don't know if I like that. Thomas might just go Fan Rotom KO active here. But then once again, we have no attackers established. Pidgeot EV is definitely not favored into Guardy. What? Bro. Anyone even thinks about Guardy being unfavored against a matchup? He just spawns in, bro. He just spawns in. All right, we got our we got our Noctowl here. We are going for the Crispin, and we need to get another EV here. Okay, so now Thomas is going to make the move. Going to go establish threats. Crispin for 1 energy, retreat, then Jet for the 2nd energy. We just don't need to Jet here, though, right? We have Latias, so we can just hard retreat. Trumpet attached to Pidgeot and attack with Bump. I don't hate, well, there's no energy in the discard pile, so Trumpet's not active right now. That's a piece we're missing for sure. See about a Water Pond again? No, if he Water Ponds again, he's literally just going to lose the game. Oh, we did end up with a Jet energy. Also, another thing to note with how this all developed, we have no Noctowls in play anymore. Noctowl is like a super powerful card to have access to. What? Wait, are we pawning again? Wait, we're actually pawning again. Dude, I feel like... Oh my gosh, and he can't even do that! He can't even do this play! Dude, Thomas tunnel visioning on this water pawnage. He crispined the energy. You can't attach the Jet. Okay, if he... Let's say he was able to attach the Jet for whatever reason. You should probably put on the... Oh, you can't do it on the Flareon. So you Jet to the EV. You send it up. Now he just has to go to... You have to go for the flip. You have to do it. Tails here is huge. Oh, punished. No, dude. Well, no. Yes. Yes. You love to see the punish. Oh, my gosh. Oh, boy. Couldn't he retreat and then had a hand-attached Jet onto the Water Pond on the bench? Yes, he could have done that. He could have... accelerated one with Crispin, held in energy, retreat the Water Pond, Jet the Water Pond back to the active. And then I assume he was going for double Monkey Dory KO there. And then he was going to go for the double Monkey Dory KO. Now it's time for Justin to... and now, listen, all right. So even if he had gotten heads there, he KOs both Monkey Dories. Or if he had just played it correctly. Actually, if he had just sequenced it correctly, he Jets instead, holds the basic energy. He has no follow-up. Like, the Water Pond dies on the next turn for sure. Yeah. If you just kill the Ralts, there's no damage on board and you just win. Kill the Ralts. Well, no, he couldn't KO both Ralts in that situation, though. He didn't have Gust, right? I do think Thomas plays Ursaluna, so there is still a possibility to close out this game. Yeah, there's two Ralts. There's two Ralts. Yeah, if there was one Ralts there, then the Water Pond makes a lot more sense. What attack do you use here? Mew? As guard for? As guardy here, if you have counter catcher, you just counter catcher KO Fez, right? Yeah, counter catcher KO Fez, and it almost feels like it's game. Ultra Ball to Ursaluna just now. Yeah, but he could recover it. Night Stretcher, Super Rod, possibly. Well, according to his logic, he has Jet in the other EV, so he has another attacker plus EV. Well, I was assuming like it was an impossible play, but it's not an impossible play. It's not an impossible play. He just needed to do the Jet combo instead, right? So it's a very possible play. There's a Mystery Guard in there from Justin, but I feel like you don't put the Mystery Guard in play here because that would give Thomas +1 bench space, right? Oh, no, it's the same amount of bench spaces. Maybe you do. No, you probably wait. I'm not sure, actually. You don't need the KO. That's true. You don't actually have to KO here, but then you risk Thomas replacing the stadium and then removing the damaged Pheasantipity, right? I kind of feel like here as Justin, you can just take the knockout, right? Yeah, I feel like as Justin here, you just take the KO, to be honest. Like, just put the pressure on to win the game. No Gravity Mountain cheese. Yeah, I think taking the knockout here seems fine, but... Thomas plays counter catcher. He's going to win right now. Counter catcher Fez Sob. Or boss Sob into counter catcher Briar. You can just leave Pidgeot active and then Trumpet E-Switch Countercatcher Briar the next turn. Oh, true. The Pidgeot does just tank a hit, right? Did Justin need to put 3 on the Pidgeot there, I guess? He held Turo, so it's fine. Oh, he has Turo in hand? Okay, he's chilling then. There's Countercatcher. There is Briar as well. There's an E-Switch. Yeah? Okay, so Thomas has the potential for the play. Leafeon still prized now? It is, but he could get another Flareon set. No, he has Flareon on the bench. You can just use the Flareon. We don't need Leafeon. Oh, wait, could he win this turn with Leafeon's first attack? Is that what you're saying? Okay, now he's going for a Sob play on the Fez. Leafeon only 300, right? There is a Gravity Mountain. That would be not an impossible amount of, that's an insane amount of cards. Justin shows the Turo, and that's it. Oh my gosh. All right, let's go back to that turn real fast. There's 2 things to talk about with this turn here from Thomas. So the previous turn actually. Okay, let's talk about the previous turn first. So was it this turn? This is what happens when the VOD gets too long. It's so hard to like pinpoint where you want to go in the thing. Oh no, it's this turn. This turn from Thomas, I feel like Thomas should have just attacked with Flareon and loaded up the benched Eevee. Like, I feel like that is all you need here from Thomas to win this game. Instead of going for this Water Pond play. It's so... there's nothing developed on your board. Your board is so underdeveloped. You still have the Pidgeot, of course, but this turn, Thomas, Water Pond, 100 to the Monkey Dory, KO, the lone Ralts in play. This Ralts just came down. I feel like Thomas had Flareon knockout, load up second Flareon. Like, I feel like that's the way better play from Thomas. But goes with the Water Pond play, sure. But then we get to here, and if Thomas just doesn't attach to Water Energy and retreats to all Water Pond and jets it back to the active, we go KO double Monkey Dory. Still nothing is developed, though. There's no energy in play. I feel like it's still winnable for Justin on that next turn. But this all goes back to... But this turn as well, Thomas could have just loaded up Flareon and punched with Flareon and load up the follow-up attacker, which once again, how do you lose from that situation? There's a Mew on the bench. There's a Fez on the bench. You have double Flareon set up. Like, it's unlosable. This play also required your last Noctowl as well. You maybe had to use the Noctowl anyways, but... I think Thomas tunnel vision on the Water Ponds there for sure. I think once... Thomas got as far ahead as he did, he just needed to chill and then set up 2 Flareons. Just set up 2 Flareons. You can't lose once you have 2 Flareons set up. There'll be too many options for you to win the game at that point. Especially with Ursaluna. Like, all you need is boss Ursaluna to win the game on any 2 prizer on the bench. The early Water Pond stuff was great. Got a prize lead. Justin had no possibility to get into Gardevoir. Sick. But after that, I feel like he definitely tunnel visioned on the Water Pond stuff. All right. Thomas is going first. Eevee start. Phanorm coming out. Going to Flareon next turn. Water Pond is still a possibility. I don't know what the hand is, so I don't know how good it is. And obviously, ideally, we're looking to set up the Pidgeot. Has the energy attachment as well. Sick. The hand there, honestly, isn't that strong. It's probably going to be a Flareon attack. On this next turn. Immediately into the Vessel here from Justin, and has second Vessel to go with it, of course. They do travel in pairs. They mate for life, so they're always together. Dude's the Flareon EX. Yeah, the oh so powerful Flareon. I actually wonder how thick of an owl line it is here for Thomas, if it's a 4-4 or a 4-3. Is the 10 rounds thing true for today? No, they're doing 9 rounds. No one does 10 rounds. Always 9 rounds. Well, it's 9 rounds or 8 rounds. All right, Nest Ball coming in. We definitely want to move this Ralts, right? So we want to like retreat to a Monkey Dory. And second Ralts first. Oh, I guess like the water. You're not as scared of Water Pond here for sure. Okay, figured some tweet about 10 rounds going around. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. I assume no. I assume this is the last round of the day, but I could be wrong. For what's worth, VGC got 10 rounds. That's different though. VGC rounds are so quick because their game is so easy. It's basically just like flipping a coin. Like both players sit down, they flip a coin. Whoever wins the coin flip basically wins. So they just like do best out of 3 coin flip and then go to the next round. They could have probably done all the rounds on the first day, to be honest. But all right, into the Gaiono. Here we go. We just want, honestly, you just want a Monkey Dory here, I think, to retreat to. I think that's all you're looking for here is Justin. Actually, no. Well, yeah, because we want to, the water pond is less likely, but it is possible. Actually, if anything, it's more possible now because we knew what Thomas's hand was. Justin doesn't know that, obviously, but there's the Monkey Dory and the Fez to back it up if a prize card does get drawn. So yeah, I think you retreat to Monkey Dory and then pass. Looks like Justin was thinking about, ooh, is gonna bench the Fez? I don't like that. That gives Thomas more options here now. Now Thomas doesn't need to take a knockout and then could KO Fez first. I feel like this, the collect is retreat to Monkey Dory and then wait to get knocked out Fez after that not good enough? This is just, we're gonna get pawned. We're never not getting pawned here, right? Give him 24 hours, gamer. I mean, honestly, well, hold on. Maybe Justin is just trying to bait. Justin was like, well, Thomas tunnel visioned in game 1. Let's see what happens in game 2. He's like, if I can just get him in the water pawn zone, I just have to get my opponent in the water pawn zone, and then that's where I strike. They only have so many Crispins. Actually, Thomas maybe only plays 2 Crispin. We'll see. And one of them actually is prized. Oh boy. It might work. All right, Clefairy established. Gotta load him up. We got super odds, so we can immediately recover the squad. I definitely feel like that is a mistake from Justin. Justin definitely should have retreated to the Monkey Dory and just held the Pheasantipity. You know if Thomas plays Palpad? I doubt it. Palpad's pretty bad in the EV box deck. I was gonna get out of the water park wave pool. He's gonna drown in that tunnel vision Riptide. Yeah, I don't know. It might work. I mean, it's really good to water pawn here for sure. I don't know about next turn. I think ideally we want to be attacking with a Flareon next turn, bro. Well, I don't know if we can water pawn again. Oh wait, hold up. Now I'm getting that. Now I'm getting tunnel vision. If we can water pawn one more time, depends how many Ralts get found here, of course. Let's see how many Ralts get found. If there's just one Ralts, we can snipe the lone Ralts. Hold up. Does EV box play Sylveon? Not anymore, I don't think. No, I think they're just playing damage modifier, so Flareon can take the big one hits by itself. It's just become kind of more of a Flareon deck. All right, Ralts number 1. Ralts number 2. We already attached return to Clefairy. Is thinking about secret boxing right now. What is so pressing, though? I'm curious to see what Justin would grab here off the secret box if we play it. Why would we play this right now? What are we scared of? That we can't just wait. Yeah, I don't really like this play from Justin. Oh, does play a TM Evo, actually, though. Not even grabbing an Iono here? Yeah, I don't like this. What is the point of this play here from Justin? Does Justin think he can attach for turn? Did he forget that he attached a Clefairy already? And is like planning to try and TM Evo this turn? Actually, wait. Was the attachment to the Clefairy last turn or was it this turn? It was this turn, right? Actually, I really dislike that Clefairy bench and attachment. It was like super unnecessary, right? Last turn? It was this turn. Yeah, that's what I thought. Now that I know that Justin plays a TM Evo, I feel like we shouldn't have benched Clefairy or attached to Clefairy. We should have just played the Lily and see what we drew. I just assumed, at this point, I was just assuming Justin didn't play TM Evo, but apparently there is one in there. There's the pass. Okay. Over to Thomas. Top deck Trumpet has... Ooh, the Trumpet actually can be activated here. But the rest of the hand is dead. Oh, no. I don't think... No, wait. Thomas can attack. But it's with Water Pawn. Maybe it's just a Sob Monkey Dory angle. I feel like Thomas probably should have played that trumpet onto the Flareon there. That feels weird to not have done that, to be honest. All right, there's Candy Guardy. The Monkey Dory is stuck, but now we can go into a Mind Bend here. We definitely want to get this damage off of the Monkey Dory as well. Actually, couldn't Justin have it just attach the Dark Energy that he attached to the Clefairy to the Monkey Dory? I didn't even go like, should have gone a step further. Like, why not just attach to the Monkey Dory before we play the Lilies? Yeah, what the heck? I feel like Justin was hedging too much that all of his Ralts were going to die. He was like, well, in case all my Ralts die again, I want Clefairy. But it's like, if all your Ralts die again, we just lose, right? Like, we're definitely getting double Ralts off this Lily, for sure. Attach to the Monkey Dory, keep the Team Evo option open. We gotta believe a little bit in our deck, right? Like, it's like Justin just gave up immediately. It's like, my deck sucks, bro. I'm not drawing it. Evolve the... It did have Ultra Ball Candy Gardevoir there. I guess maybe we want to save the Ultra Ball, but we could have candied out another Guardy there. I don't hate the Kirlia play if we want to save the Ultra Ball, though. Lock in Azul. There's no energy in the discard for Trumpet. There's a Grass Energy in the discard pile, Spectral. I feel like I gotta give you a timeout for that one. I am not the one who needs to be locked. All right, damage loaded up on the active. Monkey Dory damage. Yep, to the Pidgey. Makes sense. Yeah, it should be 3. All right, well, they'll figure it out, I'm sure. All right, cool. Looks like the judge caught it. Yep, draw from Thomas. Another Nest Ball. Another pass. Yeah, even if we had accelerated the energy to the bench last turn, it wouldn't have changed very much. This is looking really, really good for Justin. Gonna be able to take a 3 prize turn next turn if he wants. Probably even... what would we attack with here? We could attack with Guardy. We could attack with... I kind of like the attack with Guardy, to be honest, I think. I actually kind of like attaching the basic energy to Guardy. Oh, we can't quite get it out of Flareon range. Can we? We could attack with Drifloon as well. Ultra Balls for a Monkey Door. Is second Gardevoir prized here? Nestle's the Fez for Justin. You mean Thomas? Thomas has Fez in hand. The Fez is already in the hand waiting. I feel like you want to protect the Drifloon, personally, but yeah, unfortunately for Thomas, the Nest Ball is usually a pretty high value card, but the Nest Balls are just kind of dead. All right, there's a KO on the Pidgeot. Why didn't we? What is the attacking option here from Justin? I feel like Gardevoir is the best attacking option, but it's gonna go with the Clefairy. You either have to go with Gardevoir and hope it doesn't get KO'd, or you have to go with the one prize option, or the Gardevoir. The one prize option is also fine here in the Drifloon. This isn't bad. But yeah, you can't go Clefairy because that actually gives Thomas the prize trade potentially at that point. You can't give up the prize trade. You're still probably favored as Justin at that point, but yeah, you don't want to let things slip away here. This is fine though. The Drifloon's fine for the KO. I feel like Gardevoir was pretty safe there, but this is good. This actually might just be better because otherwise you could lose to like Flareon into Ursaluna. So yeah, this is actually probably the best play here from Justin. It's just attack with the Drifloon. All right, Justin giving it some thought. Counter Catcher is actually active here for Justin. Dude, if we had just played the Trumpet, we could just go like attach. Well, no, what's the energy cost of Flareon's attack? Oh, wait, I take it back actually. You need freaking, dude, you need everything. Holy shit. Okay, so we need to go Crispin to Flareon. Crispin, Counter Catcher into Boss Ursaluna is the line here from Thomas, I believe. Oh, we have the, actually this guy's cool too. Terapagos. So this turn we could go Terapagos, Boss, or Terapagos Counter Catcher. KO a 2 prize off the bench. KO the Fez. Okay, we got some options here for Thomas. But it might still have to be, but that's only if Thomas plays 3 Crispin. I feel like a lot of these decks only play 2 Crispin. There's a Crispin prize and a Crispin played. If Thomas plays 2 Crispin, that's all the Crispin. But if there's a third, we have outs, we have a chance. It all has to really start with an owl here though from Thomas. Also, we kind of want to be able to go wide if possible. Okay, never mind. The what's it called on the Flareon at this point is no longer good. It would have been good previously. Yikes. It would have been jeez. It would have been good previously because you would have been able to just go draw, attach, retreat. I guess we had the E-switch in the hand anyways. Maybe it was fine for Thomas to not play the trumpet beforehand, maybe. I mean, at this point, we're glad we have the trumpet, but it's actually not leading to anything here either. Does Fanordum even KO? Fanordum would KO, but we can't even move the active. So it has to be Flareon to KO the active. Oh, hold on. No. Well, okay. Thomas can Briar for game still. But if Justin just takes a 2-prize knockout, that doesn't happen. So all Justin has to do this turn is take a 2-prize knockout. And just has to not settle for a 1-prize knockout. So like Screamtail, KO Fez. Actually, Countercatcher's not active. It'd have to be like Screamtail, Bravery Charm, or Drifloon, Bravery Charm. This could actually line up for Thomas for a Briar win condition. Monkey Dory aggressively put into play. What is Clefairy hitting for? Oh, double Monkey Dory Clefairy works though, doesn't it? Yeah, all right, never mind. Okay, I mean, that's a 2-prize knockout there for Justin, so things should be pretty easy from here. Man, that Clefairy be hitting when you get the Monkey Dories involved. Just gonna go into the Iono. I wouldn't have hated to maybe see that Iono happen before drawing with Fez, to be honest, because I don't even know what else we would play as far as the supporter goes from Justin there. Maybe no, you probably don't play your turtle if you find it. Okay, I guess I think Sob might still be a win condition here for Thomas. Nope. Probably not. No, never mind. I take it back. How would you ever draw 3 prize cards without Briar access? We're about to lose access to Briar here. Okay. The win condition for Thomas is for Justin to mess up the damage with the Monkey Dory somehow, I guess. Wait, how much HP does Flareon have? Wait, I thought Flareon had 280. Is it 270? I guess it is 270, isn't it? Never mind. Can't mess up. I thought there was a possibility to mess up. Okay. 1 prize card left here for Justin. Briar's not active. Jesus, man. Fez is on the bench. Double Monkey Dory access. Well, if Thomas has Iono, okay, Ursaluna. Iono, Ursaluna, KO Fez? No, because then you just die to Clefairy. No, because they wouldn't have a basic Pokemon. Well, they have Artisan, though. Jeez. Maybe you have to KO the Clefairy. Maybe it has to be like Iono. I don't even know if Thomas plays an Iono. KOing Clefairy actually is maybe better than gusting around it. But part of it is, does Thomas even play Iono to begin with? Because some of these decks don't play Iono. Was it 2 Countercatcher? Countercatcher Iono actually gives good odds, but I don't know if you can power up the Water Pond the next turn. Countercatcher Fez, Iono, and then, yeah, Water Pond, draw 3. Sure. It is 2 Countercatcher. Interesting. 2 Boss and 2 Countercatcher. Holy Gust. Might have to go Iono area 0 and then just KO the active with... No, you could still... You need to get area 0 here, though, right? Because you need to get Latias down to retreat. Because you can't afford to hard retreat these energy. You need that for your follow-up attacker, so... Yeah. Makes sense. Oh, wait, you don't even have a nest ball in hand. I thought there was a nest ball in hand. Sheesh. You have to draw into the Latias off of the... I guess you could... Sheesh. You could attach to the active for turn, and then you would be able to hard retreat it, and then still have an energy attachment for the next turn. I guess Fanrotom... No, Fanrotom's not a win condition. It has to be like a... Terrapagos has to be like your follow-up attacker here. Okay. Yeah, I guess Justin could draw that bad off of the top deck plus the Fez draw. It is possible. There's a lot of outs here for Justin, though. Screamtail, Night Stretcher, third Monkey Dory getting set up somehow. Although there's a Dark Energy about to go down on this Clefairy. It probably is 3 Monkey Dory, 3 Dark, so... I don't think Fanrotom makes sense here to set up. I think you have to attach to the active. Because you could retreat and then attach again next turn, retreat back into it, boss a Monkey Dory, win. You're not guaranteed the Latias here, but you could draw an energy. Yep, no Latias drawn. Yep, gotta discard those. Yeah, he definitely... The energy on the Fanrotom doesn't do anything. Definitely need to attach to the Terrapagos for turn. Okay, there's a knockout. I'm trying to think. Can we reset? We have Switch. I guess he plays Switch, right? Do we still have our Switch? If we still have our Switch, we can reset the Ursaluna still. We could... Yeah, maybe. All right, Brave Charm Countercatcher in hand here for Justin. 1, 2, 3. Ultra Ball for Screamtail. There it is. Justin wins 2-0. No Pidgeot in this game for Thomas, which is a big card in the matchup for sure. But game 1, definitely some big mistakes. And then also well, I think there was like some mistakes in terms of Thomas's like game plan choices, like how he was approaching the matchup I think was incorrect with like the just water pawn after water pawn after water pawn. He got so far ahead. If he just went for a Flareon play, I think he just wins. It's like so hard for Justin to win at that point, to overcome like the double Flareon board plus a Pidgeot and a Hoothoot and a Pheasant Dip, like so many things. But then even when he did tunnel vision on the water pawn play, he messed up with the Jet Energy sequence, and made it almost impossible to win game 1. And then game 2 there was just kind of a mess for Thomas. No early owl, no Pidgeot established. It's pretty cooked pretty quickly. Is it just a 101 Pidgeot line in that deck? Like it doesn't play a thicker... It's not any thicker than that, right? It's just 101, 1 candy. I thought you can win with Ursha and Briar. Briar only works with Terra Pokemon. Only works with Terra Pokemon, and your opponent has to be at 2 prize cards. All right, well, that's it. Final round of day 2. Let's take a look at the final standings here before we check out the interview. Piper 801, Carter 801, Kim 801, I 8-1, Alexander 8-1, Alessandro 8-1, Alex or Rune Hermione both 702. They dodge each other last round. They're both 602 last round. You mean day 1, right? I don't know. What did I say? Probably. Whatever I said was probably supposed to be day 1. But I don't know what I said. The answer has to be yes. Looking for this page, couldn't find it. Does anyone have the link? Labs.limitlesstcg.com. You said final round of day 2? Final round of day 1. Yes, you're right. Not final round of day 2. I was my first regional in Lille. Almost made day 2. I've been playing only 3 months and been learning from your videos. Thank you, of course. Glad you enjoyed the videos. That's on the finish. Best of luck in your future tournaments. Or Julian's out. X3 probably won't make cut, right? Almost definitely not. Off the list. Do you see that Celix is getting a limitless page? I did see that Celix is gonna make day 2. Or day 2. Excuse me. So do you know what deck the Kalama brothers are on? No clue. Yo, appreciate the 19 months there, Recoil Matt. Steelix. The one and only. Is it over for day 1? I think so. I actually don't know. What does it do? Steelix? I have no clue. I'm not sure what Steelix it is. All right, let's tune into the interview.
Got here, Justin. Your first win on the stream. You've been here on for us previously. First round of phase 2 completed. How does it feel being, you know, undefeated going into the second day of competition?
It is amazing. This is my best run in a competition so far. Been looking for that deeper run for so long, and it feels nice that it's come together with my favorite deck.
And your favorite deck at that, Gardevoir, which we've been seeing constantly, biggest dog, big dog of the tournament, right? Biggest deck we've been seeing so far this event. Why Gardevoir? Why did you choose that for this event, other than it being your favorite deck, of course?
2 things. It is the deck that I have played for on and off for 2 years in different forms. It's the deck that has answers to everything. It's the deck that will always find ways to cheat wins in interesting ways and has that comeback potential. That's what it means to me.
Interesting ways indeed. Interesting matchup we just saw you face there against the Evolutions deck. When looking at a matchup like that, how did you feel going into it whenever we saw the opening Pokemon?
The Hooper kind of threw me. That's a really interesting tech from my opponent. As a matchup, it's pretty good, honestly. It all hinges on, can you establish a Gardevoir? Can you saw the water Ogerpon sort of taking those double shots on routes in the game. If you can establish it, it's a good matchup. If you can't, you can be in a bit of trouble.
And a bit of trouble, that ended up being that. You were winning pretty cleanly in that matchup too. And you know what? Do all I have to say to you now, Justin, you know, 801 going into second day. I can't stress enough, like, we're almost as perfect as could be. Could have been 9-0, but I mean,
I'll take it.
A tie is a tie, right? And that still leaves you undefeated going into the second day. But now, up to you. You got to get back to your hotel, rest up, get ready for a second day of competition. Anyone you want to shout out before we leave it up to us casters?
A couple of folks, my wife Catherine, to all of our team from Dark Sphere just over there. They've been absolutely amazing. And I'm also going to give a shout out to your lovely brother Stefan, who has helped me with coaching at different points. And yeah, amazing to see it all pay off.
Well, apparently my brother's also a part of this, but thank you so much, Justin, and best of luck to you tomorrow. And with that said, we'll get back.
Does Gustavo Wada still play? Yeah, he won a regional literally 2 weekends ago in Brazil. All right. For VGC, they did round 10 today. There's a chance they do that for TCG, maybe? No, I don't think so. VGC is different. Their rounds are a lot faster, a lot quicker. Not as big of a deal. All right, I am... I'm gonna head off. I'm a little tired. I was debating just kind of staying up and streaming more. I'm just too tired to like... I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna go take a nap or not, to be honest, but I'm definitely too tired to stream for sure. So I'm gonna head off, maybe take a nap, find some food, but I'll see y'all soon. When does Halo start? Definitely gonna be watching some Halo here. Yeah, I'll be back in, I don't know, like 12 hours. Yeah, I'll be back in like 12, 13 hours for day 2. Check out the YouTube channel for more content from me. I'm gonna go ahead and just raid the main channel here on Twitch. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Doing it again tomorrow. We're doing it again next week as well, honestly, because Gdansk is next week, literally. So, what was your favorite game on stream today? Oh, hang on, let me pay out the prediction before I forget. Oh, hang on, I gotta cancel this raid. Cancel. Who won, Justin? My favorite round on stream today? Dude, see, it's so hard to come up with that stuff in the moment. not that round. The fuck? We got the POV going on. Maybe Henry. No, not Henry. Dude, honestly, the rounds weren't terrible. Honestly, maybe this last round. Honestly, the last round probably, to be honest. Overall, the matches were... I mean, there was like an exciting game in most of the matches, but a lot of the matches, honestly... but even this one, like game 1 was interesting. There was some back and forth. Obviously, there was some mistakes from Thomas, but like... And even game 2 was just kind of a blowout. Was there actually like a good... There was good games, but was there actually a good match on stream at all today? Maybe Stefan versus Alexander. There was some good games, but there was like no good match today, to be honest. There's like a lot of good games. Like one game from each match was good, and then the rest was kind of... And that's why best of 3 is so much better than best of 1. Because imagine if we were playing best of 1 and you lose the first game. All right, see you, chat. I'll see you tomorrow. 13 hours. Peace.